welcome to the humanity where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt. I paused for a second, not because I forgot my name, but because I was doing something.
Oh, it's all right. I got thrown off because I accidentally touched the side of my earbud and it played the video that I had queued up. Not that the rest of you could hear it, but I was very distracted. Anyway, what are we doing? Where are we? Oh yeah, I'm Tommy. You did say you're Matt, right?
I am Matt.
Cool. Matt. This is a great way to start. Thanks everyone for showing up for what is, at least if my math is correct, this is our 100th episode. And so, yay.
We're going to celebrate it with a garbage video.
Wouldn't have it any other way or something. But yeah, man. I don't know. I just thought that's pretty cool. But let's see who we have in here so far. Okay. Ember, starting us off with the good questions. Why stand by? You are allowed to sit.
It's a figure speech.
You can sit by.
You could run around your room by.
Oh yeah, that as well. Yeah. And good evening, everyone. Good evening, Tilting Windmill.
I'm eating pancakes.
I am jealous. Quite jealous.
They're gluten-free homemade pancakes, and they're high calorie.
3 of those things I enjoy. So yeah. Welcome in, 100th episode. Don't necessarily have anything special planned for it. Yeah, actually, I haven't talked about this with Matt yet, but we may do something special next week.
Okay.
I have some thoughts, but because it's not just our 100th episode, we recently crossed another milestone with the number 100 in it. And that's if you're following us on YouTube, you may have noticed we finally cracked 100 subs.
Bum, bum, bum. We had one that ran away.
Yes. Yeah, we're currently at 103. I think we had one added today. So, but we yes. Matt's pancakes are not made of buttholes. So
no
Bisquick.
No, that's my bratwurst that's made of those.
Yes, that is true. So anyway, so yeah, we finally crossed the 100 sub threshold. It happened when it seemed to be like once I started making clips of these longer episodes. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but yeah, we have clips from specifically just the Deconstructing the Jesus Way series that we're in the middle of, about to finish tonight, But yeah, I actually don't remember why I decided to start doing that, but I just started and just kept going. So,
and you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you. And I have no idea if that's going to continue or if I'm just going to make it just because for this particular series, I had wanted this to be a thing that more people would watch, but then we ended up making the episodes even longer than normal, which means probably fewer people would watch. So maybe that was my thinking for making.
Yeah, initially I think it was.
Oh, and hey, good to see you, Kristen.
How do you do?
I always call you Kramer, but yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, thanks for the congrats. Good to see you.
Calling her Thornsberry just makes her sound like an old dude.
Yeah. She's an old friend from college who, before she was married, and her maiden name was Kramer. Everyone just called her Kramer. So, but then she got married and changed her last name, but I still call her Kramer. So, hope that's okay. But yeah, so yeah, excited about that. So, but speaking of the clips and the 100 subs, it was that 100 number was a little bit in peril because so we had just crossed it. We were at 102, and then I posted. So I just made, I don't know if it's considered a supercut or montage of me and Matt mostly reacting to that incredibly bizarre music choice that was used in the video we were watching last week. Talking about, does that sound like a ghost whale? Is it a sad cat having an existential crisis? Is it both? So, among other things, and then also Brian's. People remember this motion. I won't go into it now, but yeah, you can go watch it. If you can go on our YouTube channel, I made a playlist for this series, and it includes the full episodes and those little clips. So That particular one, I think I called it sad deconstruction noises. So go check that out. All right. And Chris Morris here. Hello, my friend.
Hello. I'm curious if that person ran away for a particular reason.
Oh, but because we can tell on like with the analytics, that video of me and Matt just laughing at and reacting to and talking about that ridiculous music, that lost us a sub. So we were briefly down to 101.
Yeah, like was that? I kind of wonder if that was a Crossroads person, and like for whatever reason they thought that was incredibly petty. And like it was if we were saying like don't watch it because of this, or they're bad people because that would be kind of petty. But no, it was just funny.
But someone did comment on the video basically saying this was like petty and ridiculous. So I just replied thanking them for the comment and the watch and the engagement. So more people could see that ridiculousness. So, but speaking of hellos, misinterpretations in the house.
I think it was self-aware pettiness.
Oh yeah, for sure. We knew exactly what we were doing with that. So yeah, let's see. Yeah. People keep commenting when I'm trying to click on things. Stop it. Anyway, as Ember says, depends on the recording. Lives get more dopamine because of the real-time feedback. True. But well-made regular videos are good for when your hands are busy. Yes. Now, well-made, that's debatable. But I was particularly proud of, I think it was in the sad deconstruction noises, I started experimenting with a couple slight visual gags with like the zoom ins. I was particularly proud of the one at the very end. So if you watch the sad deconstruction noises video, watch to the end. That's the real kicker right there. But yeah, maybe if you're good, depending, because so for tonight's video, it's so shit. We don't know if that means we're just going to have less to say about it and we'll get through it quicker, or if we'll have more to say. But so maybe if we have time and if you're good, maybe, and if people actually want to, maybe we can go back and watch some of that sad whale noises montage.
Yeah, the video tonight is a mix of bad points and kind of like hurtful in its carelessness here and there, and also the intentional stuff is kind of sinister.
Yes, but, and I'll see if you agree with this, Matt. There's one point early on where he's, again, another illustration fail involving trying to break things, but I think it actually makes a good point in the opposite direction of what he's trying to say, but we'll get to that.
Well, that he also does that out loud later. At least a few times near the end.
That too. Yeah. It's a whole thing. So we should probably get to it. But first, what are you drinking tonight, Matt?
I am drinking, I've had it before. This is Wandering into the Snow. It's a milkshake IPA, although it doesn't say that. It just it's a double dry hop, double India Pale Ale with lactose and marshmallows. And it's kind of got like a citrusy, mango-y, fruity flavor. Tastes a little bit like you know that green slime Jello fruit salad stuff?
Yeah.
Tastes a little bit like that. Which might be what they were going for, honestly, because that does have citrusy fruits in it.
So is that good?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you ever had it?
Cool. Yes, I've had it, but just not in a beer context. So
with the pistachios in it.
I've not had it with the pistachios, but
it's good with nuts.
I usually don't like dessert things with nuts, but mostly because my teeth are just terrible. So it takes me just forever to actually chew those. So it's just like the whole rest of the dessert, because it's sugary, is like completely dissolved and gone. I'm just like, argh.
Is that because it hurts or like all the tread is worn off on your teeth?
No, it doesn't hurt. It's just my teeth are just shit. So yeah. So so when it comes to desserts, I consider nuts speed bumps, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but speaking of things taking time, so Ember says, so what you're saying is we should distract you less so you can finish the dang video? Don't hold your breath. Well, I won't, because, hey, if you don't distract us, then we'll have no reason for someone else to also shout at us to hit the goddamn play button. And I mean, come on. Tangents are the point.
And
Right,
he
Amber?
enjoys doing that.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's pistachio pudding. Also, hello, Aunt Jer.
Ooh, pistachio pudding is good.
And I see you, Maya. You're right there.
Spumoni ice cream is also really good.
I've not had that, but speaking of me having things, here's what I'm having tonight. Starting off with Third Eye Brewing Nirvana or Bust double dry hopped. It's either Northeast IPA or New England IPA. It's just NE.
Usually New England.
Well, it's got some. I'm gonna say it's got some writing on the side of the can, but that doesn't help. It still just says NE IPA. Anyway, but the theme for there's a couple different themes with my beers tonight. The first one is like beers that I've just never had before. So I figured, hey, 100th episode stuff. We'll try something new. So let's see. Ooh, very strong scent, like very dank.
Dank.
Mm-hmm.
I like my women like I like my memes. Dank.
Tasty, but a little thin. Like not super carbonated feeling, but very smooth. I like it. Oh, thanks for the help there, Ember. New England is traditionally found in the Northeast, but you know those.
It's anybody's guess now.
Those crazy reformed New Englanders.
Gulf of Mexico used to be somewhere.
Yep. I mean, Ohio here, we used to be the Northwest Territory. So, but well, thanks for dragging your old ass here to the stream tonight, Kip. Glad you could grace us with your presence.
Glad Canada could spare you.
Oh, but no, I have not. But thank you for reminding me. I need to check out Bo's beer, and also thank you for that suggestion. But speaking of you people and drinking, let us know in the chat what you're enjoying tonight, or if you're watching later, feel free to drop it in the comments. I mean, or I guess, let's see, where is it? Just because like no one else really uses it for anything else, if you just want to send us an email, tell us what you're drinking, that works too. All right. Well, let's see. Anything else before we?
No. I found out the hard way earlier today that if your dog eats blue thread locker 242, it makes them foam at the mouth and look like they're choking.
Oh.
So that was a rough morning. Aaron's like,
yeah.
I'm like running down and she's like, I think she's choking. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Run in there and she's like, foaming at the mouth. This is our puppy we've had for like 2 months. Not even 2 months. Barely a month. Wow. So she ended up being fine. It's poisonous, but like it tastes so bad that like it gets to their tongue and then the dogs freak out and like drool it all out.
Cool.
Yeah, that was scary. She goes into the basement and just finds shit and tries to eat it.
Sounds like a dog. Also sounds like toddlers. Okay, Kip not drinking yet. Maybe wine later. Well, keep us posted. And Heineken. I haven't had a Heineken in a while, but that may have been like my first like favorite beer. Like when I was like first starting to like explore the beer world. That was one of the first ones I had where it's like I actually like this. So
it's a
solid choice.
Is it the yeast that gives it that unique odor? It smells like cooked veggies a little bit.
Yeah, it's something. It's Dutch, and that's like that's just something you'll find in Dutch beers like Heineken, Grolsch. There's others. I'm just blanking on them at the moment. But yeah, there's something. I think it's probably the yeast. Yeah,
like a little steamed veggie smell.
Yes. Now this is a great question. Unfortunately, this would derail us too much, which I know sounds crazy for us, but
I would need a
I like it.
refresher. I would need a refresher what that is.
I think that's it ends with like, well, if God is capable of stopping evil but doesn't, or if he wants to stop it but isn't capable, but if he does want to but it's also capable, but
yeah,
where does evil come from? I think it's good. I enjoy it. Like, oh, Heineken 0. Okay, haven't had that one, but I assume still. Well,
zero alcohol, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, or zero something.
Hope it's not zero flavor.
Yeah, zero ostriches.
So, no, I like the what?
Well, you said that right after I said zero ostriches, and you were like, "No, I actually like." I thought you were about to say, "I like ostriches in my beer."
Well, no, there's definitely places where you want zero ostriches.
Most places, actually. Anyway,
yeah, they're fast, and you think kangaroos can kick. It's like velociraptors. Anyway, big velociraptors. They're big birds. Euthyphro dilemma. I actually like it. I like it a lot because it's a fundamental conflict.
Yeah.
And
now
you basically have to say, God can do that, and he can't because he's God. To like get away.
I'm trying to read your name. So it's Carlton. That's the part I can read. So
do the dance.
I'm loving how you're just coming in hot, and with all the questions. Unfortunately, we got some things to get to. Otherwise, I would love to have this conversation. But if people in the chat, feel free. Just let you know, we probably won't go too deep into. You're raising some good points and questions and stuff. But yeah,
Euthyphro is Ember has it is a thing good because God says so, or does God say so because it's good?
That's right. I was thinking of it starts with also starts with the E.
That is a conundrum.
I'm blanking on the name now. Crap.
So that's kind of
the chat. Let me know what I was talking about.
That's the kind of conundrum you get when you insert a not real thing or an improvable thing. Unprovable is the word, not improvable. That's a different thing.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, apparently Aunt Jur send us an email. Oh, and to share what you're drinking. I appreciate that. Now, since you sent it an email, I'll only share it if you approve. But that's super top secret. Anyway. But thank you. I'm just glad someone actually did that. So. All right. I guess the personal update for me, had a birthday recently, so I'm older and stuff now.
And I forgot to say happy birthday.
That's okay. I forgot to notice. So
I said it earlier.
Yeah.
When you said it's gonna be my birthday, and I was like, happy birthday, because I usually forget.
Yeah. And I said we're probably gonna hang out this coming weekend, so that's kind of
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Not my fault anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, so
what is this stream about? Yes.
Ooh, well. Fantastic question. And we're about to answer that. So tonight, once again, unless you missed it, celebrating our 100th episode and finally wrapping up this goddamn sermon series we've been going through. This is the final episode in Crossroads Church's Rock Solid series on deconstruction, because Rock Solid is a wonderful title for a series about deconstruction, but it kind of tells you what they think about it. And in this final episode, before, up until this point, we've been kind of wondered, what do they actually think of deconstruction? Do they think it's good? Do they think it's bad? How are they actually defining it? Well, finally, tonight, Brian answers it, and fairly early on says, here's how I define deconstruction. So, and
we should point out the target of the sermon series. It was not evident in the beginning, but as it went on, it became more evident that this is targeted towards Christians who are probably afraid of deconstructing or are scared, but they're not that far into it. The people that have come to the conclusion that they want out of Christianity because of reasons, those are bad reasons, according to them, according to these videos. And this video series has completely written off those people. Like, this is not for them. They're a lost cause.
Yeah. I would say the other audience,
very Calvinist of them.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I would say the other audience for this is people who are not themselves deconstructing or even considering it, but maybe there's like friends or family members of theirs who are deconstructing and they're worried and scared. Like, what are they doing? So, but okay, so since Aunt Jur approved, obviously not sharing your email address, but Aunt Jur is enjoying some water tonight. So, like, always smart choice. Stay hydrated. Oh, and Vish's birthday was last week. Well, happy belated birthday to Vish.
Ember pointed out, we are two former members of the Crossroads Church. We were pretty deep into it and spiritual warfare stuff there, which was like a subculture of the place.
Yeah, and I meant to dig all this stuff out. I mean, maybe I will later if I feel like it. But I was thinking of, like, just in case any like Crossroads people were watching this or people familiar with Crossroads, like, were wondering, like, I don't know how involved and like into Crossroads and all their stuff were these guys really? Were they really taking it seriously? I got like so much like articles of clothing to prove. Like, just from Man Camp, I have a Trip Captain hat. I got a MASH hat. I got a HQ hat, which honestly, that one was a little less earned and deserved, but I still have it.
But still amazing that we had it when we were atheists.
Yeah.
Oh, HQ means that we were on the leadership team.
Yeah. But we weren't really. We were on, we mentioned before, that team that does the cooking for the prayer team. Like, we were just helping out with that. And for some reason, they gave us HQ hats. I mean, I wore it with all the ironic pride in the world. But
yeah, that was awesome.
But I also have an I'm In t-shirt. I got the board
which
for
was a
adventure
big financial. It was a big financial campaign that happened.
Yeah, this is just like for like the Crossroads people, in case you're wondering. I got the I'm In shirt. Yeah. I got the Born for Adventure Go Trip to India t-shirt and all the things. I got the Go Local like black shirt for the people who led the Go Local trips. So basically all that to say we were in. And like Matt's got a bunch of that stuff too. But
so Aunt Jer asks, was it a hat retreat? So the hats designated you as part of a particular serving group at the giant event. And so HQ meant that you were in leadership, and the leadership team in some way. If you were on the MASH team, which was like the spiritual warfare, or like special forces people, they had MASH hats, and MASH did stand for Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, but it was spiritual surgery. Yeah. And then there was trip captains, which were group leaders. I was a group leader for the spiritual warfare team. I did that like 10 times, and I was a leader like 3 of those times. And so that's like 6 years or so of doing that.
Yeah. But also, Carl, no need to apologize, but yes, you have that right. Good job clarifying.
And we're not Christians anymore.
Yeah, no. One might say I'm a bit of an atheist. So I did go to India. I actually went to India twice, but they only gave me a t-shirt once. And it was also for the trip that wasn't actually directly connected to Crossroads, but was through another organization that was kind of connected. But anyway.
I'm an atheist towards all known gods.
Yeah.
And the only caveat I would have is like if there's a real one, but it's probably just the universe. If there is one, and then is that really a god?
Yeah, all good questions.
We just gave it a bad name.
All right. Well, let's see here. All right, make sure I got the video queued up. Going on 1.25 speed. All right. So remember how we were talking about how we were going to watch a video? Let's watch the video.
It's going to happen.
Hey, and it actually popped up on the right side of the screen this time,
nice.
which is actually the left side, but the correct side. And I'm going to spend about as much time as I would usually waste rearranging it to talk about how it's over there and how I'm wasting time talking about it anyway. So
a pattern already started. You got to continue it.
Yeah, it's true. Stuck in our ways we are, I guess. All right. All right. Are we ready?
No, let's do it.
All right.
He is the cornerstone. It doesn't move, it doesn't budge, you can't break it. Whereas I and you are merely vessels of clay. Hey, I'm Kyle. Welcome to Crossroads. We're here solely to help guide and equip you for the
Kyle jump scare. I forgot about that. Like that, I was like legit like taken aback by that. I was not ready for the bubbliness.
That's some weird editing. Kyle. Hey,
all right.
Doesn't he sound like doesn't his voice and some of his movements, doesn't it make it seem like he should be in like if there was like a Puppet Super Friends with Dinks, he should be in it?
Yeah, like as like the human.
Yeah.
Like to like, yeah.
Kyle's a great puppet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
interest life that God has for you. Now, there are some things that are virtual certainty, right? Like death, taxes.
Also, this is the first time I'm watching the video on 1.25 speed, so this is the first time I'm hearing this music this fast.
Yeah, Kyle sounds coked up.
Yeah, it tickles me so.
Oh yeah, what is this? This is like player piano hoedown. It's kind of what this music is.
Yeah, or at least that's what they're going for. But yes, yeah, no Lego this time, but don't worry, there still is a horribly botched illustration involving other things. But just wait. It's early on, so we'll get to it soon.
All three Spider-Mans in the new Spider-Man movie, but one that's not talked about so much is struggling with faith. We're talking about this current phenomenon called deconstruction.
Because people don't talk about struggling with faith.
And you locked up, Tommy. Oh, he's gone!
Today, our senior pastor...
Everything's gone. But it paused.
Yeah, it paused because it's through my computer. So if it lost me, it lost that too. All right, but I'm back.
That was weird. You just got switched off the sharing thing. Like you're still there. Weird.
Really? Oh, because for my end, I was just gone, and it was just you for a second. Anyway, so forget all that. None of that happened, or it was entertaining. I don't know. Anyway, so
it's all part of the player piano hoedown.
But I escaped.
That was fast.
They thought they had me. Yeah, they realized their mistake immediately. So they're like, oh.
God, St. Peter at the gate gave it a real quick like Midwestern whoop and like sent you back down.
Oh, yep, yeah. Or if you want to interpret it that, yes, yeah, eat it, Jesus. Yeah.
Anyway. Jesus putting up rookie numbers.
My mentor, Brian Tome, is going to help us through this.
Wait, pause.
Like,
yeah, you got your.
How like both times Brian speaks, they have to have Kyle do his little intro saying, "Here's my mentor, Brian Tome. He's going to explain to us all the things."
You know what? Like, you know why that might be? So Brian's going to retire at some point or die. And
people tend to do one or the other or both. Yeah.
So like, is Kyle like his replacement that he's grooming?
That's what it seems.
I mean, Kyle would be who Brian would be like, that's the guy. I've waited so long, and now I have somebody to mentor to replace me.
But man, good idea. Yeah, making t-shirts with "Wedded Jesus" on them would. Oh, so a couple corrections. It's supposed to be "Eat it, Jesus," and that would sell well. I think it would feel well as well, but yes.
So. The Wedded Jesus version sounds dirty.
So I would wear that t-shirt. People would be like, what? They might think, oh, maybe it's a thing about baptism. But yeah. But yeah, don't worry about it, Carlton. I can empathize with the typing issues. I suck at it as well.
So if Kyle is going to replace Brian, that will not go well for them. Unless Kyle goes like real nationalist. Then they could bring in like a I mean, it'll still eventually not go well for him, but that could give him a bump.
Yeah, I guess we'll see, or we won't, because maybe I won't pay attention, or we'll keep watching their sermons and keep up with them, and yeah. Anyway.
Hey, I'm Brian. Great to be with you today. We're ending our series on Rock Solid, and this message actually ties really well to the last message where we talked about deconstruction. What is deconstruction?
I thought that was weird. Like, it's part of the same series. Of course, it ties back to last week's. Like, why did we have to?
I hope it does, because it's sequential.
Yeah, it's like, does he think this is a different series? Because honestly, like, the way that a lot of the message is kind of like the substance of a lot of it is, it's almost like, oh, we're not actually talking about deconstruction anymore, are we? Or we kind of are, but he's only trying to make it sound like they are, but they're really not. But
ooh,
yeah,
and sure, yeah, that just going all sacrilegious. Nice.
also works for Eat It Jesus. So, yeah. Multifaceted. It is all things to all people. All right. But here, Brian, right off the rip, he's gonna first, after pointing out, hey, isn't it weird how this ties in with our series on deconstruction? But then he goes ahead and defines deconstruction for us, which again, like throughout this whole series, like this is like the moment I've been waiting for. Okay, he's finally just saying, here's what deconstruction is. But it might be the worst definition for deconstruction I've ever heard, but not that I want to poison the well on it, but let me know what.
That's a great pause. Look at that face.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
And this message actually ties really well to the last message where we talked about deconstruction. What is deconstruction? Deconstruction, as I'm defining it, is allowing your doubts and the doubters to destroy your faith.
Allowing deconstruction, as he's defining it, is allowing the doubt and the doubters to destroy your faith.
Yep. Now that's wrong on its face. Also, remember last week when he went through the it was like 5 things that like cause people to deconstruct.
Yeah, like the reasons they do it. Yeah.
Yeah, like the first 2 were things that like happen to people, like bad teaching, which okay, and then the second one was abuse, and he did like a whole essay example that was like abrupt and could have been very jarring or hurtful for people to hear unexpectedly. And he landed on not really kind of saying like, yeah, it's understandable they would deconstruct, but didn't say it was understandable they would leave. And that felt kind of intentional. And then he gives this bullshit this week where he labels even those first 2 as giving into the doubts and giving into the doubters. Not like, I literally can't be in a church anymore because of the trauma. Like anything that reminds me of that, I relive it. Well, that's on you. That's your fault.
Yeah.
That's so fucking dark, man.
Yeah, it's like they definitely have that negative attitude towards people who like just leave. It's like they can't.
They must be weak.
Even fathom that they can't even fathom that it's their fault. Like this same bullshit happened when they brought in that one guest speaker a while ago. I don't remember where this was in relation to when this series happened, but this was a few years ago when they brought in that speaker. I don't even remember what the point of the sermon was, or maybe this actually was the point, but it was all like culture war bullshit. And he was talking about like the transgenderism and how it's evil and destroying people and destroying our country and all that. And how it's not real. I don't remember what all he said, but he said a lot of very offensive things about transgender people.
Yeah, he's a paid anti-trans activist. This wasn't a pastor. It wasn't one of the pastors on site. Like they paid him to be there and say horrific things about people.
Yeah. So then they at least recognized that, like, hey, this was a thing. People are feeling a way about it. So the next week they addressed it, at least kind of, but then they said, okay, so almost in a way to like kind of sound like it was supposed to like make up for it or in response to it. They said, okay, next week we're just going to have a sermon like that's just all about love and like what it means to love. And it's like, okay, that sounds promising. So I listened to it, and one of the things that basically one of the aspects of love they talked about was how love is like patient and enduring and can like withstand a bunch of stuff. Basically, that was their way. And they basically in so many words said, man, if you like got mad and upset and then left because of that, that just meant your love for us did not have like an enduring and patient quality to it.
You're not loving us well enough was the problem.
Yeah.
Which is what every fucking abuser in a relationship says.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Looking at you, Brian. So, or was I? He's down there. There. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So, yeah, deconstruction. Yeah. So, Ember here says the way he phrased that was a bit strawmanish, but not entirely wrong. Translation. I thought about it and realized I don't have good reasons to believe equals doubts.
Right.
Yeah. Only hurt you because I love you. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Yeah. According to Crossroads, love is enduring abuse.
Only if it's godly abuse. Wait, no. No, because he says something later about marriage. Yeah. And the implication is endure the abuse.
Oh, so. Yeah. Yep. All right. But so let's get to that, among other things. All right. So with that as our foundation of a terrible definition of deconstruction. So to Brian, it's basically deconstructing is you giving in and giving up and losing your faith and ruining your life. So with that as our baseline, let's see what else he has to say.
We live in an age of skepticism. People love to be cynical. People love to find fault in things, find fault in people, to see the flawed logic, to call hypocrisy whenever we see it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When people find faults, that means the faults are there to be found. And usually finding them is a good thing. And again, he's going to completely undermine what he's saying right now with a later illustration about like finding imperfections and flaws and things. But he doesn't realize it. He won't realize it when he's doing it because it's like he's trying to make a completely different point. But
by calling them faults, you're accepting that there are faults and they're real. And somebody found them. Yeah. Don't pay attention to them.
No, but I think what he's trying to say is like, oh, you're just trying to find faults. Because that's something, I don't remember if it was him last week, but I remember in one of the previous sermons, whoever was speaking said something about like, if you're looking for something, you're going to find it. Meaning like, if you're looking for problems with Christianity, or if you're looking for reasons to lose your faith or leave the church or whatever, you're going to find it. But on the contrary, if you're looking for Jesus, you're going to find Jesus.
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is staggering.
Yes, I mean, counterpoint, looked for Jesus for over 30 years, never found shit. So,
we got a puppy coming through.
Right. All these doctors, they just love to find all these diseases and disorders just so they can fix them. Bullshit. Ooh, are we going to have... Yeah, are we going to have a puppy on cam?
We're going to see a puppy.
Yay!
She might try to eat my face. She's a bull boxer pit, and she's a pit bull boxer mix. And wait, where'd everybody go?
I'm here. I just made you big because we want to see the puppers.
Yep. Her name is Zoe, and she's wearing a sweater because it's cold. And when she's not calm, she's just all teeth and claws at everything.
And hi, Aaron.
Yeah. And that's my wife, Aaron, floating.
Cool.
She's like tripled in size since we got her. She's like 30 pounds now.
See, audience loves the puppers. So, all right. So yeah, where were we? Yeah, honestly blanking. So let's just back him up a second.
Puppies will do that.
Oh yeah, we're talking people like finding faults and how it's like. Yeah, I mean, if they're there, you want to find the faults. So it's because the problem with churches like Crossroads and a lot of Christians like this is it's almost like they have zero capacity for introspection. like when someone says, I have this problem with Christianity, or my problem with this teaching that your church is doing. Because here's the thing, like they'll talk about like abuse or like harmful teaching from the church, but like it's always someone else's church or like someone else is doing this. Like it's not us, it's not me that's doing this bad thing. Like I'm offering you the real truth, real deal, dude.
Well, God told us to do this. I don't know where you're getting your shit. Like that. That's what it feels like.
Yep. But yes, it is a rule of the internet. Cats and dogs and such get full screen, and Pibbles are the bestest ever.
So I haven't read an explanation of why pit bull boxer mixes aren't called like boxer bulls or something. They're called bull boxer pits. That's not shorter. It's just rearranged.
Yeah. There you are. Been looking for you. Damn.
Well,
welcome. You want to listen to this guy who's like speaking on your behalf and like spewing a bunch of bullshit? That'll be fun, right? All right. So, I was going to tell us about the problem of people being skeptical and finding problems with things, even if those problems are there. But never mind that. The problem is people are looking for them.
In things, find fault in people, to see the flawed logic, to call hypocrisy whenever we see it. And we get so used to trying to see through somebody that we never actually see something that we want to build our life on.
What if you find a bunch of faults and so therefore you're like, this is some shitty ground to build on?
Yeah, or
all these cracks.
Yeah, or what if it's not necessarily the point in finding faults in one thing, and then you necessarily have to find something else. It's like sometimes just pointing out the faults in a thing is good enough. Like you don't necessarily have to be looking through it to something else on the other side necessarily.
Did he kind of just say don't pay attention to the flawed logic? Because like literally nothing that's illogical can exist. Like science and math kind of like remove that as a possibility. Mm-hmm. We haven't found anything that exists that technically shouldn't yet.
Yeah, well, but the Trinity, though, that's totes real.
That's just like, okay, that's just an imaginative way to, I think that's just an imaginative way to say that we experienced what is categorized as the divine in three different ways, three main ways. And then that got personified into beings. Because you have like God as creation, God as the creator, and God as the means of creation, right? That's just, and then they're like, right, three different people that are the same. Like, no, three presentations of the same thing.
Or I kind of wonder if it was maybe just an attempt to fill in the plot hole that like the whole like the Council of Nicaea, like that was like their whole deal is like, was Jesus God? Like, but if Jesus was God, then who was God? It's like, like, well, oh, then also it talks about God's spirit. Well, that can be the third because like 3 is a good number. I honestly don't know, but Aunt Jer with fantastic point. It's like he does suck at that. So, all right, here we go.
Fault in people, to see the flawed logic, to call hypocrisy whenever we see it. And we get so used to trying to see through somebody that we never actually see something that we want to build our life on. C.S. Lewis, who was a later in life convert to Christianity.
Also, people who like deconstruct and like find flaws in the logic of Christianity, like they never build their life on something else after that. But he'll get to that. But also keep in mind, he's quoting C.S. Lewis here, but also keep in mind of what he's saying later about how we're all broken vessels and who we really need to listen to. So, but right now he's going to be quoting a Christian author to make his point.
Also,
something else about Christian authors later. But.
Tell us what you think of this quote. Tell us if this is a helpful, cohesive thought at all.
Yes.
Something that we want to build our life on. C.S. Lewis, who was a later in life convert to Christianity and wrote amazing books. C.S. Lewis said this: "You cannot go on explaining away forever. You'll find that you have explained explanation itself away. You cannot go on seeing through things forever. The whole point of seeing through something is to see something through it."
Let's get that quote back up there. Yeah, it's like, first of all, like I meant to actually look this up in context and be like, was that what C.S. Lewis was actually talking about? But then I thought I kind of don't care, because even if that was what he's talking about, like, who's okay? This is what C.S. Lewis thought. So fucking what?
This is just an assertion. Like why can't we go on explaining away? So far, it's worked. We just keep finding new explanations for the way things are in science, or with science, and yeah, we kind of have explained away a lot of explanation because we understand how the human brain works pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
At least, okay, not how it does things, but like what it does, we're getting a much better handle on. So eventually, if everything can be explained with science, then eventually explanation itself does have an explanation. And that doesn't mean it goes away. It just means we have it's like an Ouroboros of nesting dolls. And you can't go on seeing through things forever, because literally everything is nothing. Like everything is quantum particles, which are not things that behave like things. And so everything that is not a thing behaving like a thing.
Plus, and this is something that just occurred to me, like does this not contradict what Kyle was saying a couple weeks ago about how the whole point of seeking after Jesus was to just keep seeking and never fully understand and never really find the answers?
Yeah. He should have run that by his mentor.
No, here's the thing. They probably did, because there's so many things in this series that contradict each other. Like that's just the way apologetics, Christianity in general, really, that's just the way it works.
Self-referential, but also self-defeating.
Because the Bible is so non-monolithic or univocal, as some apologists might say. Univocal, maybe? That's how I prefer, but what do I know? But when you try to make it that way, like that's where all these contradictions come in. So it's basically, there's no way to have a consistent biblical faith without it being contradictory. Yeah.
That's that's C.S. Lewis flexing outside his lane.
Ooh, Ouroboros of Nesting Dolls. Saw them live in 2004. Man, I missed that show. But no one ever comes to Cincinnati.
It's really true.
I
blame
though we did manage to see Meshuggah here a few years ago, and Nile was here last year. But yeah, for the most part, if bands, at least the bands I'm into, if they come to Ohio, it's usually Columbus, but mostly Cleveland.
We don't get very many good independent bands in Cincinnati. Well, okay, there are some that come to Northern Kentucky venues, but we just have a really conservative baseline here.
Yeah. Oh well. But when bands do come here, like Nile or Clutch, they apparently love Cincinnati. But yeah.
Well, they're beardy bands, so we got a beardy crowd.
It's true. Nile's actually not so beardy.
No, but the sound is says beards welcome.
Oh yeah, it's good old brutal technical death metal about ancient Egypt and their history and mythology. So if anyone's interested in really awesome but also nerdy death metal, check out Nile. I got some recommendations for you. Hit me up.
Aunt Jer says C.S. Lewis is warning against trying to define is. Like trying to define being itself. Wouldn't that also be God?
Ooh. One might think. Yeah, here's what's really happening. Yeah, warning against thinking too much.
Yeah.
And thanks for showing up, Carlton. I like you. But if you've been here before and I forgot, my apologies. But always good to have a new, I was about to say new face, new letters in the crowd.
I had a spiritual mentor say something very similar to me. Like, he didn't say you're thinking too much, but he was kind of like, you don't need to try to figure everything out. this is before I knew I was autistic, and I didn't realize that was like a harmful thing to say to an autistic person.
Yeah. Because like, here's the thing. I actually do.
Stop making me stop. Like, that's just how it happens.
Okay. Phew. I was about to say, oh, good. You've never been here before, but yeah, fortunately, like I said, like I said before, I've been making clips of at least episodes in this series. So if you go to our YouTube channel on the playlist for Deconstructing the Jesus Way, you can see all these episodes and all the clips I've been making, and we'll probably make from tonight. I guess we'll see how it goes. If there's a part in here tonight that you enjoyed and you want me to clip it, let me know in the chat. I'll see what I can do. All
That's actually really helpful.
Yes. All right. The
whole point of seeing through something is to see something through it. There is this great fixation that many have of finding faults in faith, finding faults in Christendom, instead of actually building our life. What are we trying to see?
But what if the faults are actually there, though? Like, he never addresses that. He just says it's wrong to look for faults, like just assuming that they're not there. Or if they are there, then that's not the real thing. But
this is not a man who enjoys thinking very much about many things. So this is very on brand for him.
This is true.
He's like,
oh, wow. In the UK.
Don't look for problems in the foundation. Just assume the foundation is good and build on it.
Right. Yeah, it's the presuppositions. But yeah, Carlton, so if you're in the UK, could you see if you could find Spooky Bed Hair? He hasn't been here yet, and I'm very concerned. But
maybe he went to Greenland again.
That could be.
Yeah, use his old man strength to support the troops.
Appreciate it, man. All right. So yeah, it just bugged me so much, this whole assumption that just looking for flaws in Christianity is apparently the wrong way to go about it. And I'm like, but what if they're there, Brian? Like, if people are finding flaws, what if those are actual flaws? But again, no capacity for introspection on any of this shit.
No, that's dangerous. Don't do that.
What are we trying to hold on to? What's our life becoming?
What are we trying to hold on to? Or I'm trying to hold on to, like, having a grasp on reality and figuring out what's actually true. Like you told me to do on the first episode, like find truth. I'm like, okay.
I mean, it seems key.
Like, once again, like, I feel like I hammer on this a lot, but that was one of the reasons I deconverted, because like coming off of surviving stage 4 cancer and thinking I was dying and already starting to like reconsider some things, but then like saying, oh, I'm not dying anymore. And like having my whole world rocked like that. And I'm like, okay, feeling like I had this whole like second lease on life or whatever you want to call it. Like, okay, going forward, like what do I want my life to be now? What's important to me? What am I going to focus on? Really what it came down to was I don't want to be building my life on anything that isn't real. And the more I examine Christianity, like I said, going into that experience and like so much more coming out of it, like the more I examine, it's like, yeah, there's really nothing here that I can see is actually real. A lot of people think it is. They have all their different thoughts, but the more I ask about, well, how do you know this is true? How do you know this is true? I hear all these different ideas about God and Jesus and the Bible and everything. How does any of you know which of this is true? And I never got a solid answer other than, well, it's just what I choose to believe. That's what it always came down to. I'm like, and they're like, oh, it just takes faith. I'm like, okay, well, I don't have faith, so I guess I'm out. So
you just got to trust Jesus. God will do wonders in you. Also, he won't if it's your fault.
See, you got to remember that part.
Don't see many deconstructionists who see through the false claims of Christianity and then build a great life. Cynicism.
That was a claim.
Yeah, that was a claim.
Of all the claims of all the claims of all time, that was one of them. So
all he needs is I'm subscribed to Jim Palmer's Substack. I think he has a Substack. So all you gotta do is read some Jim Palmer stuff, like even like a short little essay, and you're like, that guy's got some shit figured out. Like, you might not agree with him, but like he's done some serious like self-reflection and like experiences a good life. So yeah.
Oh, well, you see misinterpretations. You're not real. Like you do not exist, according to Brian. So sorry to inform you, but
I don't know anybody who's deconstructed and left Christianity and stayed away from Christianity who says my life sucks now compared to how it was.
Literally none. Whereas Carlton says here, these kinds of Christians are pussies, to put it lightly. Appreciate that. I'm not Christian, but I know some Christians who truly deconstructed their own beliefs and ended up with a stronger faith. Got to respect that. Yeah, me too. Like, I know plenty of people who just like full on deconstructed, like literally like put everything on the table, re-examined everything, but then came back and like, you know what? I do still have faith in, like, whether it's Jesus or just the concept of God or even certain aspects of Christianity and or the Bible or whatever. And yeah, they're like, my life is great now. Like, I have a super strong faith now that I have deconstructed it and rebuilt on like what I found was solid. And it's like, yeah, I mean, these people are everywhere. Again, tell me you didn't actually talk to anyone who deconstructed without telling me you didn't actually talk to anyone who deconstructed when putting together this sermon series. Like, this is
or really try to find anyone, because that statement where he didn't see anybody who has like a decent life after deconstructing. Like, did you only read the horror stories in Christian publications where people are like, I deconstructed last year and my life is really hard now? It's like, well, no shit, your entire worldview like shifted, and that's entirely destabilizing. It is rough at first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or like I'm assuming a lot of these stories were probably people who came back to Christianity because they were like similar to, like, a while ago we talked about Greg Boyd and his apparent flirt with atheism that he had at some point. But when he talked about what he thought atheism was, a lot of people, it seems like they don't even necessarily understand what atheism is. Like, they think it's nihilism. They think it's just nothing means anything. Everything is hopeless. And they're like, yeah, that sucks. So I can understand why you thought hopelessness was hopeless. But yeah, that's not the experience. Like, again, like, talk to somebody, Brian, who's deconstructed. Like, we're all here. Like, I'm here, Matt's here, misinterpretations is here. We're not that I'm volunteering you, Marin, if you don't want, but yeah, it's so low stress without feeling like I'm wrong and sinning all the time. Yes, and that's something I was talking about with my therapist earlier today, about how it's so much better to go through life and just be able to experience things as they are and not have to put it through that filter of, okay, well, what does God think of this? What does the Bible say about this? Is this sin? Is this good? Is, like, should I be dwelling on this? Is, like, how should I be reframing this? Like, is this demons? You know, just go through life and just experience things as they are and be able to just talk about things as they are. It's so much better.
Yeah, there's a it's like a unique elevated anxiety that happens when you're into religion, and like, you know, like, the deeper you get into it, that you kind of, I don't know if it's because we're told that it's a sign that we're more connected to God, or if we like, that's something we, like, people just came up with on their own because it's a different kind of elevated anxiety. But it's a special kind of hypervigilance that, like, makes us feel more alive or connected to bigger whatever. But it is elevated anxiety. Like, I completely recognize it that way now.
Yeah, for sure. But all right, so yeah, misinterpretations is down. So like I said, Brian, or anyone, if anyone from Crossroads is watching this, if you want to talk to someone who's actually gone through a deconstruction and this didn't happen, we're here. Please talk to us. We would love it.
And skepticism is a foundation that is not stable enough that's going to enable you to get as high as you actually want to get. So the problem.
Was anybody else disturbed by that when he's like, it's not stable enough? That it creeps me out. It's
so
very psycho clown.
Yeah, so let's see that again.
Foundation that is not stable enough that's going to enable you.
That's just so. It's weirdly aggressive.
Yeah, but it's what he says right after that I also want to touch on here. Let's click on his giant forehead here.
Life, cynicism, and skepticism is a foundation that is not stable enough that's going to enable you to get as high as you actually want to get. So
wait, as high as we want to get? I thought it's what God wants.
Yeah.
This sounds like
Also-
self-improvement, Brian.
Yeah, but also, like, no, Brian, it doesn't get you as high as you think I should want to get.
Right.
Because to him, life without Jesus is hopeless because his faith says that it's hopeless. Therefore, it has to be hopeless. So you can't possibly have a good life without Jesus. That's basically his premise. Once again, reality would like a word.
Look, you're just mad you don't have the experience of a spiritual sugar daddy like Brian had, and the way Kyle has.
Right.
That's a story.
But we'll get to that. Yeah. The least stable way to say it.
Yes.
That is a great way to put it.
As we established last week, words are not his first language.
Or at least not the good words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so really all he's saying is deconstruction isn't going to get my life to where he thinks it should be. To which I say, I don't care. I just do not care.
Well,
because
sucks to be you.
Because here's the thing. I am getting my life to a place where I actually do want it to be since leaving Christianity.
And where it's objectively healthier.
Oh, yeah.
How do we know that? Professionals are guiding the way.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have several professional opinions telling me yes, you are in a healthier place. So, suck it.
But no, the Bible says you need to feel
us.
worse to be in a better place. And that's how you know you're better.
Those say you can't hear sarcasm in the written word.
Who needs theology when you have the Bible? That kind of happens a little later too.
No. But you still need theology. But anyway.
Not so much with Jesus. The problem is with the people to get. So the problem for many of us is not so much with Jesus. The problem is with the people who represent Jesus.
For the record, I got plenty of problems with Jesus too. So that's the other thing, because they just assume that Jesus is so awesome that you can't possibly not like him. So therefore, if you have any problems with Christianity, or it's not just Jesus, but the Bible and God and the whole gospel message and everything, in their minds, this is just so obviously awesome and amazing and wonderful. You can't possibly not like it unless it's being misrepresented or people doing mean stuff is getting in the way.
Yeah, who hurt you?
Yeah, but no, all that stuff, yes, people doing shitty things and misrepresenting Christianity, all that happens. But also, it can also be true that the message itself also sucks. But again,
hey, look at his collar. He irons his flannel. He loses man points.
But plenty. We'll get to you later. But
well, he got a little racist with that dog woman.
Yeah. Basically called her a bitch. Yeah.
And she was right, but even bitches need scraps. And he's yeah, you're funny, bitch.
Yeah, but people are that sort of oh, wasn't Jesus so wonderful to help that poor lady in need? After he insulted her and made her beg. That was
after she accepted she was a dog.
Mm-hmm. It's you know what? I like the cut of your jib. All right, so
you're an ethnic person.
So we don't know him personally. We did used to attend this church, and he was our pastor. I had extremely brief interactions with him on a couple occasions, but I would by no means say I knew him at all. But I would say yes, he actually does believe this.
Oh yeah,
from my experiences with him, for sure.
No, he. All right, so I was in therapy and I was sorting this out, and I was because after I saw the one we did last week, and I was I'll be talking in therapy about this, and the thing is, like he really wants to help people. Does not know how to help people. Thinks he does. That's tragic. More so for the people affected. I mean, kind of tragic for him too that he actually functionally can't do what he wants to do.
Yeah, that is sad. But our fellow former parishioner and good friend of ours, Emily, can confirm. Yeah. Or at least concurs. That,
which is part of why he's so captivating when he talks. If you're a believer or you're like on the fence, because he completely believes it, and he does a lot of this kind of like circular thinking out loud really well. And because of how he delivers it, if you're primed to hear it as a deep thing, like it's easy to. It's not very deep. It's not even like quite that spiritual. It's like circling the drain really well.
It's like in Toy Story, the whole falling with style, but just circling the drain style. Yeah.
People will always let us down. Always.
Positive.
People are flawed.
That's terrible. That is such a harmful thing to believe. Like I used to believe that people will always fail you. Okay, that implies every time. Like people will fail you even when you think that they are failing you, even when you think they're helping. Unless you believe it's God helping you through. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. Or if you do get to like to see like, okay, they actually are genuinely helping me, but eventually they'll fail me. Like none of this will last. So,
and it kind of causes you to look causes you to see everybody as a potential threat, either right now or eventually. And so then when you see everybody as a threat, you're on guard, and then you kind of look at people like a predator. And that was when I did my my interview to see if I was still Jesus enough to to participate in the prayer thing. That's how I would describe how those guys were looking at me when they were doing their like evaluation stuff. They were looking at me like predators. And had I been a Christian still in that spiritual warfare kind of mindset, I would have seen them as spiritually mature and like guards on the wall. And it's like, no, that's a predator look.
Yes. Truly is tragedy. That unearned confidence, yes, because he has been presumably so indoctrinated throughout his life. It's sad when you really think about it. Yeah, indoctrinated throughout his life and is just surrounded by so many people who just love kissing his ass nowadays. And again, I don't know how much of that is necessarily his fault, but it's just the way this church is so structured, where it is so much built. And he even talks about this later about like having a mentor. You hear Kyle refer to him like, this is my mentor. Like that's such a big deal. Like that you have like a spiritual authority over you. So like hierarchy, so many people view Brian as like their guy who's like, it's like I'm under him and he's giving me all the awesomeness and whatever. So that's what he's surrounded with, is people who, I mean, I'm sure there are other people on staff once you get higher up that are like more like his peers or like his supervisors, but there are just so many more people like below him, like looking up to him in that way. It's like, yeah. This is probably a better way to put it. Yeah, people might at any point fail you. Yeah, because yes, people are imperfect. So yes, there is always that capacity, but just saying that it's an inevitability, like it is going to happen, like that's. Whereas like, and if people are wondering why you're not seeing Emily's comment, she's watching us on Facebook. So, which you can do that too, or Twitch, like the bots do. So, we're on multiple platforms. But yeah, trust no one except God, of course.
Yeah, that's it. And that whole "don't trust anyone" thing, that's harmful for anybody who struggles with trust. And it can like really solidify some like trauma responses as like healthy things to do when they're harmful to hang on to. I don't know. I don't love it.
Yeah, don't love it much at all.
And I don't like how he said it. Like you must believe this. This is absolute. Wasn't even like this is like delivered in a dominating way.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just doing some things. All right.
I think my dad had a shirt like that.
You almost have a shirt like that.
Oh yeah.
Did you dress like that on purpose?
No, right. I already had this on.
Yeah, but also maybe I should have asked, but I went ahead and gave Aunt Jur a wrench because, on the advice of one Maya Atkinson, said if you see Aunt Jur in your chat, give her a wrench. So if you don't want it, blame Maya.
Wrenchified.
But enjoy. Use wisely or foolishly. It's up to you. It's your wrench.
Your choice.
Yeah. Remember, if they can dodge a wrench, they can dodge a ball. All right.
Individuals, people who align themselves with Jesus, who talk about Jesus, like me. I am a flawed individual. I want to tell you right now.
Oh,
do not place.
So here's the performative humility.
I think he means it, but still.
Yeah, he can mean it, but it's still performative. It's one of those things like they always say this, and you can tell it's like, okay, you don't need to say this as much as you do, but you can tell they're, okay, maybe I can't tell, but yeah, that's just how it comes across. But I don't know. Judge for yourself.
Jesus, like me, I am a flawed individual. I want to tell you right now. Do not place your faith in Brian Tome. I'm doing my best to follow Jesus with all my life and all my heart, and I'm doing better at it today than I was 5 years ago and than I was 20 years ago. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're looking for somebody who doesn't have any faults, don't look here. If you're looking for somebody who's going to be the foundation for your faith, don't look here. You need to look to Jesus.
See, once again, like showing how good of a judge of wrenching character Maya is. So that's... Thanks for backing us up on that, Kip.
Yeah, you don't want your wrenches asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. Or asleep at the crown. But, all right. So he's going to say something here soon. I think it's coming up here soon that I thought was so wonderfully ironic. But
not me or any other pastor you may have heard of or any other. You need to look to Jesus, not me or any other pastor you may have heard of or any other Christian author. In the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 7 to 9, the Apostle Paul,
right after telling us, don't listen to any other person or any other Christian author, he literally says, so Paul says in 2 Corinthians. Like,
yeah, special pleading immediately. Also, yeah, when humility's in the script, is it authentic or not? You know,
that is a good question, but
definitely not free from scandal. Emily Morgan says.
Hmm.
I'm wondering if there are new scandals that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any, but
well, there was the trans one.
Yeah,
that lost him a lot of some parishioners. That's a Catholic word. Some members. Definitely donation money, and P&G wasn't super excited to work with them anymore on like community philanthropic stuff.
Yep. See, once you hit them in the pocketbook, that's when they take notice. But yeah, I just love the irony of just him saying, don't listen to any Christian authors. The Apostle Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians. But I don't know, according to them, like, what's all the Bible? It's all God's word. So,
horses also pissed everyone off.
Yeah, they brought live horses, and during the sermon, a guy broke a horse. Like he was like a professional horse trainer, and he broke a horse on stage while they were talking. I don't remember what it was, but yeah.
What a redneck balls out thing to do. That's
So,
man, that says a lot.
Well, because the sermon was basically about submission and how like God's really in charge and you don't know what you're doing, so that's why you need to let him just kind of take over and tell you what to do. So
that's a disturbing live example for that. Also, not safe. Not safe. You're gonna break a horse from it in an elevated position from an audience of people, where the horse, did they install like a bolted down fence on this stage?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it was like completely breaking it or just like going through stuff. I don't know how intense or in depth it was, but apparently it was enough to piss a lot of people off, which I get.
Well, you're all just a bunch of pussies, is what it is. You're weak. You don't, you got to flex over the kingdom of animals because, God said, subdue the earth. I'm going to subdue that fucking horse. Also, God says he's going to subdue you. Like all good husbands. Yeah. He's a gentle subduer.
Yeah. So anyway, we just completed the irony sandwich of here's C.S. Lewis. Don't listen to Christian authors. Paul. Just,
he's the first Christian author. That's okay. Don't listen to Jesus.
Talks about this dynamic when he says, but we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that the surpassing power belongs to God and not to us. We're afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed.
False.
Yeah. Several things. I feel like we could do a whole episode like just on this set of verses. I know I've talked before specifically about the not forsaken part of this. People want to hear more of my thoughts on that, specifically as an autistic person on YouTube. When I was doing my Sunday rant videos, which I just kind of stopped one day. I never actually decided to stop. I just one Sunday didn't, and then just never did again, except that one time, but then stopped again. But anyway, I made a video. It was actually one of our most viewed. It was called something like "God Never Forsakes Us." As an autistic person, I disagree because again, this is one of those things where they say, well, the Bible says this, so that has to be true. So therefore, anything in reality that looks like it contradicts it, that must be false, or you must be seeing it wrong. You're going to need to change how you define certain words. Because so I have asked Christians, because you hear this from people all the time, where they say it feels like God has forsaken me because I'm alone in the world. All this tragedy has happened. People close to me have died, or I'm sick with this incurable thing that's just never going away. And every day is just suffering, whatever. And again, going back to last week, how they talk about how we talked about how Crossroads keeps mentioning, or so many other churches, anytime something good happens in your life, oh, that's God, that's God's presence in your life, that's God's blessing. So they'll tell us to equate God's presence with good things happening in our life. But then when we say, well, not only are good things not happening, but a bunch of horrible things are happening. So that means God isn't present in my life, right? They're like, no, he's still there. You just got to redefine what you think of suffering and well-being and health and all this stuff. God's still there for you in some ways. You just have to look at it different. So the way I thought to put it is kind of I think it was in one of the previous weeks, wherever Kyle was talking about, hey, this is a safe place. And we're okay, that's not your place. It's not your job to say that you are a safe place. It's up to the people who are attending there to tell you if it feels safe or not. So same here. I don't think it's up to anyone else to tell you if you have been forsaken by someone or not. Because the point I was making as an autistic person is it's God wants this relationship with me, but he's completely imperceptible. He's invisible. I can't directly talk to him. And as an autistic person, I have a hard enough time hard enough time having relationships with people I can see and can physically interact with. But you're asking me to have an even closer and deeper relationship, and my eternal soul depends on it, with this imperceptible being. So I'm like, but God apparently gave me a brain for which that just doesn't work. So if that's not being forsaken, then what is? So, yep, Acts backs up that we should feel lucky that we were chosen to struggle. Yeah, all the vomits.
And I remember saying that I wanted to struggle well when I was in the midst of like difficult times, and
yeah,
or I wanted to suffer well, is what I said. That's messed up.
That is. Damn.
Also, this thing in here, so this is like some this verse, this is kind of ammunition for gaslighting, and that's what it's used for, saying that like you might feel forsaken but you're not, you might feel crushed but you're not. So that's gaslighting, telling people that that their feelings are not based in reality. Sure, you feel that way. That's not what's happening.
Yeah. Or if you are crushed or, driven to despair or any of these things, well, then that just means you don't actually have God in your life. And again, you're doing something wrong. So it's all gaslighting and or victim blaming.
It's not Jesus' fault. You remember before when he made the comment about most people don't have a problem with Jesus, they have a problem with the people representing Jesus, something like that. I think that's another indication that this is not, what he's saying is not geared towards people who have a problem with Jesus. It's like Jesus said this thing, taught this thing, and the implication is blank, and like that's been harmful to that person, or they can see how it would be harmful to someone, and he's like just writing those people off. Like as soon as you start to have a problem with Jesus, you're a lost cause.
Yep.
That is not about saving people. That's about saving the idea of Christianity. But functionally, it's about saving the church that you're in, which is heinous shit, and that is cult shit. I mean, literally any religion thing is a cult, but
in some ways, yeah.
There's this, for some reason, there's this like this line that exists, but is arbitrary or something between like religion and cult, and between religious delusion and a connection with God, right? The religious delusion stuff is really just relationship with God turned up to 11. They're like, no, you've overshot. Like, now it's a problem. But it's really just everything else cranked up as high as the person could get it. And the people with the brain chemistry that is like atypical tend to be able to get the spiritual stuff cranked up as high as possible. Weird, isn't it?
Right. I know, right? But anyway, but yes. Okay, well now the chat's talking music, so I need to point this out. Yeah, Jars of Clay. Yeah, they were famous and bugged the crap out of me. But
mediocre as fuck. They excelled at mediocrity.
Yeah, but I did listen to Tourniquet. They were like my favorite band from like middle school all the way through high school. Like so much so, like I'm also a drummer. Like I haven't like played in a band in like years, but I actually named my drum set Ted after the drummer from Tourniquet, who like legit is like one of the best metal drummers ever. He unfortunately, I about to said fortunately, no, he very unfortunately actually passed away a couple years ago. Like while he was in the middle of working on a new album, which sucked, but
also kind of epic.
It was like this weird freakish like respiratory thing that like he was like having some struggles for like a few days, went to the hospital, and they basically told him, hey, you have this thing, you'll be dead in a month, and there's nothing we can do. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, to Ted.
I can't picture any of their songs in my ears, mind's eye, whatever.
Yeah,
but I do like the band logo. It's a good band logo.
Yes, Yeah, their most famous song was Acid Head. Started with one of the greatest lyrics ever. Johnny is a chemist's son, but Johnny is no more. What Johnny thought was H2O was H2SO4. Which is sulfuric acid, but which is also clear, like water. But yeah, hopefully, speaking of water, Aunt Jur, I hope that was water and not H2SO4 that you're drinking earlier.
A big glass of vodka.
Yep. Yes, the acoustic album. Yes, that was really good. And plus, but then the non-acoustic like news song they stuck on the end of it, trivializing the momentous, complicating the obvious, was fantastic. My all-time favorite song of theirs would probably have to be The Hand Trembler, though. Yeah, but favorite album has to be Pathogenic Ocular Dissonance. Just fucking classic. Anyway, man, I haven't listened to them in a while.
I can't speak to this.
I was gonna say I haven't listened to them in a while. I need to go back. Like I haven't listened to a lot of Christian music in a while, but there was a lot of good Christian metal. Like everyone always thinks Striper, which they were like, but and I know Kip will back me up on some of these at least. Like Believer, fucking amazing. Deliverance, Bride, even like in extreme metal, you had like death metal bands like Extol and Mortification, and even black metal like Horde, Crimson Moonlight, Ancestor. Man, I could go on, but
I have heard Mortification; they're pretty good.
Yeah, but. Anyway, all right. Oh yeah, we're watching a thing that we were already sidetracking ourselves on, but cool. I always love a good music sidetrack because that's one of my favorite special interests. So I also heard Not to China. Yes.
Hey, something just occurred to me along the same lines of the person doesn't determine whether they're safe or not for a certain community. This is kind of fucked up that Paul is talking about. We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, and perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken. Is this kind of is this like guilt theology? Where he's like, I didn't really crush them. I didn't really cause them. I didn't really drive them to despair. I didn't really persecute them. It's like, because, like spiritually they were fine.
Yes.
Also, is he the authority on like being driven? Can you imagine people like the Christians who were persecuted or died because of something he instigated, and then they hear him saying this? They're like, "Fuck you, man." I mean, I know you're born again and shit, but like, read the fucking room. You're still not allowed to talk about this.
Right. Real quick. He did a barrel roll.
Into the chat
box. You remind me of your father. It's from the video game. Anyway, but I mean, so there's the way that these verses are used, but then the way that Paul maybe initially intended it, but because I could see this as more of like an encouragement, like kind of like maybe similar to like the sentiment behind, well, we may have lost the battle, but we haven't lost the war, kind of thing. Like, okay, like this thing you're in right now sucks, but you're going to come through it because you're not completely defeated. And I don't know, maybe that's more what he was going for, but that's not how they're using it. There's like, no, just like you are, like, if you're a Christian, you just are not crushed. You are not driven to despair. You are not forsaken. Like none of this, like, no.
It's like, have you tried not feeling forsaken? Neat. No.
Yeah.
That sounds bad for me.
Speaking of bad for you, yes. Yeah, the way it is performed in that song, that is how Luke makes it sound. That whole album was just fucking weird anyway. But anyway.
Despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. Apostle Paul says, I have this great possession of the presence of God, of the very Spirit of God in my life, but it's inside of a jar of clay.
Look at that. He's got one.
What?
Oh my gosh, he's going to drive it home. I'm so excited.
So, but just to keep you in more suspense, like, I'm moving on to
Oh,
my
me too.
second drink for the evening. This is my non-alcoholic intermission. Again, with the Go Brewery Sunshine State Tropical IPA with mango and peach, but without the alcohol. I mostly love it for like the mango and peach flavors because it doesn't really taste that much like an IPA, but it's got like it's real mango and peach in there, so it's almost like it's like a more substantial, just like really good, like fruity soda. It still does have like some beer qualities to it, like with the hops and such. But
Is it like carbonated tea?
Almost, but I mean, it's just good.
I'm having what looks like a look. I poured that in gently.
Ooh.
It's a black IPA. This is from Grainworks, which is like northwestern Cincinnati, I think. Called Sunset. It's a black IPA. I've never had it before. It was in the $1.99 single beer cabinet at my local beer clown car. They've got like 900 different beers in that place. And it's only like 50 feet deep and like 25 feet across. This place.
Yeah, but it is. Yeah, it's like.
And they also have wine. It's not even just beer.
Yeah, it's like booze Narnia in there. You just like open the wardrobe. It's like, what the? Speaking of C.S. Lewis, but while we're on a little, is this what you're drinking tonight, Ember, or is this your...
Do it? I mean, but like, put some water in there. Don't.
Yeah, but
that's like the cinnamon challenge. Don't do that.
Yeah, but I got a jar of dirt. I'm just thinking of like Charlie Brown, like I got a rock, but yeah, oh man, he has the right props and everything. God must be real. Now, is he going to drop the jar of clay, or is a gin going to come out? The answer will shock you.
How do we know gin doesn't come out? They're not
true.
always visible.
Yeah, spirits are completely unfalsifiable, therefore real.
Also, weird how Satan in the desert behaved kind of like a gin when he tempted Jesus.
Indeed. But yeah, love mortification. Fun fact, I actually was a security at a mortification show.
That's hilarious.
It was.
Because Tommy is not a tall man.
No.
Or big in any regard.
Yeah.
That would sound like an insult. That's not what I meant.
Hey, first of all, you have no idea, thank goodness.
This is very true.
Yeah. But, I mean, I did read a thing about, like, apparently averages. All I'll say is slightly above averages. But anyway.
All right.
I could go into more detail, but only if people are curious. Anyway.
This is a really good beer.
Thanks for changing the subject. I was going not good places there. All right. But speaking of in other ways how not big I am just curious.
Great bathroom
for people. Yes. Oh yeah.
That sounds like a story.
Well, you were there, maybe because how
sober was I? How much was I there?
Well, Well, just because of someone else we were with.
Settle down, Matt. What?
Unfortunately, in Cincinnati and like many other places, people care too much about what bathroom some people use. So I have offered to run security for certain friends.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, it's one of the things that it's my honor to do, but also sucks that.
Well, that's an interesting thing. That's the kind of thing that's coming out of Minneapolis. Like people who aren't from there, who have gone up there and like been around. It's just like this. It's like networked humanity, and people just caring for each other, and not in a specifically religious way, and like they just they describe it as beautiful. And are kind of overcome emotionally. And it strikes me as a kind of genuine experience of beauty that I didn't really see Christians have. Like even the ones who were like categorized as like super close to God, and like these people had seen a beautiful thing, like, and yeah, no story around it. Like, not saying it was this kind of this being that did a thing. It was just like the experience of being there. So yeah, Cincinnati's not awesome for certain things at all.
Yeah.
But we have a history with the Underground Railroad and shit.
Yeah.
Like
Cincinnati, at least we're not the South.
No, like
Kind of.
we kind of squeeze the humanity out of ourselves. Like Minneapolis is getting pressed real hard, and just like an awesome, beautiful kind of humanity is being squeezed out of it. And yeah, we do that to ourselves here in Cincinnati. We're self-sustaining that way.
Pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps in the worst ways possible.
The menopause rag is real. I didn't see the lead into that. That's weird.
I'm not even there yet. But
so you said rage. I misread that. It's not weird.
Yeah. I was hey, and old Ember found us again. Good that you can still see things. All right. But yeah, so apparently old coffee close to a jar of dirt. Now, Aunt Jer, same thing happened to me when I was a kid. Thought I had a pet worm for a few days. Yeah, but it was just a jar of dirt. But anyway, back to what I was trying to say a while ago. Speaking of going back to the whole like me running security and not being large, I am just curious. Like, if anyone wants to guess in the chat, like, how tall do people think I am? I'm always curious to hear that from people who don't actually know me in real life. So Emily, don't spoil it.
How tall is a troll? A little taller.
So yeah, if people have guesses on how tall they think I am, I would love to.
Wait, are you taller than Bavino?
I have no idea. How tall is Bavino?
He's like 5'2" or some shit. 5'2", 5'3". My ex-wife was that height.
I am taller than that, but
one of the best descriptions of him I've seen is actually several. He has resting illiterate face. Another one is he looks like a Nazi lesbian grandma. And then another one of him walking, and it's like, here's Greg Bavino getting off his shift at the chocolate factory. And I was like, oh my
that's
God.
Wonderful.
In the picture they chose for resting illiterate face looked like Cletus from The Simpsons. He was in mid-sentence.
Man, we're actually getting guesses here. So, like, Emily, I said don't spoil it.
And bulletproof.
Yeah, Fox nailed it. So I love. All right, so we have some. This is true. All right, so we have some descending guesses here. 5'9", almost. 5'8", closer. I don't know what that means. Yeah. So.
We're genetically predisposed to be unable to do conversions in our head.
Yeah. I am taller than Aunt Jer's dad. But yes, here's the thing. If we were meant to use the metric system, we would have 10 fingers. So miss me with that shit.
Yeah. I don't.
America. All right.
Pavino is adorably evil.
All right. So if we don't have any more guesses, you were getting there. Like Aunt Jer said 5'9", Fox said 5'8", and the real answer is 5'7". So
wait, I've got one more insult for Bavino. I saw.
Okay.
Who looks
always
like
time for that.
A testicle shaved before surgery. If you look at his haircut, it's exactly that. It just looks like a one nut ball sack up there. Prepped for surgery. And then when he smiles, he's just got like scrotum skin on his face. It looks like I will body shame that asshole. I mean, this is what body shaming was created for.
Yeah, see, it's like, ooh. So does that mean you're my height now? If you shrank a little bit?
Yeah, you get older, you shrink, your discs like dehydrate and shit.
Yeah, twinsies. All right, so if you'll recall,
I'm only a few inches taller. I'm 5'10" on an awesome day.
Yeah. See, now when I was little, the doctors told me I was going to be 5'10", and I was super excited. But then,
then the Scottish got to you.
Yeah, and then there's my 14-year-old son who's almost 6 feet tall now, and
it's all them vitamins and shit that's in stuff now. Like my son's probably like Owen's probably gonna be taller than me, and he's on the short side.
Yeah, but my son, he like ever since he had his growth spurt, he loves to like give me periodic updates on what the top of my head looks like. Which
that's kind.
Yeah, that's my boy. All right, so if you remember, we now join a Brian doing a dumb illustration in progress.
Hey, wait, the pec shot has a reason this time. It's got a prop.
That's right. It's all been coming to this. Finally, the culmination. So, pecs in search of a pot.
Wait, is there a chesticle camera? Because like this shot is lower than like the.
No, yes, and they've been using this, and I don't think Paco got his pec shot.
Oh,
racists.
Yeah, racists. Don't look at the brown too close.
Yeah.
We're jars of clay. Some of our jars look nicer than other jars. Some of our jars are dressed up better than other jars. But all of us are in a vessel that's very fragile and very flawed. Kind of crazy that inside of this vessel of Brian's home, God deposits the truth of Jesus. That inside this vessel and inside of your vessel, if you received him, God deposits.
You mean like holy ejaculation to impregnate you with the Spirit? But you must submit first. Super fucking gross.
Yep. So that's why Jesus made wine, because he loves grape.
Oh.
Yep.
Womp womp.
I just came up with that. That's fucking good. Brilliant. Yeah. It's good.
Good and twisted.
All right. But speaking of good, here's a not that.
Okay.
Holy Spirit of God. We are vessels that have amazing truth, and yet they're just that was supposed to break, actually. And yet let's
which again, to me, this like confirms, because one of the things I've been saying throughout this whole series about how bad so many of these are and how many moments they have like that where it's like, did you not do another take? It's like, I think this was all just like one take. This totally feels like this was something that they just had to slap together real quick. It's like, oh no, people are deconstructing. We got to do something quick. Throw this bullshit out there. Like, oh, that was a bad take. No time. Keep going.
Did he think they bought clay jars made for breaking? Like, a clay jar will probably survive every time a drop from that height, unless you like put some oomph behind it.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll get to that, but let's just see that again. But because this turns into, I think, a wonderful metaphor for like opposite of the point he's trying to make, but it works so beautifully. But let's see.
That was supposed to break, actually. And yet, let's try this one here. And yet, I'll help this one. And yet, we're just vessels. That's all we are.
Also, why was the one that didn't break louder than the one that did break? You notice? Like,
I think it's
a weird thing.
I think that it's supposed to spike the mic.
That could be, yeah.
And they're like, that just sounds like shit. Even if we turn it down, it sounds like garbage. It sounds like we have cheap mics.
Yeah, that could be. But yeah, so they put some effort into it there.
Did they want to make him look strong? Like he threw it down so hard it like broke the sound barrier. But then to be louder, I know, with the boom and all. But
yeah.
We're entities that are going to break because we're flawed. Now compare our.
That struck me as funny. I was like deep in thought. We're entities that are going to break.
Unless they don't like that one. But yeah.
Compare our fragility, if you will, with actually the rock of Jesus. The book of Matthew, chapter 21.
All right. So that rock so I don't think this was part of his metaphor, like as he was breaking the jars on Jesus, which is like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
The metaphor ate itself.
What's that?
The metaphor ate itself.
Yeah. Because here's the thing, like, because it's supposed to be like a lot of what he's talking about is like our fragility and specifically like our propensity towards like skepticism and wanting to like poke and prod and deconstruct and doubt all the things. Like that's part of our fragility. But if our fragility is supposed to break against the rock that is Jesus, including our skepticism and our doubts, so like, oh, when we come up to Jesus, all that gets destroyed and we see him as our foundation.
And then
but
God
when he
smashes us again.
but when he just dropped the pot, like it didn't break. So that's like, okay, when people do actually like poke and prod and have our doubts and deconstructions and skepticisms, like, and fully examine it, like, yeah, we do come out on the other side, contrary to what he would have you think, fully intact. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of stuff may suck along the way, but we still come out on the other side, still us, if anything, more us than we ever were before. But Brian, like, no, that never happened. So in order to get that happen, he literally has to force it. Like, that is the metaphor he just demonstrated to us. Like, this only works the way he says it works if he makes it do that. Because when it just happens on its own, it's not at all the way he describes. It's like, I gotta make you break. It's like,
that's perfect visual metaphor. It's way better than the one he was trying to make. And he made both.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. Does he realize he's standing next to a broken rock? Yeah. That's some
well, yeah, there's broken
so
rocks
God will
later.
destroy. Yeah, so God will destroy us. He's really not selling this Christianity thing.
I don't. Yeah,
True. Yes, but yes, for this,
you're
for this
thinking too hard about it.
You're gonna break if you think too hard. So for this metaphor, my vessel only breaks when a Christian intentionally applies force to break me. Yes, exactly.
And that's how you know you need to be saved.
From the breaking he will do. Hey, and the real Melly is here. Like, what have you missed? Oh heavens.
Well, if you were here last week, I don't remember, but if you were, picture what would follow after that. But then remove anything that sounds like a good point at all, and anything that sounds like not blaming the victim.
Right.
That's where we are.
Yeah, I think crucially he opened this sermon by saying his definition of deconstruction is letting doubt and the doubters destroy your faith. That's deconstructing to this guy. It's like, and having skepticism and trying to poke holes in things, like that's just a wrong approach for things. Like, you shouldn't actually care what's true. You should just accept that Jesus and Christianity is true and just build from there. But stop poking holes and finding problems with everything. Jeez, what's wrong with you? All right, but since Melly just arrived, I think we'll go back and just watch this horrible, what ended up being kind of a horrible metaphor for his purposes, but for ours was actually pretty awesome. But like, we're these fragile jars and there's this rock that is Jesus, and like we shatter, except, or do we? Let's see that again.
Fragile and very flawed. Kind of crazy. The inside of this vessel, so if you received him, God deposits the very Holy Spirit of God. We are vessels that have amazing truth, and yet they're just they're supposed to break, actually. And yet, let's try this one here. And yet, I'll help this one. And yet, we're just vessels. That's all we are. We're entities.
See, basically, in order for him to make his point, he has to force it. So
yeah,
that's so appropriate.
We're so fragile, he needs to break us.
Yes, with Jesus.
Yes.
See, here's the thing. Like, Jesus won't actually break us on his own. Brian's got to force it. So yes, poking
Yeah,
holes
you
in
need an
things. Just
evangelical
being,
pastor
Mhm.
to tell you how good God's love is by telling you how terrible you are. Wait, is that a sign that God isn't actually all that great, that you have to be cut down in order for him to look better?
Yeah, sounds like God maybe has a Napoleon complex or something.
Yeah. Well, in the Old Testament, he
Ew.
does sound like a tiny man.
That's true.
He was in his Bovino era.
Yeah, that's why he had all the prophets describe him with just like the most enormous song ever that just fills the temple.
If you close your eyes, his voice sounds like a lesbian grandma who smokes. Like, no offense against lesbian grandmas at all. He's making you look bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And unfortunately, this is pretty much it too. So,
Yeah, because that's how you know the love is happening.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We only hurt the ones we love, and we only hurt the ones we love.
But God still hurts the ones that love him. He hurts everyone. Still hurts us too, but if you're Christian. But then but now you get to think it's good for you. Cool. You know what? Epstein did the same thing. That's exactly what they did. And that letter about or that comment he made about somebody reaching their full potential. Full potential was you moved from the basement torture room to the upstairs where your brainwashing was complete, and now you just put your whole identity in whatever they wanted from you.
Yeah. Anyway, so I can't tell if Emily's talking about Bovino or Brian here. But
ooh, both, honestly. In flannel, both.
Says the man in flannel. So.
Yeah, that's a lesbian grandma haircut.
The
haircut that says, I will kick the army's
because
ass.
We're flawed.
What's that?
On a lesbian, that haircut says, I will kick the army's ass. Try me.
Yep. Okay, both. Yes. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Emily. Also, before you leave and before I forget, I'll let you know about this weekend. Me and Matt still want to hang out because I had a birthday recently and I need to drink about it. So
now compare our fragility, if you will, with actually the rock of Jesus. The book of Matthew, chapter 21, verse 42. Jesus said to them, have you never read in the scriptures, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This was the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. So Jesus contrasts himself with myself, with yourself. He is the cornerstone. He's the foundation stone. It's solid. It doesn't move. It doesn't budge. You can't break it. Whereas I and you are merely vessels of clay.
Only if the church breaks me, though. So
now, keep in mind, the reason why this is on a black piece of fabric is probably because it's one of the styrofoam stage rocks that are on the stage. And I would assume they're renting it from somewhere, or it does not belong to them. And so they're protecting it. So they've got this super solid rock of Jesus that's also been broken, and it's on top of this styrofoam rock. It's a really strong foundation. Just don't think about it too deeply or look too deeply.
Right, or I will throw you so hard. Yes, the angel music. Now, unfortunately, the music does not get as hilarious as it did last week.
No,
but yeah, that was just beautiful. Like I said, depending on how quickly we get through this, we might have to revisit.
But at one point there, where they do a little self-marketing or something, it does really appear like somebody fell asleep on the volume slider.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that?
Oh, yes. When
background
Josh
music
is trying to,
just overtakes the
we'll
spoken word.
Yeah, we'll get to that. It's pretty hilarious as well in a different way, but yeah.
When Jesus says he's a cornerstone, he's not just saying that he's hard, he's stable, he's not going to crack. What he's also saying is, upon me will be built a movement that will be going in the right direction. And you, if you want your life to go in the right direction, to go higher and higher, you and I should build our lives on him, on Jesus. And when we don't have our lives built on him, we should deconstruct anything in our life that isn't built on Christ alone.
But how would you know what's built on Christ alone or not unless you deconstruct to see? You got to dig down further. Even in this example later, you got to dig a little deeper to make sure the foundation is good.
Right. Yeah. And also, how do you know that Jesus is a good, solid foundation? Because he told you he is?
Cool.
Like, okay. Okay. Like,
well, I say he's not. Who are you going to believe?
Yeah. Which, again, like, I feel this is a theory I would love to test further and like get more feedback on. But I feel like pretty much any claim about God or Jesus in any sort of like theological sense, like you could like argue it and debate it and like make all your points, but I feel like I could rebut pretty much any of it with just nuh-uh. Because all of these claims have been made to be so unfalsifiable and so nebulous, and so you just gotta take it on faith.
It's
like
not unfalsifiable.
Yeah, so, but they're like, well, you just gotta take it on faith. Well, so then I can just say, well, okay, well, I don't have faith. In other words, nuh-uh.
And all good and pleasant things come from the Lord God, whatever. And if faith is good and pleasant, what am I supposed to just like create it? You know, like it sounds like we should wait for it.
Yeah. Deconstruct
Ask for
your
it,
life,
wait.
not the Bible. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So let me know if anyone else like agrees with that, or if you can think of any counter examples or some good supporting examples. Just any like apologetic or claim about God, you can just respond, nuh-uh. And your point is just as valid as theirs, or just as substantiated as theirs. All right. So
misinterpretations. Last week, it also seemed like he was indicating that like we should deconstruct ourselves if it doesn't match the theology.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right here. I mean,
super harmful.
Yeah, I mean, break your jar on Jesus or whatever the fuck it was we just saw. Yeah. All right. So
what are we supposed to like say? Break me, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, just like the dude had to break that horse on stage. It's like, yeah, that's literally what they're saying in multiple ways.
The abuse and porn metaphors just never go away.
Yeah.
Like the whole man camp thing we went to totally sounds like a gay retreat.
No, yeah. The more we talk about it, it's like, yeah, that.
And what's one of the big takeaways from like so many of the guys there is that they learned how to accept the love of a man. Right?
Exactly. Now I'm assuming this is Kip's contribution to the like how to respond to claims about God and apologetics. Like you could say nuh-uh, or you could say your mom, like the real Melly, or you can just respond chili dogs. That is also as valid as any apologetic.
Who doesn't like a chili dog? Yeah. Anybody who doesn't like a chili dog is suspect, I think. They better have a good explanation. Like they're a vegetarian. They think meat is gross. That's one. Another one is my taste buds are weird and I can't taste things the same as another person. Like, or
for me, like I don't hate chili dogs, but I'm not super into them. But for me, it's more just a texture thing. Because
what the Skyline ones? Because our local chili, if people don't know, is more like
it's a meat sauce.
Yeah, it's a sauce.
It's apparently it's Greek style chili. I mean, it's good, but just don't think like what you usually think of as chili. Like
not at all. But it's still like good.
Yeah. Here, like we put it on spaghetti and hot dogs, but
because spaghetti, because grease.
Yeah, you're not godly enough until you've been broken completely. Yep, because you're sinful, so you got to break all the you, so there's room for just the Jesus.
Right, but then strangely, what's happening when you're becoming more like your picture of Jesus or your picture of God? Like you're chipping away at yourself to become your godlike idealized self. So no, you're not.
Yay.
You're just becoming a more powerful, abusive you.
Yeah. Also, another point I forgot to bring up when he was talking about like how fragile we are. Like, well, who made us this way? Like, who made us so fragile?
Yeah.
Like,
also, any flaws in those jars aren't the jar's fault.
nope. But hey, I just want just real quick, just as to kind of wrap up that stupid metaphor. Let's see.
Look, the quote is coming into focus.
Yeah.
With yourself. He is the cornerstone.
Go back far enough. I'm trying to go back to where the jar didn't break.
Clunk thud.
Yeah, if it lets me. All right. So my message to everyone
Inside this vessel, inside of your vessel, if you received him, God deposits the very Holy Spirit of God. We are vessels that have amazing truth, and yet they're just.
So here's what I want. Like, that's my take. If people just take away one thing from tonight, I want it to be this: be that jar.
Yep.
Be that jar. I understand, like, me just showing that was hilarious, but I'm trying to make a serious point here as well, and I realize I maybe flubbed that, but because it's also hilarious. But serious point: be that jar.
Yeah, be the jar that doesn't submit to Brian.
Yes, don't let Jesus break you. Don't let the church break you. Don't let this asshole break you. Be that jar. So, all right. Now, where were we?
Deconstruct anything in our life that isn't built on Christ alone.
All right, there was something.
Sandwich's comment is good.
Yeah, but damn, yeah. So, chili dog, that is a rebuttal. Yeah, God wasn't powerful or competent enough to craft the chili dog. Damn straight. Oh, but if we're made in God's image, God is also fragile. So,
but you're also not fragile spiritually, or something.
Yeah, which also, way to go, way to be,
yeah,
Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fragile.
My daughter, like,
or for the birds.
Yeah, like my daughter, like just the other day, like shoveled my entire driveway, like that, over a foot of snow. And also, like, my driveway is one of those. It's like a basement level, so it's got like the retaining walls on each side. So it wasn't just a matter. Yeah, so she had to like push all the snow up to the front of the driveway and then like dump it into the yard, and like she was at that for a good long time, but she wanted to do it all by herself. I was like, not gonna complain. I'm like, she's a woman, not a Fabergé egg. So,
yep.
All right. Yeah. But yes, all the best stuff is human made. Salami sandwiches. Not
salami is so good. What's that weird soft salami?
I don't know. No.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't actually.
Like most salami is Genoa or something like that. No, Genoa salami is like it's like hard salami, but it's all soft.
Okay, I just got to show.
Jesus takes the mouse.
No, yeah, that we lead up to it. Not. Does the team not realize they could have done a second take? Yeah, again, that baffles me that they didn't for all this. Like,
they left it in for the sake of comedy,
editing software. But see, Jesus is their editor.
Yeah, they got to listen to the Spirit for what needs to go.
Jesus, take the mouse.
Jesus giggled when he saw that. He's like, "Ha, best laid plans, me."
Yeah. It's like, Brian, you got to throw him harder against me. Harder. Anyway. All right. So
man, Jesus loves abuse too. This whole thing is like just a cycle. It's like a turducken of abuse.
But speaking of not that, Flint and Steel. Welcome. Good to see you again.
You know what? Gen Z does not know what AO means. They don't know what that's a reference to. The millennials, kind of like half of them do.
Yeah.
What was his name? Star Search guy. He was also on the Late Show or Tonight Show. Tonight Show. Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like the creepy uncle sidekick.
Mm-hmm. You are correct, sir. One of Phil Hartman's greatest impressions. So, rest in peace.
Bible food is not great.
Yeah. All right.
Like, half of it would kill you anyway, so
yeah.
No sanitation and whatnot.
Right. All right. So I think they're giving us like the giving spiel a little early this time.
Ooh.
Quick interruption. I'm going to talk about giving for 30 seconds. Start the timer. Go.
All right. So
he's so coked out when it's sped up.
I know, but at normal speed, it's not. At normal speed, it's not much better.
No.
Okay, but if people remember for a couple weeks ago when Kyle did this and like he gave a Bible verse, which totally did not match with what he was saying.
That's his MO.
Yeah, it was basically because it was about giving, but it was saying how like when you give, like God gives back in return or something. But then he immediately after reading that verse said, it's not about giving and expecting something in return. It's even though the verse he's literally just said exactly that. So this time he's trying again.
That was like the smallest Ouroboros. Like even within that same sentence, it ate itself.
Yep.
No, that's a slight exaggeration.
Anyway,
it's us showing our disrespect to the material.
All right, so this time, so he totally failed with the scripture verse last week. We're like, okay, that was about giving, but it wasn't about giving in the way that you immediately afterwards said it was about giving. So this time he's going to try again, and let's see how he does with this Bible verse about giving. Maybe.
Thessalonians 5:18 says, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. So we believe that giving is more than just cutting a check, but it's actually a spiritual act.
That verse wasn't even about giving money.
I was too distracted by his lesbian haircut.
So let's hear that again.
30 seconds. Start the timer. Go. 1 Thessalonians 5:18 says, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. So we believe that giving is more than just cutting a check, but it's actually a spiritual act, and one of the best ways you can show your gratefulness to God.
Right? Damn, that hurt. A left turn hurt.
Well, I guess, Kyle, if you're going to get the verse wrong, just get it wronger.
No, that was literally disorienting. He does that all the fucking time. He did that so much during his little talk thing he did.
Yeah. But yeah, especially with this message, like I needed the giggle there. That was fucking awesome. All right.
He makes a fair amount.
A year in giving's a big.
By the way.
What's that?
He makes a fair amount. If he's the mentoree
of
the head pastor makes six figures, low six figures. That's one of the things. Sure, for the number of employees they have, that makes sense. For the number of volunteers that the church also manages, he could be underpaid, but still a church. Still feels weird for him to be making market rate for something.
Yeah. Especially, yeah. Anyway.
Big deal for a lot of nonprofits, and it is for us too. By the way, if you're someone who gives, thank you. This is only possible because of you. And if you want to jump in, if you want to try giving, we have options for you. Go to crossroads.net/giving.
So we have options for you. It's okay.
Oh, they also have like a rotating money back guarantee. Like if you give and then you don't see God show up if you don't see God show up in your life within the next month, you contact us back and get your money returned. But they also talk to you first, and they're like, "But have you tried this? Like, have you gotten plugged in here?" Like,
yeah, which Yeah, which I would love to get my money back, especially like, unfortunately, they didn't offer that for the I'm In campaign.
Of course not.
But like, because I think I've told you how much we gave for that.
Yeah, it was, I think, a little more than we gave, and I don't know how you did that. Because like we had more income coming in at the time.
Well, in a way that actually made sense and was actually financially responsible, and that we actually were able to handle well financially, we did not do that. So,
wait, what's so grifty about it? Is it the money back guarantee? Because
see, here's the thing. Like, that's the part I actually think is good, because I think if you're going to make the promise that if you give us money, God is going to bless you, I think it only makes sense to say, if he doesn't, then we give you your money back.
So I agree with that. The thing is, with when there's a money back guarantee on anything, very few people ask for their money back, even the ones that have had like a unsatisfactory time with whatever their money went towards. It's just human psychology. We tend to, because we spent the money, we tend to look for reasons why it was worth it. And so, they're offering a money back guarantee, but they also know, because of human psychology, the huge majority of people will not do that, even if they feel like they didn't get their money's worth. They'll try to convince themselves they did. Also, it kind of puts them in that category of like all the bullshit we saw on TV in the 80s and 90s, where, it was like the shake weight and shit, money back guarantee.
Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I'm just thinking, like, in a vacuum, like, apart from all that, just like on its face, just saying, hey, we're going to tell you to give us money, and if you give us money, this will happen to you. If it doesn't, we'll give you the money back. Like, I think just that on its own, like, that's solid. Like, they should be doing that all the time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, whether or not people actually do it, I think just on its own, I think all churches should be doing that, honestly.
I would love if somebody asked for their money back when they talk to, like, whoever they talk to try to get their money back, and the person's like, tell me about why you didn't. And like, oh, well, we have this group for that. And the person just went, nope, bullshit still.
Yeah, I did all the things. So, man, it's good to know that we'll do. So thank you, Kip. So. Oh, but maybe there's a hockey game. So
it's Canada. There's a hockey game somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
It is amazing how that is such a cultural thing in Canada.
Yep. Well, it is cold.
No, maybe it's like a community-driven thing. Shoresy. Yeah. If anybody's watched Letterkenny, the spinoff Shoresy is also very good, and weirdly has a lot more focus on community, even though it's about some mother banging dickhead hockey player.
All right, then.
Still funny.
All right. Man, I have to clear my throat a lot tonight. Apologies.
These guys started a Jesus crypto scheme.
For our 25th anniversary, we wanted to bless a number of our reach out partners locally.
Okay, so now they're jumping into this, which I'll skip a little bit because they're just going through. Okay, to their credit, like, yeah, a lot of stuff that like their money goes towards, and
it's not their money though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but there's another, in a very different way.
It's God's money.
Just entertaining music fail.
Yeah. Another
this
good
time.
One.
So, yeah, yes, hydrate with or hydrate or dihydrate. Yes. Yes. All right, but so let's listen to like what goes wrong with the music in this particular clip.
49,000 meals for the homeless in Greater Cincinnati. 1,500 more impoverished.
See, the first time I listened to this, I was already a little concerned because, like, Josh, you're speaking really quietly here, and like the music's real quiet too. Are they just trying to match? Like, this music's going to ramp up. So, Josh, I hope you're prepping for that, and so you're ready to like give it some more oomph on your end as well. So, all right, it's still quiet now. You got a chance. We can ramp it up. I believe in you, buddy.
Children fed for a year and assisted with education and spiritual development in places like South Africa, Nicaragua, and Haiti. Aftercare for more than 100 girls rescued from sex slavery in India and
that voice up.
hundreds of children freed from childhood
It's coming after
slavery
you.
in Haiti.
Let's get here.
It looks like additional investment in city, which allowed them to raise them more.
Oh, no, sorry, I was trying to get like because it gives him that chance, like where it drops out. It's like, all right, Josh, this is your last chance. You really gotta.
And by the way, I know we're making fun of a tedious, petty thing while they're talking about actual, like, sort of pretty good things that were happening for people in rough situations. We're not making light of that at all. I'm sure, almost definitely, these efforts did good things for these people's lives in these places.
Yes.
So we're not like
I've seen it like in my trips to India in particular. Like, yes, I mean, aside from again the part Brian talked about last week, we're like, why are we telling these girls to believe in themselves? Essentially, it's like,
sure, it could have been better,
yeah,
but definitely better than it was.
yes, oh, for sure. Like I said, but the work that the groups that Crossroads is partnered with over there, who are like actually doing the work, fucking amazing, like unbelievable stuff they're doing. Anyway, but let's see if Josh can like pick it up and like soar over the music. It's coming after you, buddy. But it's going to give you one more chance when it drops out. Let's see if you can pick it up.
It looks like additional investment in city, which allowed them to raise them and get more funds towards sustainable growth and partnerships. Through inviting thousands more people to engage.
Josh, where did you go?
It looks like additional disaster relief on dozens of families.
The music is taking over.
Ministry during and after incarceration.
Can anyone hear any of this?
Coaching resources for dozens of victims. Healing over dozens of infections into trapped ice processes. 25 million cars transportation.
What is happening? Josh, are you okay?
It's now subliminal.
Thousands of people on all of our sites are blessed by the church by increasing the resources for nonprofits in their local area. And we are just getting started. This is how.
And also, I just loved like when the music finally dies out and you can hear Josh again. He's just like all that, and he's like, "And we're just getting started." That's totally like a gag. Like you. So let's hear that again. Like that sounds like the kind of thing people do on purpose, where like intentionally like make someone inaudible and they'll come back, and that's just.
Thousands of people on all of our sites are blessed by the church by increasing the resources for nonprofits in their local area. And we are just getting started. This is how we run. Changing the world is a core part of who we are, and your generosity infuses hope and fuels life change. This is God.
Which also, did you also think it was weird, like how quickly they went through that whole like "this is God" thing, like how they like uncovered the word God, but then immediately covered it up again? Like that was just.
Generosity infuses hope and fuels life change. This is God.
I have a very
It's like the word God wasn't even fully visible yet before they cut off of it. But yeah,
By the way, for people who weren't part of the church, that guy fixing a car, they have a program called, well, I don't know if it's theirs anymore, but they've got this program called Wheels, where people donate old cars and then volunteers fix them up, and then they're donated to people who need cars to get to work, basically, which is very cool. There is a whole like prayer ceremony that happens when you're like they give the car to the person, where everybody stands around. I was there for one, being an atheist, because it was the free day where the volunteers could work on cars, and my father-in-law volunteers there, so we fixed my work vehicle there. But they're also donating a car to somebody that day, and everybody goes around, they put their hands on the car, and they like pray. Somebody says a thing, and you like, it's all like Jesus and Bible and God stuff, giving a car to someone, which I don't love. I'm just kind of like, why does there have to be a whole ceremony thing? Why can't you just say we did this because we think Jesus and God told us to? And I don't like the attempt at absorbing that person into your cult thing. But there's also no one else in town really doing this as a volunteer donation thing. So mixed feelings about the accomplishments.
Yeah. Also, Aunt Jer, appreciate you putting that wrench to good work. Good use already. Well, at least handing out warnings. So I'm just adjusting your moderatorship real quick because I think I put you at the wrong kind. I want to upgrade you. So
you gave the B team version.
Well, I think I was just trying to do it like really quickly and wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. So I was like, yeah. All right. So yeah, you've been upgraded. So enjoy. All right.
Yeah, the
So
volume in general of that little marketing clip was way higher than the rest of it.
Yeah, which again, Kip, like this, there's so many things about this series that just strike me as they were scared and wanted to get something out there quickly before all the people deconstruct everything. But also, no time to check it. Just get it out there.
It was like nobody even wanted to touch the material for very long or the editing for very long. It was like everybody who made this was scared of spending too much time thinking about any part of it.
Well, maybe it's because like Brian literally just like chastised us for finding problems with things. So it's like all the editors were afraid, like, oh, you're just going to find problems with the volume levels. Like that's all you're concerned about. You're just going to deconstruct this whole thing.
But that's literally what happens there. Like they have like I don't know, like an after whatever thing where they talk about what worked in the service, what didn't. They're always looking for failure and faults in what they're doing to perfect it. I was at my wife worked for them for a little bit, and we went to the company retreat at the property where the camps happen. And I can probably talk about this. I didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement about this. Attendance was falling or engagement was falling like during the services and after. And so he put that on the worship leader and like put it on him that he was responsible for numbers going up in that regard, indicating that it hadn't because he hadn't. And this was calling this was like calling staff members out, not just in front of staff, but in front of like staff spouses. Like Robbie stood up and there was like was encouraged, which also was like back kind of like a backhanded compliment or a backhanded commissioning.
Yeah, backhanded commissioning. There you go.
And Robbie seemed to be into it. At the time, I was still Christian. And I was kind of like, this seems off. Like this could have been an email, but now we've got group chastised encouragement. Neat,
see,
awesome.
Yeah, see, I don't know, Kip. I mean, I don't think we have them in metric.
Wait.
But...
so
hold on, I was doing a thing.
Oh, I stopped you doing a thing. I did it again.
Dodge wrench throws. That made me laugh. Thank you, Flint and Steel. So.
Dodge a wrench. You're fuck. I forgot the word. If you can dodge a wrench, you're a real biblical scholar. I wanted to show. So Emily asked, "Ooh, was it Robbie?" Yes, it was. And then she says, "I knew it." I'm curious why you knew it. Like, what happened? Like, did something change after that? Did worship get like more control-y? Now his kid is on stage. Nepotism for the Lord.
Oh yeah, just like one of Brian's kids is like been like on staff for a while as one of their head pastors. It's like,
yeah, Robbie has said on stage before, and I feel like I'm saying things I shouldn't share, but it was on stage publicly that has told his kids that he loves their mom more than them because Jesus and Bible, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing I've heard a lot of Christians say, like even outside of Crossroads. And honestly, like I may have actually said that to my kids at one point, which sucks. But I mean, obviously they know that's not the case anymore. But
yeah, somehow
that makes you seem even. I want to give you a wrench even less because that just sounds creepy. But
right. That sounds like you torture people.
Yeah, or multilingual because like lingual that means like tongue. Are you tonguing wrenches?
Or you're like a
Ultimately-
hitman, but you have all you have is like a holster for a wrench. That's creepy as fuck. Conceal carry a wrench.
You can conceal carry a ball. or something.
Resistance.
Yeah. All right. So I've moved on to my second real beer. So, but kind of keeping in the,
I'm about done with my
the
second.
first one was kind
real
of
beer.
the like Third Eye, Nirvana or Bust, kind of that kind of Eastern mysticism ish kind of thing loosely, but also beer I've just never had before. Black Raja Black IPA.
I have not had
Now,
that yet.
I have had like their main like
White
flagship
Raja?
beer, White Raja, which is just like one of the like most famous, iconic, awesome IPAs ever.
Also,
But
it
I've
doesn't
never
sound
had the
racist.
black one. So
I
maybe a
mean,
little.
because the British subdued and filled India, like the good Angelicans.
Yeah, well, now we're like bringing it back to black now. I don't know, but so is this? I should stop talking about that with this anyway. So let's see what it's actually like. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That was something. I can't place.
Yes, it was. Oh, was it good for you too?
I wait. Has anybody done beer tasting ASMR?
Hold on.
And it's not, and it's just that. Yeah, it's no, it's just what you do. Somebody needs to do sarcastic ASMR for a channel.
Involving farts and
Or
that like weird like gloopy putties.
Wait,
What's
go ahead.
that?
Go ahead.
That weird like gloopy putty stuff that you like poke your finger in and it sounds like farting.
What are you doing?
I'm explaining to
The
you. What I'm
goopy
doing.
putty. What is?
Do you have it's just like slime stuff that like you
Sure,
push it
see
in.
a doctor if you've got the goopy putty slime.
Okay, somebody must know what I'm talking about, but
Not yet.
it's this slime stuff that's in this like little plastic jar and like you like push it in and out and it makes farting sounds.
Oh yeah,
dude.
Didn't Nickelodeon Goop do that?
Yeah, see, now you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So
I don't remember a jar.
well, it came in a jar. It was plastic, but it was a little jar or tub.
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever you
like
might
it
call
came
it.
in like a dip tin
Yeah.
or something, didn't it? No,
No, there was-
you're right. It came
yeah.
in a little like medium-sized wheat jar thing.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of not medium jars.
Yeah. Indeed. All right. Well, there's more Brian, isn't there? God damn it. All right.
It's just kind of a bit of a difficult time for me right now. I've had two people close to me die. One of them brought me to Christ. His name is Denny. In high school, he brought me to Christ, and then he discipled me and
bet he
mentored
did.
me in understanding leadership.
Okay, also, like, so yeah, this is like, this sucks that he's talking about like these people he knows that.
Right, I just made fun of his
legit-
dead mentor.
But
It's the autism. I blame the autism.
oh, but hey,
Woo! Fantastic. Do you get employee discounts?
friends and family, perhaps. All right, so he's starting now. So he just came off of talking about how fragile we are. So now he's talking about this guy who was very close with, who died recently. No,
Maybe people
I'm
should
having-
stay away from you. From who? Well, chat's popping off. There's
yeah, but
wait, Emily does get friends and family discounts.
there's the important. Like screw what the rest of y'all are saying. I mean, I love you and thanks for the engagement, but this is the important part here. But okay, but so Brian's going from we're fragile, so now he's talking about people who he knew who died. But I'm like, other than just like making that connection and like a bunch of segues, like what is the actual point of what like he's going through right here? I missed it on the several times I watched, other than like it's a way to tie things together, but what's the reason of actually like talking about this?
Yeah,
but
I don't remember what's happening.
Yeah. So if anyone can tell, let me know. Maybe I'll give you a wrench too.
If you've ever been affected by my life at all, you're on Denny's downline. He's pretty impressive guy. And Denny was a jar of clay. Denny had problems. Denny had,
which again, like this happens a lot, like in this, not just this church, but this entire culture. It's like, even when you're talking about, oh, this guy died recently, it's like, you can't just say good things about him. You also have to say, oh, but he was a human and he was imperfect and he had all these flaws. Like, why?
Yeah, you got to make sure they don't sound better than Jesus.
He does.
No, apparently Denny was like a real dad to him. Brian's adopted. He had a like legal real dad, but apparently him and his real dad were nothing alike. And dude has some baggage about it. Explains a lot of stuff. Like not blaming him or saying bad on Brian for any of that.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. Yeah.
So it sounds like Denny was like a big brother or father figure he wishes he had. Also, it does sound a little like 80s gay.
There's that too. But yeah, that's downline.
Right?
Well, because that's another thing. Like Crossroads is big on like family tree type stuff, including when it comes to like discipleship. It's like, you're like, I'm a mentor, you're my mentee, and now you have to have a mentee and you got to mentor somebody. Like, it's all,
the
like,
Christian fraternity was the same
hierarchies
way.
And
the Christian fraternity that I was in and Tommy lived at the house during that. In
but
a black
member just lived in the house.
I think they let you move in so they could try to save you more.
Well, they failed miserably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was big there too. We had like a big brother in the fraternity, and like nearly every one of them flubbed it big time. Just weren't even very good friends with their little brother. Like it was, which is honestly very similar to my experience in the MASH stuff. I like somebody would like try to disciple you, sometimes without you asking.
Yes. It's like, congratulations for being discipled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, same deal.
All right. So yeah, so let me know if you can tell like the point of like why he's bringing Denny up and like why this part, like why especially particularly why he has to call him flawed and fragile. Like what does that have to do with any of this?
Anyway, so we got a few things. Matt Damon sad is hilarious. Why? Is he just too happy the rest of the time? And we're like, fuck you, be sad.
I love the energy. That's good.
So it excuses the abuse that eventually comes to light. They're talking about Brian's or Matt Damon's. It also explains why he is so weird about Lena, who is his daughter, who was also head pastor at a failed branch of Crossroads.
Yeah, well, but she got out before it failed, though. They gave it
right because of the nepotism.
She jumped ship, and then they gave it to the black guy, and then it failed. Well,
because woke evangelicals are gonna like sympathy hire their way out of that shit, right?
Yeah. Oh, and I don't want anyone to construe what I just said as, oh, it failed because they gave it to the black guy. I was more insinuating, oh, hey, it's going down. Lena, you want to go somewhere else? Here, black guy, you can have it.
Wait, which black guy?
Josh.
Oh, that sounded weird.
Not the Josh who was doing the VO, a different Josh. I can't remember his last name.
Where did he come from? He's not establishment material.
No, well, I know he was on staff. I just don't remember what his position was before that. But anyway, we're getting into things.
There were not many black people on staff. So when I say
but,
which black person, there really weren't that many.
Yeah, but now it's getting into things I don't really actually know anything about, and I don't want to.
True.
Belabor on that anymore.
Kind of speculating for
fun, but it's just funny. So anyway,
had quirks. Denny had hangups. Denny had.
See again, sorry we keep pausing, but remember, I want people to let me know if they can tell why. What's the point of him bringing up why Denny was so flawed? What does that have to do with anything?
As is with me, as with you, as was with anybody. He was a jar of clay, and yet he was able to bring people like me to the foundation of Jesus.
I guess
Denny, he hired me one summer to do a construction project. He wanted to build an addition onto his house. And
so he's going into a story now, but why did he need that part of it? Why couldn't he have just gone into the story?
I think we just watched Brian kind of metabolize the loss of his mentor into his life.
Yeah, which, okay, good for him. He's doing some external processing, if you can call this that, but
it's just strange that it's in a script and he did this because he felt like he needed to. There are other ways. Denny passed. The people in Brian's down line need to know about Denny because Brian is very attached to Denny, which is kind of touching. Also strange that it comes out in a product.
Yeah, there's that. No BS.
You can pretend he was.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, did Denny deconstruct? Yes and no. The story gets better, but not in the way that Brian wants it to get better. But yeah, works.
No, as Brian might say, Denny did not deconstruct. He was a real one. Quirks, hangups. Denny was gay. I know, a little bit of thorn in the side talk, isn't it?
All right.
Oh, Denny.
Figured out Brian. Denny also didn't like to pay people a lot of money. He wanted to cut corners financially whenever he could, which is a good idea. You should always try to be wise with your money. So he's like, well, why should I hire a contractor? I know Brian. He worked last summer in construction. I'll just have him do my addition. And so I ended up doing it. It was a larger addition than the actual house itself. And what was the payment terms? The payment terms were he gave me his motorcycle. It was a Honda Nighthawk 550. He gave me his old couch and love seat. And he gave me $500 a month spending money. That's what he gave me.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Just in this context, and I really don't want to disparage a good thing Brian felt like he had. Okay, but putting that aside, if you can, doesn't it sound like grooming? He gave me his motorcycle and his couch and his love seat and a $500 a month stipend. I mean, sounds really kind and loving, maybe. Also, sounds like somebody with money potentially grooming a male friend.
Right? And also this. Yeah, always do whatever you can to shortchange your work.
Wait, did you already talk about cutting corners? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's terrible. No, you don't do that. How does Brian say that when he worked in construction? It causes problems every time. Corners are there for a reason. Don't cut them.
Yeah, that was the problem apparently, but
right.
I think also, to be fair, that probably wasn't. That's probably not what he meant. He meant to just, as far as spending money,
trim the fat.
Yeah, just being more economical, more efficient with your money, not spending any more than you need to. But yeah, kept man.
I mean, doesn't not sound like it.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
What?
I had to get the guy with the backhoe to go into the side of his house and start digging down and scraping back the house.
I was like, always like, I'm all in. I had to get a guy with a backhoe. Yeah, you did. But anyway, all right. I don't know.
Wait, so
Right.
Brian's getting paid $500 to tell the guy with the backhoe what to do?
I mean, I'm assuming he's doing more work, but
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. So, but listen to what he's about to describe in the context of why deconstruction is bad and why you should not examine Christianity or the Bible or Jesus or the church or anything. Like, don't examine it too much. But so here's an example that Brian thinks is good in that context.
We were going to put the foundation, and I learned something that day. I learned why that original house had stucco on it, white stucco. Actually, the actual technical term is drive it. Why it had that wrapped around the house? It was because it was hiding the cracks that were riddled through the house. When we peeled away that dirt on the very bottom of the foundation where cinder blocks you could put your fist through, and those cracks continued up into the normal house. You just couldn't see it because it was built over with stucco. So the first problem I had to do was fix the foundation. The blocks themselves were just rested on dirt. They had no cornerstone. There was no concrete footer for it. So I had to go underneath that and dig it out section by section, underpin it, and put some foundation there.
So basically what you're telling me, Brian, is you were going into that house and you were just like poking all around and finding all the problems and being like super skeptical about its foundation.
Found the faults, yeah.
Yeah. And said like...
You found fistable faults.
Yeah.
I can put my fist right in there. Could you now?
I want someone to go through all these messages and do some kind of like jumbled supercut thing, because there has to be something there. I'm sure there's plenty of other things that he said that would be great to like. You put
the metaphors do write themselves, the real Melly.
Yes.
Yeah,
But yeah, I just could not get over how much time and energy he spent into saying how being skeptical and finding problems with things is the wrong way to go about life. But in his big example and like life lesson illustration thing, it's all about going in a thing and finding all the problems in its foundation and realizing, oh, this doesn't work. We're going to have to start over and like redo the whole thing. I thought that was bad, Brian. Like, why can you not just have faith in that foundation? It only seems like it's all cracked and crumbly because of you and your flawed logic, because you're a dirty human. But just have faith in that foundation, Brian. Come on.
You got all that good white stucco and all those cracks.
You got to fist it before you get to.
Was the house level when he got done fucking around with shit? I don't understand. If you've got cracks as big as a fist in a foundation, every time it fucking rains, you're getting muddy water in your basement. Mm-hmm. And digging that dirt away from the house, there's just gonna be like dirtless cavities around the outside of the house. Like,
yeah. So, but deconstructing and finding faults in things is bad.
I don't do that. He could have used that and said, like, we got to underpin these things. No, that is what he's doing, honestly.
Yeah.
It's amazing how their brains tell on themselves.
Yeah.
They're like, we got this thing that we can't reconcile. We got this cognitive dissonance happening. We can't just sit there. We got to talk about it somehow. So it comes out in like these weird metaphors that disprove what they're saying.
Yeah, but Melly with a good point here. Yeah, this feels like someone who is deconstructing wrote this script and fed it to him and read without thinking about the words. Yep. Yeah, he did.
I did get the. So there was one of the writers that was in MASH, one of the I don't know, word writers for the services, and my experience with him, like gut feeling, was he was conflicted. And we were talking to someone who was gay, mentioned they were gay in the prayer thing, and then we all just completely ignored they had said that, which was horribly invalidating, and I regret doing that completely. but that guy looked like he was completely conflicted with what to do in that situation, and he was like the elder prayer person, so we kind of followed his lead. So I would not be surprised if like some of the writers of these talks are working some shit out, and it's just kind of accidentally coming out in what they're writing.
Yeah, makes sense. But hey, that's all right. Flint and steel never change. Wouldn't want you any different.
Nah, mature people are boring.
Mm-hmm.
Mature people are basically like kids pretending to be grown-ups.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I remember there was this girl at my high school who like. It's not just that she wore a lot of makeup, because lots of people wear lots of makeup. It's fine, but it seemed like the look she was going for was like she was trying to look older, but the look she pulled off was she looked like an old woman trying to look younger, even though she actually was. But
That's impressive.
Yeah, it was. I marveled at it. Quite awesome. Just like,
yeah, don't stop. You're a walking deep thought.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
This is the way it is for us. We could look really good on the outside.
Oh.
Beautiful makeup, beautiful biceps, beautiful financial accounts.
What now?
Wonderful looking friends, wonderful looking whatever. We can look really, really good on the outside, but it can also just be stucco.
Talking about dudes. Specifically dudes.
Yeah. Which, again, like, that's what people are doing with Christianity, Brian. Like, they're taking a hard look at it and examining past like all the stuff that people like you are telling us is beautiful and wonderful. Like, we're actually examining it and not just taking your word for it.
Because you're broken.
And here's the thing.
You're a stupid flawed jar, Brian.
Yes. Why the biceps? But yeah. But here's the thing. This was in the like late 90s, early 2000s. Because I'm not,
you were
I'm
in
not quite as old as you.
Ohio.
Well, this high school was actually in Dayton.
Oh.
But close enough. It's basically Dayton is just Springfield with taller buildings. That's
Did Mark Twain make the comment about Ohio or Cincinnati? I forgot. Where's the world
Cincinnati.
ended?
Also, I'm not sure if it was actually Mark Twain because like
okay.
any like humorous quote from that entire time period is always attributed to him. I can't remember if that's when he actually said it.
Somebody said it, and it's perfect. When the world ends, he wants to be in Cincinnati because he'll give him a 10-year head start or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
pretty true. Like if the majority of Cincinnati gets woke, it's over for the right.
Right. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Brian, yeah. So what he's talking about here, like it's like, yeah, we we did all this, we examined Christianity, you know, like and looked beyond like the pretty face that people like you were trying to put on it. But here's the thing, when we did all of our examining and deconstructing, like we found flaws, we found cracks, we found gaping cavities that we could fist. Like we found the things.
We found the fistable cavities and found them wanting.
Yes. It's like you need some stucco, hard white tape. So and we just went after it.
Also,
and
what kind of
everyone...
magic? What kind of magic stucco was this? Like, you put stucco over cracks, it will still eventually show a crack. I don't.
Well, see, here's the secret. He likes his cracks.
Yeah.
So. But hey, it's all right. But yeah, so we went through all that process, like, you know, found the cavities, filled them in whatever manner seemed appropriate at the time. and everyone left satisfied. So it was a happy ending for all. But
$500 well spent. Sometimes I think about things like almost as I'm saying them.
It's like, yeah, I love that. Like, I'm almost thinking about it as I say it.
Yeah. I have
That's how that
not,
sounded.
but I have not wondered if it's a good idea to say. And I'm just like, that's a thought, and it's just like, blip.
No, and now it's words. So
Yeah.
that was
Sometimes
good though.
I'm hearing it for the first time, the same time you all are.
We're just
And
enjoying
I'm not
it together.
exaggerating.
Yeah.
It's the ADHD for the win.
Yep. Oh fuck yeah! It's a way of life, man.
No other
All right.
choice.
Covering the cracks of our hearts, the cracks of feeling like I'm unworthy, the cracks of depression, the cracks of the way we feel like we're failures and we're not measuring up, the cracks of performance of we have to keep doing and doing and doing or else believing that God doesn't love us and care for us instead of the foundation that Jesus has already done for us. He's already died on a cross for me. He's already performed for the Father, and I don't have to perform for the Father. But if I believe I have to perform for the Father, I'm going to be...
Yeah, go back to nuh-uh.
But also, he's talking about himself. Like, this is when he struggles with God. That's the picture he just painted. Like, knowing a little bit about him from being in like the medium to long range acquaintance zone
Yeah.
of his orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter
very tired, very weary.
how many
There's going to be
times.
cracks in my foundation because I'm not...
Sorry.
Doesn't really matter how many times he says things like, don't focus on me, I'm not perfect or whatever.
Mhm.
There still is very much an orbit, like a ripple around Brian.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not there anymore. But like we talk about Man Camp, and like it used to be, like you go to their website, and it was Man Camp with Brian Tome.
Oh, they removed it.
Yeah, I checked the website earlier today because I was thinking of like showing it during that. Don't pay attention to me. I'm like, oh yeah, but I guess to their credit, like I don't know why, but it doesn't say Man Camp with Brian Tome anymore. At least not on like the headline or anything.
I think it's because it didn't translate to more conversions. Conversions in the sales term.
Yeah,
like people check it out and then like put down money.
Yeah. Yeah, because that whole thing, like once they decided to like start using him like in marketing, like leveraging his name and everything, like because if you remember, like before that, they were very intentional about like not doing stuff like that because they didn't want it to be about like the people and the personalities. But then I remember there was a point. It was I don't know if you saw it, Matt, but it was for the people who were part of the I'm In campaign, you know, the whole like extra giving and everything, they would do like weekly videos, like just for us, like we'd get emailed. And it was in one of those videos.
Oh, the blue team? Is that what it was?
Same thing. But it wasn't the blue team, but yeah, it was the same thing. But
the I'm In people.
But it was in one of those videos where this guy was, I don't even remember who it was, but he was talking with Brian and he's like, yeah, we've decided, basically said, yeah, we're changing course on that. They didn't say we are changing course on this. I know we said this before, but he just said like, yeah, we're just going to start like using Brian's name and like really leveraging like his, you know, whatever. Like, I guess, and his credit, and like, cause Brian was there. So I guess to Brian's credit, like it totally did not seem like this was Brian's idea. Like he was going along with, he's like, yeah, sure. This is what they decided. It's like, whatever. But it was still just felt not good. But anyway,
on the cornerstone of the one who has done for me what I can't do for myself.
I mean, you
Jesus
could
was
die
a
on
Jew,
a cross.
And inside Judaism.
Oh yeah, lots of people have.
I mean, like too many to count, really. They like used them for light, didn't they? They put them on a cross and set them on fire to like light the streets and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what happens when you have lead pipes. No, seriously, like lead poisoning
for your water,
makes you more violent.
Yeah, yep.
Violent crime in the U.S. is declining at the same rate that people are removed from lead exposure in homes. Super awesome and cool. Like World War I and II could have been the lead. Although, no, World War II, not completely the lead because we're pulling it off. It's like World War III. We're like World War, not hold on. Civil War Part 2 or the Second American Revolution is kind of like World War II racist boogaloo. Like it's just cosplay.
So many options. Yeah.
It's like illiterate cosplay. We ain't read the books, but we thought the pictures were cool, so we're doing that.
Oh, Lordy.
Do for myself. Jesus was a Jew, and inside Judaism, some people would have called him a deconstructionist.
Here, you talk. I gotta call the boy down.
Is that true? Like, people who are familiar with Judaism, like, would Jesus be considered a deconstructionist, or is that just the kind of thing that is common in Judaism? Like, you might call it like midrash or something, like where they're constantly just like reevaluating their teachings, like constantly discussing things and looking at things different ways, reinterpreting, thinking, is this what it really is, or is it really this? Like, what do we actually believe? Like, but they might consider just Jesus a deconstructionist in Judaism.
They probably would, honestly.
I mean, one man's deconstructionist is another man's apocalyptic cult leader.
Sure.
But,
yeah.
you know, tomato.
It's all perspective.
Right. Tomato, patata.
Because he was challenging the status quo. But he wasn't deconstructing Judaism the way that some people are known to deconstruct Christianity, in that he wasn't just trying to tear something down, and he was offering solutions instead. He wasn't deconstructing Judaism, but he...
Right, because modern people...
Didn't he say Jesus was deconstructing this, and then he ends with, but he wasn't deconstructing?
Well, I think the way he put it was like, some people might say he was.
Oh.
So this is Brian, because he's actually about to get into this. This is basically Brian doing the, you have heard it said, but I tell you.
Also, a little bit of the
Jesus was not deconstructing.
A little bit of extra empathy happening here from Brian. Like, people see it this way. Well, that's right. Some people do see it that way.
No, but it's okay, because he's about to tell them they're wrong. So,
but he dipped his toe in empathy for a second. From the other's perspective, he was there for a second. Sure, it was only long enough to get something to run back out with and attack it, but
right. Is an apocalyptic carpenter a deconstructor?
Yeah. Also weird they called him a carpenter, and the region he came from didn't really have trees or wood, but did have a lot of rock, and he uses a lot of like masonry metaphors.
Yeah, which makes, I think Nazareth was actually historically known for like its stone quarries and stuff. So yeah, there is a thing, like a theory going on out there that Jesus may have, because I guess there's like the word in Greek, it doesn't necessarily mean carpenter, it just means like worker or works with your hands or something. But
yeah, like laborer.
Yeah, it's like, I don't really care, but it's interesting. But yes. Why is atheism not a solution? Yeah, because Brian's like, if you go to anything other than Christianity and anything other than Jesus, then it's just it's just all falling apart. So, yeah. So, God. So what was he? I want to hear that again.
Yeah, Jesus.
Down, and he wasn't.
Jesus did just like deconstruct a market.
Oh yeah. He deconstructed that bitch. All right.
He was offering solutions instead. He wasn't deconstructing Judaism, but he says some things that are very challenging, not just to them in the first century, but to us today. We're going to take a look at some of those things.
Ooh. New conspiracy theory just dropped.
Bum, 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 bum.
Illuminati confirmed. All right.
It's all true.
In
Yeah.
the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 17, here's what it says. Jesus says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I say to you, unless heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. The ancient Jewish scriptures are divided up into 3 sections: the law, the prophets, and the writings. The writings are the wisdom literature: Proverbs, Psalms, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon. Those books no one really has much of a problem with. They're pretty helpful, standard stuff that's really, really good.
No one has a problem with anything in like Psalms or Proverbs. You know, where like Proverbs like tries to tell you how to be a good woman. Or
to beat your kids.
Yeah, or where Psalms talks about like being happy about like dashing the little ones against the rocks. And like
no one in his orbit has a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I know this isn't like an actual like major point for the sermon, but just the fact that he said like, yeah, no one really has a problem with the rights, like, which again just shows like, dude, do you have any idea what the fuck you are talking about?
No.
God damn.
I got to see a sink about a horse. I'll be right back.
All right.
But we tend to have a real problem with the law, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Those things in there, does that really relate to me? Why does it say?
Oh yeah, like so yeah, with the law, like yeah. Genuinely, people do have a lot of problems with some of the stuff in the Pentateuch, you know, especially once it gets into like, you know, Numbers and Leviticus with the whole like slavery shit and how to conquest and enslave a people and for various purposes. But yeah,
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Those things in there, does that really relate to me? Why does it say things about, you know, scraping mildew off walls, or why does it say, or the prophet?
Yeah, Kip. Why does it say? Why do the law say? But with the one example that he did manage to spit out there about like scraping mildew, like again, like he is just hand waving away so many other legitimate problems people have with what's listed in there. Like, you know, like I just mentioned before, things like the slavery and the like human trafficking and women as property and like all that shit. They just like, oh, they're scraping mildew. Like, dude, are we going to like actually engage with this or not? But he's just like, oh no, it's just weird little things like that. Just hand wave it away. It's like, dude. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
How's the horse that's a sink?
Hey, it's still concrete.
Cool.
Super disturbing if it wasn't.
Which is
yeah. All right. So, were you listening in, or
no? I couldn't. I took my earbuds out, so I didn't hear anything.
All right. So, Brian's about to tell us about but here's the problems that people really do have with parts of the Old Testament.
Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Those things in there, does that really relate to me? Why does it say things about, you know, scraping mildew off walls, or why does it say, or the prophet?
I guess Matt really has a problem with the Pentateuch.
Shit. No,
your sound just got all wonky.
God damn it. Hold on, wrong button. Are we better now?
Sounds like it's just your laptop, Mike.
All right. Are we better now?
Yep.
Thanks for your stream.
All right. I know.
You do most things almost adequately.
Yes, a fantastic question. Yeah, what's wrong with fixing the parts of the house that are falling apart? Well, you see, if it's Jesus, it's not actually falling apart. So how dare you want to fix it? That's the problem.
The problem is
you just don't have enough faith.
Yeah, your perception of reality is off. That's not a crack. Shut up.
Yeah. See, see, the problem is you're actually perceiving reality, and that's no good.
No.
Yeah.
You got the Bible. The Bible is your lens on reality.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck new knowledge.
This very clear book that has one message to give you that's all the same, all the way through. And how dare you see it any differently?
Yeah, that's why it's.
Why does it say things about, you know, scraping mildew off walls, or why does it say, or the prophets.
I just saw that. Why does it say? Like,
Not
tell me
why
that,
does it say
Hebrew
beat your
scholars.
wives and shit?
Yeah,
The mildew.
but you get,
That's
like,
the problem.
that's what I was saying. He's like, yeah, like I was saying when you were going. That's the problem that people have. Like, oh, it's just weird because it's telling me about mildew and
No, scrape the
engage
mildew
with it,
off. That's good
Brian.
advice.
Yeah. Oh, good observation. It actually is. Like, I don't remember what happened, but he's talked about it on multiple occasions where he did like
It's hella crooked. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I said I can't remember how he did it, but yeah, he did fuck it up pretty bad at some point. But
He did some manly shit and then like didn't go to the doctor and it didn't splint it up or anything. It just like healed. Like, it's a good metaphor for a lot of things in Brian's life. I mean, that was mean. Who said that?
What? BS, was that you? Anyway.
By the way,
Which is,
third beer is too hard.
Jeremiah.
We got a bad pattern going where you hit play and I'm still talking. That sounds like a me problem, but my third beer is too hard at IPA again because I'm working through that case.
Nice.
7%er started with a 9.1, moved on to I think a reasonable 6 or some shit, and then back to 7.
All right, yeah. Split the difference. I like it. Smart. That cancels the other ones out though, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's like you've just been drinking water.
Isaiah, Malachi, Habakkuk, on and on and on. And Jesus says, look, don't think that I've come to eliminate those hard parts of the Bible. No. I'm not coming to eliminate those things. I'm not coming to deconstruct those things. I've come to fulfill those things.
See, that's why he didn't bring up like the actual shit in the Pentateuch that people have problems with, because he had to follow it up because Jesus actually does say,
oh, yeah.
I didn't come to abolish any of that. I'm cool with all of it. So he's like, oh, Jesus is fine with the weird laws about scrape and mildew and going, ugh.
Like what's the supersized Jesus version of the mildew law?
Yeah. Right. And he'll scrape the mildew out of your soul and
like burn your house down if it has mildew, because he just turns everything up that he's.
Oh yeah, he's about to get to that, but he's not deconstructing things.
So what you're saying is Jesus didn't come to abolish the law; he came to add to it. He came to embellish.
Yeah, he came to make it worse. Even though Paul says you're actually free from the law. And also, Jesus isn't religious. He's all about the relationship, not religion. But here he took the law and made it worse. Because relationship.
Flint and Steel, this Paul's face is hilarious. And he does look like he's hella nervous.
Yeah.
I think his Paul's faces are really telling. I feel like we're like seeing inside his emotional state sometimes.
Yeah, it's like maybe he actually is realizing by what he is saying when he says Jesus was totally cool with all the stuff in the law. He's like, because he knows what that means.
He's like, I mean,
yeah, that's why he just mentioned the weird mildew stuff. But yeah,
fulfill those things. I believe in it all. Jesus says all of it. I believe in it, and I'm going to fulfill it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'm going to enslave you all and scrape you all as mildew.
You can blame yourselves.
Yes, you may at any time.
Does in the Sermon on the Mount, he gives a bunch of things where he says, you've heard it said this, and he quotes the law, but I tell you this. And he'll say, you've heard this, and then he quotes the law and says, but I tell you this.
It's like he's having flashbacks of like lifting that jackhammer. It's like, ugh. Yeah,
picking it up, putting it down.
Mm-hmm. Are you picking up what he's putting down?
I don't know.
If so, like, if so, treatment may be available, but it's still possible to spread to others.
Compensation may be available.
Yes.
Where's my money back?
Mm-hmm. But remember, even while taking treatment, it is still possible to spread to others.
Is this an omni guarantee? Like, can we be like, in retrospect?
But yes, I mean, people like the past couple, like they've been complimenting me on like my pause game, but like I can't miss. Like
So I think when you pause it, you tend to pause it like in between words, and maybe that's like your editing brain happening, like on the fly. And
I definitely try to. Yeah, that's for sure.
So like these are the face, which is kind of an interesting way to observe people. Like these are the faces that it's the in between face. Yeah. Maybe it's the subconscious coming out,
or flashbacks to Nights with Denny.
That's the face of finding out Denny's a weak jar. Holy shit!
And he's like, I'm gonna need to fill those cracks.
This jar has a thorn in its side.
Thank you, BS. Like I said, it's Brian makes it easy for me, but I will take that compliment. So, but yeah, it's almost like Jesus wasn't the God of the Old Testament. What?
Yeah, super weird. The God of the Old Testament doesn't seem to be a character in the New Testament. It's kind of like a step closer to humanism, a bit.
Oh yeah, so again, like, what is this about? It's supposed to go somewhere. I don't think it's going where he thinks it's going.
Correct.
He thinks it's going anywhere else. So again, like, so does anyone know, like, what I asked about before with that whole, like, why he told that story about Denny the way he did, and like why he had to point out how cracked and flawed he was? And then it went into him maybe having some special Denny time. I don't know. Like, yeah. If anyone has any ideas.
Special Denny time. God, we're so disrespectful of his dead mentor. Is it an autism thing where you can separate like reality from just a portion of it and laugh at just the portion of it?
I mean, I know I can, but also, I mean, this was like 4 years ago.
Well, Denny's good and dead by now.
Yeah, he's good and decomposed and deconstructed and whatever. So
he's coffin dust now. My dad's dead too. Oh, we couldn't afford the hermetic sealed shit, so.
Yeah, that's why I'm
care anyway. We buried him in jeans and a long sleeve T-shirt that my sister got from her. I said like Warren County Sheriff's Department because she works at the county jail up there. And almost buried him in his USO hat, but I have that. We took it out of the coffin. It's coffin fresh. My mom was like, "Do you want to keep that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll keep that." No, so that tells you like where I came from. We buried my dad in something like he'd be comfortable in.
Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. All right. Well, I have no idea how to transition from that.
Yeah, that went places.
So tangents, one might say. All right.
Read some of those.
Okay.
And see, is he deconstructing his faith or is he doing something different?
Because that's the big thing about like when you're deconstructing Christianity, you got to make sure you do it the way Jesus did things. Yeah,
I just saw that. I'm starting to think this is a video of a man having a stroke.
Yeah. I had that up there earlier while you were telling stories about grave robbing your own dad. So,
well, he would have given it to me.
That was good. Was that?
He didn't have a will. We just took shit.
So is this part of the healing? Is that what this is?
Yeah. I gotta get his gun back from my mom. It's mine now. Figured, I don't know, in these times.
These are times. That is for sure.
These are some times.
Mm-hmm. Of all the times in the world, these are some of them.
So, there's a bunch of them. I'm just going to do a few of them. Let's take a look at 27. Matthew 5:27. Jesus says, "You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lustful intent has already committed adultery with her in his heart." You've heard that it was said. Where it was said? It was actually said in the Bible.
No!
But I say to you.
You mean
who said
the Jewish part? That wasn't in the Bible.
Yeah, but who said that?
Not
Like,
Jeebus.
Yeah, but it was God who said it, right? Ostensibly, like according to the Crimsbians,
Right.
in the Old Testament. And Jesus is also God.
Sure.
So basically, by Jesus saying, "You have heard it said, but I tell you," he's essentially saying, "I know I told you this before, but now I'm telling you."
He's giving us the lowdown.
Like, yeah. Yep.
Doesn't that sound? That does sound like a correction. I mean, it kind of is like an addition, but it sounds like Jesus was like, "Yeah, that shit was for beginners.
Yeah.
You're in my downline in this MLM." So,
or what I meant was, you see
Seriously.
what happened was.
yeah, that would have been better. And I mean, if he wants to like kind of like live off the whole "he's God" shit, then wouldn't he say like, "But what I meant was," instead of "but I say," because that can be interpreted as he's a dude with all the answers versus God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pick a lane, Jesus.
But also to be fair, Jesus probably didn't actually think he was God. That was a later interpolation.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, following line should be, so you might as well go all in. And we'll get to this because I
Seriously.
Because when I was listening to this earlier, something occurred to me. So like when he gets to it, I want to put this out there because I haven't heard this talked about before. This may be a new thing, but all right.
I say to you, you think you'd almost say to you, but I say to you, it's okay to have an adulterous affair. Or I say,
why would we think Jesus would say that? Like, what was the point of that?
I was thinking about something else. Let me get interested again.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
but I say to you, you think you'd almost say to you, but I say to you, it's okay to have an adulterous affair. Or I
Because that's what deconstruction is? Is that what he's trying to get at? If
Apparently,
he was deconstructing, he would say, "Fucking do it, man." Like, no.
Yep.
No, like, even the deconstructed people call those people assholes. Like,
Mm-hmm. But yes, it's a great way to
What
get
the
people to
short
cheat.
circuit? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a great way to get people to cheat since they basically already cheated by ogling someone. So why not do the fun bit too? I mean, that's also saying, well, if you hate someone, you might as well off them.
Why not do the crime if you've already done it in your head?
Yeah. But for real, maybe God should have just said all this shit the first time.
Well, that was an old covenant for a different time because we're like little soft racist about Jewish people. They couldn't handle the full truth because they weren't white enough.
Right.
Algorithm, don't hear me that way.
Jeez.
say to you, it's okay. No, he said, instead, I say to you, it's not just about the adultery, it's about your mind. It's about your eyes. Are you looking at somebody with lustful intention, lustful thoughts, having fantasies about them, nurturing that, spending energy on that?
What is lustful intention? Looking with intent to lust?
Yeah, like, I intend to lust after you. Just give me a minute.
I'm looking, nothing to lust at now. No,
Like, hold on. It's like, almost there.
I'm hunting for
Almost-
not worthy. It's creepy.
I'm sorry if that was super creepy. But all right.
Modern white people can't handle
so,
full truths.
You're objective.
Yeah. I mean, in our defense, nobody should say that about white people in a conversation about racism.
And so you did.
Yeah.
So.
But we didn't know we had stupefied ourselves. Okay, some of us did. Some of us were like, yeah, we're super racist and we know it. And then other people were like, I don't know, I'm racist. But we also didn't believe black people when they told us we were. So that becomes on us at a point.
Oh, for sure. For sure. In our defense. Exactly. All right. So let's.
In our defense, here's money. That's usually how it goes.
All right, but let's let Brian get to the point that I want to make.
Defying that person, and you're hurting God because that's his child. And you're spending energy on a sexual fantasy that's not helpful, and you can't build your life on the cornerstone and have it go someplace that way. That's one example he does. You said this, but I say that. In other words,
I remember this the first time I saw this, and I was like, ooh, the person being objectified is not a partner in this example. Like objectifying someone else, it's about you and it's about God, not about the devaluing of that person in any way.
Yeah, but if it is about that devaluing that person, it's only because of God, and because that person is only special because of God.
But don't lust after the special because God. Now, like, keep in mind, like, on a biological level, like, if you are attracted to someone, like, or a certain kind of people, like, it'll just happen. Like, your brain just does a thing and it spikes. It's just like sees a thing, sees the stimuli, does a thing. So, like, it can't be stopped. Like, sure, it can be, you can dissociate so hardcore from like when that happens that it only happens to your subconscious when it happens. That's super unhealthy. Mm-hmm. But really all this bakes in is guilt, like dissociation and guilt. Mm-hmm. Like you can't stop it. The best you can do if you're aware of it is feel guilty about it.
So that's why Kip is still watching. Anyway.
He says lust is both fun and enjoyable. It can be very useful. Sure.
I mean, that's why we're all here, right? So,
but choose your purpose.
Right. Oh, yeah, for sure. Just thinking of the jerk. My special purpose.
Like, at best, the lust is good for both of you.
Yes. It must be good for everyone involved, or it is not good.
When the lusting costs somebody else something that they didn't choose to give up, don't. Or, no, don't. Oh, God damn it, the Christian programming. Just realize what's happening and that you'd prefer to act on something different. Like, you can't change your reaction necessarily, but you can change what you do with it.
Yes, there you go. Mm-hmm.
He takes it and he amps it up. When I hear people deconstructing today, they all...
All right, so real quick point. Okay, so talking about like lusting after people and how that's equivalent to adultery. But if you also remember last week when he was talking about divorce and how the Bible only says you can divorce because of like infidelity, so like adultery, basically. Well, first of all, never mind that like adultery is only discussed in terms of basically treating the woman as property, and like, but
if your property taints itself.
Right. So they're saying like you can only divorce if like because of adultery, but if looking lustfully is the same as adultery, does that mean you can divorce if your spouse just looks at someone lustfully? Is that biblical grounds for divorce? Because it seems like it should be logically.
Well, Tommy, you're thinking about it too deeply.
But I mean,
take it at face value and then wonder at the rest.
but at face value, it's to me, it seems like that's grounds for divorce.
Well, that sounds like you problem. Maybe have you tried not being autistic?
Yes, unfortunately.
That's a super harmful thing to say to people.
Yes.
The normies tend to say it in a different way, but that's how people hear it. And a lot of them don't care when you tell them that's how you hear it.
Yep. Yeah. But yes, when I people deconstructing today, yeah, you can just hear them deconstructing. It's so audible.
Well, just because people can hear you thinking doesn't mean you can hear everybody else.
All right.
In other words, he takes it and he amps it up. When I hear people deconstructing today,
Yes, Matt.
Just because you thinking it sounds like throwing a lunch meat against a rock doesn't mean. Especially where my brain went, and I was like, "That's not even funny." So I laughed at it because it wasn't very funny.
Wow. You're looking at all the cracks when you should just slap some caulk and stucco over them, right?
Wait.
Use your fist.
That's how you find the cracks. Hear this. My aunt did that. A woman picked a piece of lint off my uncle's shirt. My aunt said he looked at her with a lust. Okay. That's a lot. It kind of sounds like your aunt was like, that's something I do. But then blamed her husband that this woman did a thing that sure seems a little too familiar. Like generally you don't touch somebody else's fabric they're wearing to do a thing. Well, hold on. Some neurodivergent people who don't understand personal bubbles do that.
Right.
That is something Sadie would have done with me.
Mm-hmm.
However, I was into Sadie in the beginning. But then we were just friends. And she still called me Maddie and would have picked lint off my shirt. Probably
no one knows who we're talking about, but that's okay.
Probably could have done her. That's not true at all. But it was funny to say. And I know chauvinistic it sounds to say done her, which is why I did it. Because I'm not that way. It's amazing people think I'm an asshole sometimes.
Yeah, that's the problem I have, because there's that thing that like people say about like, well, every joke like has some kind of truth to it. So if you say something in joking, that means there's part of you that thinks like, no, because like for me, part of the thing that makes so many things funny is how completely unhinged from reality they are. So yeah. But anyway, all right.
they always deconstruct in a way that makes their life easier.
Let's like the fuck. Let's hear this again.
For real.
Constructing today, they always deconstruct in a way.
Sorry.
He takes it and he amps it up.
Okay.
When I hear people deconstructing today, they always deconstruct in a way that makes their life easier.
Fuck all the way off.
Okay, well, I think what he's specifically talking about, that he is, shocker, not doing so tactfully. But I think what he really means is kind of what he was talking about last week about how the whole, like, they don't want to have, like, all the rules. So, yes, like, if you're deconstructing from Christianity, like, yes, you are removing a lot of those very strict rules from your life. So, in that sense, it's making it easier. But, yep. Yeah. But But he's portraying Jesus here as this guy who's like making it more difficult, like making it stricter. But
more
again,
restrictive.
But how many times do we hear Christians, and in particular, I know like this church will mention verses like, "Oh, his yoke is easy and his burden is light," and like, "Oh, but what was he literally just saying about life without Jesus, and like how much more difficult and like awful it is? But you come to Jesus and things are great, and unless things aren't great, which again, like he said last week, where he was talking about the people deconstruct because their life's just too difficult and too hard now as a Christian, and they think it should be better. It's like, what? That you shouldn't expect that. It's like, again, fucking pick a lane, pick a message. Like, is life with Jesus easier or not? It just depends on what argument they're trying to make at the time.
Hey, Jimmy.
But life is easier with Jimmy. That's all I know. So
congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah.
But losing best friend and entire freaking community was easier, right? How silly of me to see it otherwise. Yeah, incredibly insulting. Also, the recklessness with which he says it says he has no idea.
Yeah.
Like he's not hurt. This isn't the time where he knows he could be hurting people and is saying it otherwise. Like this anyway. Like this comes across like he's just ignorant. He doesn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, but this is kind of like willful ignorance a bit. It's always this. God, man, you didn't even dip your toe in this shit. Like it,
right?
YouTube will help you. just type in people who have deconstructed.
They always take the standards of the Bible and then they knock them down to make them something that they like and be easier for them to fulfill. Jesus.
Or we take the standards of the Bible and say, hey, this is completely unrealistic and is something nobody actually has to do. And actually, in a lot of cases, may actually be harmful. So, yeah.
So let's not
knock those. Yeah. So it's almost like Brian, it's like you took that faulty foundation at Denny's house and you just like knocked it down. What were you doing that for? It's like, dude, you made the illustration. I'm going to keep using it on you.
Yeah, Fox is right. He didn't think about it one damn bit. Because this is also why I kind of lost all respect for him in between the last video and this one, is because he just doesn't care to know. Like if he really thought people were on the verge of going to hell, right? This would be a different series. Ooh. It would be about clawing back the lost, like pulling out all the stops, right? Like emotional appeal. Like this is like indifferent to people going to hell. Now, I don't think hell is real, but like I'm pissed off about this.
Yeah.
Because he does.
I get that.
Or at least he thinks he does.
Or he tries to, or he thinks he's supposed to think that. Yeah.
God, it's amazing how much of religious thinking is just like organized delusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
He articulates all the standards of his Jewish faith, and bam, he bumps them up.
Do it.
Let me give you another one.
Which again, play this part of the sermon to anyone who tries to say that like Jesus wasn't all about religion, he wasn't about the rules, he was like, or they're trying to say like and again, Crossroads has done this, like I know for a fact, but they keep trying to play Jesus off as if he's like not about the rules and like making things easier. My yoke is easy, my burden is light, and all that. But yeah, play this for them. So like, nope. Jesus was all about the religion and the rules and actually making things harder for you and more strict. So,
Verse 31, it was also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that everyone who divorces his wife, except on the ground of sexual immorality, makes her commit adultery, and whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. So they
also note that it only talks about the women.
Yeah, the women have the women have no agency in this example.
Yeah, it doesn't say that a man is committing adultery. if he divorces his wife and marries another woman. It says the woman is committing adultery. Because again, in this context, adultery, property crime. And Jesus isn't changing that. Okay, for all the people say, oh, Jesus elevates the status of women. Like, he is still talking about women as property in this verse. Keep that in mind. So,
well, he was like bending to the times, Tommy. Jesus wanted women to be equal.
there's me choking because I inhaled my beer ASMR.
The Jewish people weren't ready. Those Jews weren't ready. You see, God had to condescend to the abilities of perception of the Jewish people.
That the limitations that he gave them. Yeah.
Problem was, he made those jars and they kept banging into each other and marking each other up, making each other less perfect, and not his fault.
Yeah, it's like any parent who has had like tiny children, especially like when they're babies and infants and early toddlers, like they literally do not understand the words that you are saying to them. It's like yes, we understand, like we have to find different ways, but it's not like we are the reason they can't, like, it's not like we made them not able to understand us on purpose. Like, we didn't design them that way. That's just the way they came out, and we got to work with it.
It'd be funny if it was on purpose, though, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the story that they're telling us about God and how he made us. So,
oh, right.
Yeah. But those limitations are our fault. So,
it's like blaming the ants in the farm. They're in a fucking farm for being in a fucking farm.
Yeah. So anyway, so never mind the whole, like, how this actually incredibly devalues women still, even though Brian's tried to spin, oh, this is Jesus looking out for women. It's like, okay, yeah, in a way, but he's basically saying, like, you need to take care of your property better, is essentially his message here.
Treat them better than the donkeys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're getting up the ante on the fucking livestock laws, but
right. Oh man,
makes her commit adultery, and whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. So they had a common practice in a male-dominated society of husbands doing whatever they wanted with their wives, including divorcing a wife whenever she could. This was part of the law. There was an official divorce procedure that was in.
What about beating them, Brian? They're allowed to beat him.
Yeah, Jesus going to tell him to stop doing that because he loves women so much? And
nope, just don't sleep around.
Yep.
The law in the scriptures, and you would kind of write a divorce certificate, and then it was, it was over. But there was an official provision in the law, but it was never an official provision in the law that anybody, for any reason, including just had a bad day or I saw somebody better looking, could just divorce his wife and go on to somebody else.
Well, no, because in the case of a man, if he saw like another woman, like he wouldn't have to divorce his wife. He could just also marry that woman.
True. Also, like, this is some straw man bullshit because even the assholes among us don't do this. Hold on. We do have a president that his wife fell down the stairs in mysterious circumstances. And this is also the wife that, I was going to put it in quotes, this is true, told a parent of a teen model, do not let your daughter anywhere near any of these men. At a Trump Epstein event for models.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, oops, I died falling down the stairs. How do you fall down the... Look, I understand rich people can't do many things well, include walking in certain shoes. But how do you die falling down the fucking stairs? How steep are these stairs? These are carpeted stairs. Hold on. They're either carpeted or they're like natural stone stairs. If you're falling down some marble stairs in some like rich asshole's home, and we know Trump loves white marble and gold. Those are some fucking white marble stairs. So maybe she could fall down the stairs and die. But not under your own power.
Yeah. It's got to be like Brian with the jar earlier. Like that takes some help.
Also, falling down the stairs is just really cliche for my husband beats me.
Yeah. Ugh.
Who writes this?
Anyway, so there's something going on here in the chat here. So Jimmy just wants to sin with Aunt Jur. Am I right? And Aunt Jur replies, Jimmy, name your sin. What are we doing? And Flint and Steel is in. Like, okay. All I'm asking is somebody film it. And
also, we've got to work in a wheel of sin at some point.
oh, is behaving like an adult good enough for you?
False.
Never mind. I love how that developed. That was quite the drama. So, oh, okay. So, if behaving like an adult in that manner, sure. I mean, can I be into, like, is there a limit on this? Or
Blackjack and hookers. That's very Eyes Wide Shut. Not Eyes Wide Shut. That's very Handmaid's Tale of you. I guess it is kind of Eyes Wide Shut.
yeah, sure. See,
Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
It's one of those movies where afterwards you're like, damn, that was good. I feel wrong.
Makes sense.
I feel off.
But this is happening. And people are actually within the literal confines of their religion. Jesus says, you've heard this, said, but I say to you, it says, I say to you, you can't have a divorce unless there's sexual immorality that's taking place. That's what I say to you. See, again,
But you also just told us that if you just look with lust, that's sexual immorality. So that's grounds for divorce.
So get divorced every time.
Yep.
Every time you look with lust, honey, need a divorce. I saw boobs.
Or no, it's not even that. It's like, honey, I wanted to see boobs. Like,
True.
You need to get a divorce. Yeah.
I saw boobs and I wanted to see more.
Or I didn't even see any. I was literally just thinking about them.
I saw bumps under fabric. Assumed they were boobs. I wanted to see more. No, that is
turns out it was just that blanket over the rock on the set here. But yeah.
That is like very puritanical. Weren't there some, was it Amish group where you put like it was like part of the courting thing? You'd sleep in a bed together, but they put a board between you. They put the man in a sack and then put a board between you and the daughter of somebody. And like that was how you worked out whether there was chemistry or not. I guess like how much you wanted to get out of the bag and over the board. Like, what are we doing?
So what do they do if they come in the next morning and like the bag is just in shreds and the board is just splinters? It's like, all right. That's chemistry.
Also, this bag is not locked and this board is removable. Dude can't get out of the bag himself, but
all right. Well, let's completely send Marin here. So.
You know what? He does have it's not even quite a speech impediment. It's like it just gets right up to being a speech impediment so often it's an affect.
So let's hear more.
takes it and this not only elevates the status of women and keeps women from being protected and not being widows who are out in the street in that ancient.
Again, elevated their status. Okay, like again, we're basically talking about like elevating the status of property. So it's we're basically like saying like, okay, don't like completely abuse your donkey, like treat it well, but it's still a donkey at the end of the day. So with women here, like they're still being treated as property because again, going back to like why the man wasn't committing adultery, it's just the woman because she's the property and adultery is a property crime. And yeah.
But this property can think for itself, Tommy, and that's a step up.
But also that's something to be concerned about.
Sure is.
So you got to look out for that.
That property has the vagina. Like the one you're allowed to fuck.
And unless you also want another one, then
It's
just
attached.
marry that.
It's
Yeah.
attached to
Yeah.
a sentient being, therefore it's a threat.
Uh,
God, it's just a bunch of scared boys. Like this is like where all this comes from.
Yep, it's a man's world, and all the men are so scared. Yeah.
Culture. It also protects our heart, because what's wrong with the heart that wants to divorce somebody that quickly when God doesn't divorce himself against us?
You
That's
dirty
the crazy
whores.
thing. God weds himself to you, and you and I give him grounds for divorce, and yet he stays wedded to us. Crazy.
Wait, we give Jesus ground for divorce. Like, who are we lusting after or committing adultery with? Like,
Sin? Because
Like-
there's really no talk of wanting to fuck the devil.
yeah.
So-
Okay, so all I want to know is, like, what action am I supposed to be getting right now that I'm not? And that's why I'm no longer with Jesus.
Define action.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of motion
Oh.
should I have?
Kip's having some feels. That's good to know.
Is that?
Yeah.
Huh. It's a lot of things.
Yep.
Is that an explosion emotion? And the angry face and
So I don't know what the context for this was, but yep. Oh, but yes, the
Kinda,
arm
yeah.
gloves. The arm gloves and the eels and the special hugs and oh man.
forget the arm glove. Send the eel in.
All right. Man.
They're made for this shit.
Okay, here we go.
Let's do another one.
All right.
Let's go down to verse 39.
Yeah, I love it. Like he's like, yeah, let's do another one because, like, in Brian's mind, like, man, I am killing it right now. He's like,
Also, the way he pulls out a Bible is like he's pulling a gun from a holster.
yeah, because I'm sure, like, in his mind and in the minds of probably a lot of dudes who are like consuming this, they're like, oh yeah, Brian's like just nailing it with all this stuff, just verse after verse after verse. They're like, yeah,
Ring it. I'm almost thinking.
It says this, and you have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the one who is evil. But if anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if anyone would sue you to take your tunic, let him have your cloak as well. But if anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to the one who begs from you, and do not refuse the one who would borrow from you. Well, you know,
Look,
sometimes the word of God is alive and active.
I don't want to kink shame.
that's a great way to start. Yes.
Yeah. But it's not always good advice. Like sometimes they're just beating the shit out of you with the back of their hand. Like it's not always an object lesson.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and he'll get to more of that in detail. And I have more thoughts, but yeah, let's see what else he's saying here.
Than any double-edged sword. And I just realized here, give to the one who begs from you. I got to admit that my general demeanor with somebody who's begging on a street corner is to ignore them and go by them. This verse actually tells me to actually give something to them. I'm challenged by that. Don't you hate when the cornerstone helps you see something that you've read over a bunch of times? You thought, man, I can't remember the last time I gave a person on a street corner money. Got all my reasons why not to do it, but the cornerstone tells me I should. Anyway, it says here, you've heard this said, eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
He didn't even finish his deep thought. He's like, that's far enough anyway.
Which good for you, Brian. You're realizing how to be a person. That's cool.
I'll be right
This is
I mean, not that I necessarily give money, because
I'll be right
that's
back.
one thing I'm honestly like oftentimes pretty conflicted about like giving money to just like people on the street, because I've been told by multiple people who actually like do work like in like, you know, working with homeless people and like rehabilitation for like the impoverished, and most of them tell me like do not give them money, like for various reasons. So I'm like, that's something I'm like torn on because like I very rarely have given people money. Like if anything, like if I'm able to, like I have like actually just literally like just bought food for them. Like if I was like walking around and we were near like some restaurants or whatever, I would just take them in within, like get them a sandwich or something. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Yeah.
If you live in a city and you're going hungry, it is true like if you're living in a city that has support things like charities and whatnot, like if you're going hungry enough to ask for money on a street corner, there's some truth to saying you just don't know where to eat. But in our area, a lot of people asking for money on the street corner do have the appearance of meth effects. So it's hard.
Yeah. But anyway, so I don't want to give Brian too hard of a time on that. But yeah, that was, yeah.
Maybe he wants a hard time.
And it's meant for people.
Well, I mean, now that Denny's not around, so
God, just shitting all over his mentor, aren't we? I'm having fun with it.
Yep.
I mean, it's cartoonish. I would have like a real actual conversation with Brian about like, you know, the heart losing his mentor and like the emotional hurt and all that. Like I would totally do that. So like my picture of like, this is a cartoonish version of reality that I'm laughing at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, have we mentioned we'd love to have a conversation with you about all this, but also at the same time, it's like I said from the outset, I feel less inclined to be nice about this because of all the absolutely shitty things that have been said during this entire series. Like I would posit that the things that have been said from Brian and the other people giving these messages is far worse than anything either of us have said in response.
Like we are good faith in our assholery.
Yes, indeed.
This has been a bad faith series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but speaking of good faith, Aunt Jura with a great suggestion here. Yeah, if you're so inclined, you can keep gift cards on you for food places like Subway and whatnot. Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, if you frequent an area, you get like a gift card for something within walking distance of where you see that person.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, all kinds of different ideas and things you can do for folks
who are judges, have official positions of being a judge, to when they give out justice, that when someone has lost an eye, they take an eye. It's like equal justice. If someone jaywalks, you don't want that person having life in prison, right? It's got to be eye for an eye. It's got to be commensurate. But the problem is now everyone's taking justice in their own hands, according to Jesus. So unless I'm an official judge, that's not.
Is that what Jesus? Is that what Jesus said? Like, that's why he brought up the eye for an eye thing? Is like, oh, you just regular non-judge people are taking an eye for an eye. Was that part of this? Like, where?
This is where Kyle gets it.
Yeah. Like, I am honestly confused. Like, where is he getting that? Where Jesus is saying, oh, people are just taking these matters into their own hands. That's why I need to address this. Like, where does it say that?
Is bait and switch a fallacy?
Like, I've never heard anyone say that. Like, in regards to this passage. So like I said, I'm not a scholar. I haven't actually studied this stuff. Maybe I'm missing something, but
yeah.
Where did he get that?
The Sikh temples. So Fox says Sikh temples feed everyone. No questions asked, no sermons. Yeah. We have a pretty good charity in town. Pretty good, compared. City Gospel Mission where like, they'll get you back to good mental health and get you to a job and get you food and all that. But like, it's all contingent on first the food. You have to go to a sermon first and then you get food. And then you have to go to like daily religious shit, Catholic stuff to live in the group home. So it's like all contingent on some kind of indoctrination. So like, it's better than it was.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's
materially better than it was, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So Matt, let me know when you're like prepared to riff on something for a couple minutes. So,
If now, like, good, no time's good. So,
all right. Well, let's just see like what Brian has to say, and it might spark something.
Okay.
All right.
My job to judge somebody. It's not my job. Instead, I have to turn the other cheek. I have to let them have their injustice with me. Turning the other cheek is what that's known, or it also talks about if you're hit on the right cheek. How are you hit on the right cheek? You're hit on the right
Okay,
cheek
you can pause it
with
here.
the backhand in a right-handed culture.
Because that reminded me of something. You can go do your thing.
Okay. I'll be right back.
So he's talking about like turning the other cheek and serving those who persecute you, loving those who persecute you, that kind of stuff. I noticed that he doesn't extend that courtesy to people who are deconstructing in a way he deems it appropriate. Like he'll extend that courtesy to somebody who wants to stay a Christian who's deconstructing, or to somebody who is seeking or whatever, just like looking into Christianity. But he won't do it to people past a certain point who struggle with the faith. He'll ignore these kind of commandments there, but doesn't see it. Would write it off as they're turning their back on him. That sometimes I wonder, like, how much of that is the person doing willfully, and how much of it is sort of like automatic thinking that follows just a particular pattern. Like where does free will end and just like human pattern repetition begin? So I want to be mad at him, and I am, but I wonder like how much of that is justified based on his choices and his responsibility. Not saying I can't be mad at him, but I do wonder how much of that is based on a reaction to actual events that really happened.
Yeah. It's good to think about.
Still mad. Needs the encouragement.
Right. Fair enough. All right.
Sure. Jesus is not saying if you are physically accosted, just allow somebody to beat you up. He's saying when you're insulted, bam, a backhand. That's what a backhand. When you're insulted, don't feel like you need to return insult for insult. What would Jesus say about our social media?
So I've heard this interpretation about this as well. Unfortunately, because like some people will use this verse as, if someone strikes you on one cheek, turn the other cheek, and basically like say like just don't commit any violence in retaliation to anyone. Like
in fact, help them hurt you again.
Right, but which that can obviously be taken in a very dangerous and unhealthy way in that extreme, sort of just letting everyone walk all over you and abuse you and just take it and don't do anything to defend yourself. But then I feel like in the other way it can go is when I have heard people apply interpretations like this. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about a very specific example of someone just like slapping you with the back of their hand, just like as an insult. But I feel like then people can take that like, oh, so we don't have this prohibition. We can be as like violently retaliatory as we want, kind of thing. But
in Jesus' name.
Yeah. But here's and this is like an honest question. Like, so he's saying, so he's interpreting it this way, and I think that this sounds like it's maybe true. Like, yes, like if someone strikes you on the cheek, is like, yes, in this culture where people are right-handed, if they're striking you on. Now, did he say
on the right cheek? Yeah.
Was that actually in the verse?
I think so.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, they're striking with the back of the hand. But then, if all it's talking about is just like an insult, is like striking with the back of your right hand, then what does turning the other cheek do? Like, how do you strike someone with the back of your right hand on their other side of the cheek? Do you have to like turn your hand around and like do it that way, or like what is that talking about?
Well, if you smack somebody with the palm, it's more intimate. So
smacking cheeks.
Hit me once. Hit me once. That's not. Wait. Hold on, there's something there.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
No. I don't know. Something about like the second hit, like let's get to know each other.
I'll hear you out. Yes. So.
I'm listening.
All right. So on third actual beer, just going back to the first one, the Nirvana or Bust.
I am
so
almost done with my third, and I am eyeball deep in some THC.
Somewhat.
THC.
Eyeball deep. Nice. All right.
Yeah. If you watch the majority report, that's how they get around the CBD and THC commercials on YouTube. They say "Sebiday" and THC.
Yeah, well, actually, like looks like Brian's like eyeball deep in something here as well. He
wishes. He has a whole thing about how like weed is terrible, but drinking is fine because like if you smoke weed, you're not you're like not in control of yourself, but if you drink, you are. Like, look, Brian, don't be mad. You're lightweight.
Yeah, it's like, wow. That's also a dangerous message to tell people. Oh, when you're drinking, you're fine.
Also, in the 70s, 80s, like that weed was weak, and he's like, I was out of control.
Yeah, and as we learned from last week, like traveling to California looking for assholes. Right, but
that's why he didn't go. Yeah. Afraid he might find an asshole.
So yeah, please go watch the sad deconstruction noises video. That one needs more views. So
searching for himself found. Man, that's deep. Searching for himself and found an asshole. That goes places.
Our social media patterns. It's just returning insult for insult. It says instead, turn the other cheek. Live on a higher level. Again, you've heard this. Bam, takes up another. Let me give you one more.
Most of those were words.
Verse 43. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Hate your enemy, hate the one who maybe is an oppressor who's going to come across the border with swords and kill you in that context. But Jesus says, look, I say love them. Here's the problem. The problem with us today is this.
Tell me, Brian. Where am I doing?
If you're a believer, if you're calling yourself on top of the rock, the problem is we're way more into our ideology than our theology. We're way more into our political ideology, our racial ideology, our justice ideology, our abortion ideology, or whatever our ideology is all across the spectrum, instead of our theology, our ideology.
Huh. What about the LGBTQ ideology? Leave that out. Do that. Leave it out.
Yeah. But because also, like, no theologies have anything to do with ideologies.
Right.
Yeah. Theologies are just,
No, it's not like ideologies kind of have come from theologies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But also, see, Andrew, this is why we give you the wrench. Good work. Thank you.
Look at that. Spooky had that one night where he was like benevolent.
Yeah. Also, speaking of, like,
I didn't know how to act.
But speaking of which, like, I haven't seen Spooky. Like, I legit, like, I hope he's okay. If anyone who knows Spooky, like, reach out. But
I'm pretty sure Spooky only knows people in chats.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I guess it's understandable. I mean, sure, he doesn't have to watch us every week, but he does though. So I'm concerned. So
Also-
not concerned that he watches every week. Like,
Right, but he's in
so-
the UK, and so he's literally missing all of all the sleep to watch it.
Yeah, which
So, like, are we? Is it weird? We're worried he's sleeping potentially.
oh yeah. But to back up, like what I said about most of those more words,
Idiotology.
like like Marin, I see what you are saying. It's like, oh, wouldn't you like to know? But
It's gonna circle back around, eat its own ass.
ideology, I've heard both, but yeah,
I've heard it both ways.
this sounds more like this though. So, yep, and yes, and the chats we do love the spooky. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what that. I keep trying to click things and the chat keeps moving. Like, oh, okay. Maya's lets us know spooky's fine. All right. Thank you, Maya.
How do you
All
know?
right. She's like, oh, I took care of him. I mean, no.
Also,
Anyway.
Maya, like, I've seen your stream. I am genuinely confused that you're here.
What?
I'm genuinely confused Maya's here.
But why
Like-
though?
Seems so normal.
Well, she seems normal. The weasel's not so much. But well, hey.
Yeah, he does.
But
that
speaking of Maya's stream, we may be on there in a couple weeks.
That's true.
Competing with the Super Bowl, in fact.
well. Wow, I love that actually.
So,
That's
which at
very
first
kinda
I was a little
antisocial.
yeah. What at first I was a little concerned, but then I was like, I kind of have the feeling most of her crowd may not be the sports ball type, which is cool. So, and also since my kids are going to be here while that's going on, that means maybe they'll be watching that instead of using the internet while I'm trying to use it.
No, they'll do both.
So-
What are you talking about? Every
Yeah.
kid these days is a 2-screen kid.
That's true. Yeah, it's what I call multimedia tasking.
Yeah, yeah. You got to just get
So-
all up in the interwebs even more.
Yeah, well, sometimes my son, like, he'll be up to 3 like screens. Like, he'll be like playing his Nintendo Switch and then have his phone like listening to music and then the iPad watching YouTube of someone else playing a video game.
Okay, Owen probably doesn't realize that's possible, and that's why he hasn't done it. Because he does like his music, and he does like the jibber jabber from the YouTubes.
Mhm.
By the way, he has deep thoughts. I don't know how that happened watching the shit he watches.
I'm probably dumb enough to trust you on this, Maya. Because here's the thing, like, honestly, like most of the stuff that you watch on your show, like, I am like nowhere near qualified to comment on on any of it, like one way or the other. So, whatever you got for like complete amateurs when it comes to the scientisms,
I've watched. I don't know, Maya, if you're aware of Kurt Jaimungel's podcast. It's like I don't know. It's the layman's exposure to like some of the like smartest brains and like deepest scientific thinkers on the planet. So I don't always understand it. I've had a smattering of different topics, so I will recognize certain things.
yeah. So yeah, whatever you think would be a good video for 2 non-scientists to watch. I will say, like, and Matt, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Like, Matt maybe like leans a little more. I wouldn't like he's certainly not like full on like woo or anything, but
I like woo stories.
yeah,
I like the X-Files, like the Y-Files. Yeah, I like the edge of woo. You're open to actually learning new things. If you go full woo,
yeah, like your spear and science and your Morg. Is that dude's name? Who?
What?
Yeah.
It's like there's
someone they like.
There's a corner of Etsy just for you. Find it.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, so I guess I'll for once I'll actually take Kip's advice. I don't recommend that very often, but in here,
in the goddess,
in this yeah, that's Maya.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's pretty good, like patron saint of woke bitches. All that. So,
wait, did you just come up with that?
No, that's her thing.
All right, cool.
She is officially the patron saint of woke bitches.
That was good.
And Queen Goddess of Awesomeness, I think, is the full, the rest of that full title. So, yeah. All right. Looking forward to experiencing all of that in person. All right.
Will the weasel be there?
The weasels.
The weasels.
Yeah.
Is he multiple?
Yeah, he's like 3 weasels in a trench coat or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That'll be fun.
Oh, but from what I hear, he loves magnets.
Don't keep him away from water.
That's sarcasm. He actually he considers himself an anti-magnetologist. But Kip loves to say he's an astrophysicist, so that must mean he is. So I'll be sure to bring that up.
How can you be against magnets?
I don't know. Well, you can ask him all about it. So,
dude, that sounds like an Ed your brother thing to do. It's just like be angry at magnets.
And Ed, my brother, yeah,
right.
I just wanted to clear that because for a second, even though I know what you were talking about, it sounded like you said "end your brother." Yeah, do not end your brother with magnets.
I'm acquiring Brian's speech impediment.
Uh-oh.
Limit exposure.
Womp. Flint and steel.
You don't even get the full womp womp.
That's something my daughter does to me all the time now. Like, I'll just say anything and she'll be like, womp womp.
Man,
even if I'm like saying something like about her, she's like womp womp. I'm like, you just womp womped yourself. She's like, and she'll say, womp womp.
They've done Gen Z to a millennial thing.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, Brian's still like emoting over here, which probably
look at him go with his 2 feelings.
Is informing how we go to church. Our ideology is telling us what preachers to turn on, turn off. When's the last time you actually opened up your Bible and your theology informed your ideology? When I talk to people who have a problem with certain things that I may preach on, they go, I just don't feel like it. I said, well, tell me what's your scripture verses for that? Where's your biblical? They don't have any. So free.
Yep. No one who ever has any problems with Brian ever has any scripture to back it up, ever.
Also,
and his name was Albert Einstein.
Also, if Brian doesn't understand what they're saying, it'll also sound like rah, rah, rah.
Yeah. So Kip, if I would love for like someone like Kip or a Dr. Josh or a Dan McClellan to approach Brian with or speaking of like with him like talking about like divorce stuff with women, like Dr. Jennifer Bird, she'd be a great one to talk with him about some of his views on how Christianity elevates the status of women. Like, oh, Dr. Bird could have a field day with that. That'd be fantastic.
So earlier on, the Weasel's real degree is experimental atomic physicist. So is that an atomic physicist who either likes to show off or has no problem ending the world?
Yeah, but like to me, like experimental when it comes to like any sort of scientific field seems redundant. Because like, how are you a scientific anything without being experimental about it?
Well, you see, some scientists are the pioneers, and some are the settlers. The experimental types, they're the ones on the cutting edge frontier. The other scientists use their experiments to just make sense of what the cutting edge has done. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but that is unfortunate. Yeah, man, she had such good stuff. But I get it. I mean, I have heard her talk about like the things that like make her weary about it, and so good for her. That sounds like self-care.
I'm just now finding out about Dr. Bird.
Ooh,
late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. She actually just took her channel down completely. But if it's still up there, yeah, look up Dr. Jennifer Bird. Really great stuff. But so particularly when it comes to like the way the Bible like its relation like to women and like marriage and sex and all that stuff. It's like, oh.
By the way, I'm not involved in TikTok. I don't even use it. But like the new company Oracle that bought it is regime friendly, and they're just pruning accounts left and right from leftist influencers. Which is not surprising.
Okay. Was that connected to something or?
Sorry, it was in my head.
Okay.
I'm just not worth.
I'm trying to follow, but okay.
Sorry, everyone.
But yeah, go watch your stuff.
I didn't realize you weren't in my head for a second.
And yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't. If you guys don't watch Josh Johnson, the comedian, he recently did a show in the UK, and every week he does a new show. It's kind of like long form Daily Show a bit, but his recent thing in the UK, he did very few jokes and a lot of poignant talking, and like it's very insightful. He's also autistic, but doesn't like talk about it. So he's our people.
Nice.
And he says good, insightful stuff about the present time. It was very touching. I liked it. Go watch it.
Cool. All right. I think we're almost done.
Yay!
Does have verses that's different than mine. Great, we can have a conversation about that. But the number of people who have conviction, who have ideological conviction, not theological conviction. Theological means theos, the study of God. That's what that is. Theos, the word for God in Greek. Ology, study of. It's very, very weak and very.
Okay, so
in his opinion,
right. But here's the thing that just occurred to me, like when I was watching this earlier today. So basically, what Brian is saying is like, so people come to him and approach him about things that he's teaching, and I don't think he used these words, but you got to think like a lot of these people are approaching him like not just because they disagree with it but people are probably also approaching him saying that, okay, the things you're saying are like actually harmful.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are causing real harm to real people.
That's definitely happening.
But Brian's perspective is, well, unless you can back up what you're saying scripturally, I'm not going to agree with you. So Brian
he has to agree with it. If you can back it up scripturally and he can see your point. There's that caveat baked in there too.
Yeah, because the danger with this is because he's putting all of this on theology and Jesus and like the bright understanding of scripture. Like, but the standard should be, is what I'm doing hurting people? That's not good enough for him.
Because it's not really hurting them, because it's not hurting them spiritually, and that's what counts. Or it's not hurting God, and that's what counts.
Yeah. Or even if it is hurting them, maybe that's their fault. Because they need to be hearing this, and they need to be convicted, and they need to change. And
they made me do it.
So this sounds like just like relatively harmless, just like, Christian infighting. Oh, we're having disagreements on scripture. But no, this is like much deeper and much more insidious. This is what having this view of scripture, like holding it above like everything else. Like, this is the harm that it does. It's like you will be willing to do things that hurt people as long as it aligns with your view and your ideology, basically, even as much as he's like poo-pooing having ideologies. Like, you say, oh, it's all about theology, but all theologies are ideologies, because you can't help but bring your own like perspectives into any view of God. But this is like really fucked up, where he's basically saying, like, I don't care if this is hurting people, unless you can convince me that I'm reading scripture incorrectly, I'm not going to change.
Yeah, it doesn't fit my picture of reality, so it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm more aware of interactions with ICE than maybe is good for my mental health. But like absorbing what's happening helps me process and like acclimate to like the new reality. There's people doing a lot of fucked up shit, and it's really crazy to watch how the Nazis became the Nazis and got in power, and to like see people like ICE agents talking to people they've arrested, like interrogating them and shit, and they can't comprehend that there's no central authority, that like we all just showed up because we heard a thing was happening that was a problem for us, so we went. Like, nobody told us to do it, and it's amazing how being even immersed in the reality, like face to face with it as an ICE agent, and you still can't see what's happening. Like, you think these people are crazy or something's wrong with them. They don't perceive reality correctly. And like that kind of shit, like he's doing that same thing, that same kind of stuff right here. Doesn't matter if it's hurting someone. If for what you're saying to be true, what I believe can't be true. So what your perception of what's happening must be wrong.
Yeah. And this is how people get hurt.
Yeah,
it's how this shit perpetuates.
It only helps the people who buy into the delusion. Like, once you can see it, then you realize how much it was hurting you, and like how much you gave up for it. And it was always like less of you and more of the machine. Like, it wasn't more of God submitting to the hierarchy above you. Probably helped us survive. Yeah. Also, it's done.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah. And for a group that really likes to push the idea of objective truths, they really like to treat reality as subjective. Yep.
Yeah, they're like
living in a different reality. More comfortable for them. Yep.
It does explain away a lot of harmful things.
Yeah. So in response, and to maybe lighten the mood slightly, my response to that.
You fucking people.
Yeah, that's the feeling in the room.
Yeah. Still one of my favorite movie lines of all time, because it's not like you fucking cowards or you like you fucking hypocrites, just you fucking people. I love that.
Does anyone else notice the stage decoration has changed this week? It's not that skinny little like behind the couch table anymore. With the three, like with all the vases in a row, multicolored. These are different vases on a different substrate.
Oh.
I'm wondering why they did that. Like, is this, oh, we're rebuilding now? This is different. We're all better.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. So maybe Brian, like, if if you're watching, or anyone associated with Crossroads is watching, like if someone approaches you and said like, okay, the things that you're saying are hurting people, maybe that should be enough. Maybe just consider that.
Think about it. Think about it.
Therefore, we're deconstructing because we haven't had a foundation. Because we're weak, we're uninformed, we're ill-formed. It's very, very weak. And therefore, word for God in Greek, ology, study of, it's very, very weak. And therefore, we're deconstructing because we haven't had a foundation. Because we're weak, we're uninformed, we're ill-formed spiritually.
So people deconstruct only because their faith was weak. They were ill-informed.
The ill-formed word hurts.
Like,
That's
dude,
aggressive.
Brian, like I deconstructed from being in your church. How was Crossroads ill-informing me?
Tommy, look at him. He's so tired. Leave him alone.
Like, how was the faith that I was building in your church weak? Like, and I said before, like all the different ways I was involved. Like, I was a trip captain at Man Camp. I served on MASH twice at Man Camp. I had multiple people tell me, like, oh, yes, you were made for this. Like, you're doing great. Like, people telling me, like, I'm so obviously full of the Spirit. I'm so obviously in line with all the things you're trying to do there. Like, I went on the go trips. I led the small groups. I gave, like, more than an insane amount of money because you told me to. Like, where did I go wrong? Like, that's what I deconstructed from. So if you're telling me that I deconstructed because my faith was weak and it was ill-informed, you were the one who were ill-informing me.
Well, you see, everyone's perception of your spiritual life was wrong, and God was right.
Yeah.
But it's also your fault.
Right. Oh, but yeah, but I mean, come on, people who like get their PhDs and this shit, like, yeah, I mean, what the fuck do you know, Kip? Like,
but do you know as much as Brian?
No, you do not know the things that Brian knows, and you should probably be grateful for that.
No, yeah, you know, his ignorance is funny sometimes. a little bit of lovable ignorance.
Oh yeah, you were never a true Christian. I love this response. Like, someone on Twitter said that to me today. Irk the McFuck out of me. The McFuck. That has entered the lexicon. And borrowing / just stealing. So.
For some reason, holy shit! For some reason, my chat stopped scrolling, so I was missing just a ton of what people were saying.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so this is what Brian's saying to everyone who deconstructs. Like, you're just weak. Your faith is weak. You were just so ill-informed.
Yeah, you gotta be strong. You think about being strong? Just try it.
Oh, Denny made me strong. But anyway. I should probably stop that, actually. I do kind of feel bad about that. I apologize. But okay.
It's just the devil talking, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Can I blame that on the devil? Was that an attack from the enemy that I can just completely, like...
Who let the devil in? You or God?
Well, yeah. Yeah, because, man, that's... Oh, 2 master's degrees. So you're, like, extra uninformed. That's what I'm hearing.
How do you have 2 in religion? Like, what's
there's only one. There's only one real religion. So that second one must.
Like, what's that subcategory breakdown? Was it like in specific? I'm being an idiot.
Yeah.
There's definitely specific things.
But yes, yeah, you were never a true Christian. It's just self-soothing. Yep. Exactly.
Also, misinterpretations. What is somebody with 2 master's degrees in religion, let alone Kip, doing here.
Hey, we make maybe we just make them feel smarter. I don't know, but
Gotta slum it sometimes, right?
gotta catch them all. Yep. So if you gotta catch them all, that makes me ask Marin, like, why do you only have 2? Come on, slacker. I'm kidding. Says the dude who only has a bachelor's of fine arts in a field he's no longer even working in. So
Look, I'll say your bachelor's in arts and raise you almost have a bachelor's.
hey, bachelor's in fine arts. Get it right.
Well, look, I nearly have a bachelor's and an associate's. So
Hey. I will not let you talk about yourself that way. Don't believe the lies. Don't tell those lies to yourself. Sorry, I just had therapy today, so I'm all in the.
sorry, all that was playing through my head was hold the middle, hold in regard to Fox. No, you defend that middle.
Does she need another reason?
Well, I don't know. I guess that means we're funny. So
Cool.
that's good.
Hey, that's all we shoot for. Like I said, we are famously not experts in anything. So
Look, because if you're not funny and we're just annoying.
right. Oh, okay. So Master of Theological Studies, Master of Religion and Ethics, because those are not the same thing.
No.
and Master of Education. Oh, and a third Master. Wow.
Masters of the universe.
Wow. That was. What is it insulting for me to say? Well, at least one of those masters is actually useful, or
you know what
is
that means?
degrading to the others?
That means we're probably the chucklehead version of all this.
Oh yeah. I mean that's kind of like we feel like that's like our niche. Like we have all these other like bigger YouTube channels that actually talk about like real expert shit, and then we're just the one that everyone like hangs out with afterwards, and like yeah, we're cool with that.
Look, the expert market is saturated.
And so is the non-experts pretending to be expert market. That is also way too saturated. So
And we'll never do it as well as them.
no.
No, like our perception of reality gets in the way.
Yeah, I guess. Oh. Pokemon Master in at least 5 regions. Whoa. Check and mates.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, you got me there. So it's a Pokemon thing. I've never played Pokemon.
What is it? Pokemon Go? Is that the one where you find things in real life with the augmented reality?
Yeah.
That only barely appeals to me. I'm a little too Gen X. I can see the appeal.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a millennial thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I am also into the video games, but I'm more of a like Soulsborne type, like not to be like bragging and make that sound like I'm any sort of like super awesome gamer. It's like no, like I suck at them, and I've only beaten like the Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Bloodborne and all that just for like multiple hours of just like banging my head against multiple walls, and finally I'm like, oh, it died. I don't know what I did. But, okay, so. Yeah, anyway.
Look back at Brian, and he is definitely contemplating the Bavino of it all.
Oh yeah. Do we need to finish this video? Like, we're so
let's
close.
do that.
All right.
We want to help your faith this coming calendar year as it comes up. We have a spreadsheet that a bunch of
That was actually basically the end, but so
God, it's so anticlimactic. It ends on same old shit.
Yeah. So basically, what he's introducing here is saying like, okay, this whole next calendar year, they're just going to be going through different books of the Bible. So here's what I'm wondering, like, so for all of you, like actually biblically intelligent people,
Oh man,
I would love to hear what Brian has to say about the book of Daniel.
is it,
Or any of these people.
Oh, 2 weeks on that.
Yeah. So no, this is 4 weeks on Daniel.
Oh, look out!
So
That's some hot garbage.
right. So I'll put this offer out there. If there's anyone out there who, when it comes to like biblical stuff, particularly like Old Testament book of Daniel, if you would like to hear us talk about it, but recognizing that we have no idea what we're talking about, if you would like to come on and help us respond to these people talking about the book of Daniel or any other of these books that they may be going through,
Man, that'd be so.
let us know.
That'd be so embarrassing
So,
for them. Crossroads.
yeah. So Kip said, "Oh yes, I have no idea if this was before or after I put that offer out there,
But
I mean,
we'll take that as commitment.
he's on the record now." But seriously, Kip, like, yeah, having you on for that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, if you're interested, let us know, or Marin, or anyone else out in the chat who has any sort of biblical expertise.
And we would definitely not email that to them. It's just like, so here's a biblical scholar.
Right. So let's just. So yeah, so far we got Daniel and Genesis. I'll let this keep playing to see what else they show. So if any other books of the Bible sound appealing to anyone, if you want to give us a hand in reacting to, let us know.
People work on and we've been praying about, and we're going to work really hard in 2022 of increasing our biblical infrastructure. We're going to look at books like Daniel, Philippians. We're going to look at the book of Genesis and actually get our theology, get our mindset right.
For a second there, it just said, let's see.
Book of Genesis, and actually get our theology, get our mindset.
Just, damn it, Brian.
Nabbit.
The book of Genesis, and actually get our theology, get our
epic Bible stories. I'm curious.
That's just the blockbuster Bible stories.
Oh, so you're saying we should have Richard Carrier on? Okay, cool.
Cool, an article.
I'm assuming it did not pass peer review and therefore is amazing.
Yeah, all the most in-depth information is found in an article.
So if any of this, so whether it's Genesis or Daniel or Psalms or epic Bible stories. Oh, blog post, dude, come on. Way undersold it, man.
Hey, also I want to point out that this whole thing of the, like, we're gonna go more into like Bible story stuff, like specifically, like, spending time on Bible. This is the Crossroads organization blaming themselves for why people are deconstructing in the congregation. Like, they're deconstructing because we didn't spend enough time on actual Bible. So this is them practicing what they preach. Which, is that better?
Yeah.
Weirdly more endearing than the alternative.
Yeah. So, but also like, yeah. So it's basically them admitting that they've been giving bad teaching, that they were like decrying other people for giving, and that's why people are deconstructing. Yeah. Is that what they're saying here? Yeah.
The authenticity is there.
Yeah, like they just haven't told us enough about epic Bible stories.
So I blame Brian. Actually, I blame Denny.
Yeah, because Brian is Denny's fault.
Right.
So
that's how the down line works, right?
Yeah, Denny was cutting too many corners, and therefore Brian. That's what I heard. So.
God, we're assholes. You're like, his pain is great context for amusement.
But I'm assuming all of you wouldn't have us any other way. So, all right. So,
What is
I've
time
been
to
seeing
explain with the horse?
I've been seeing something in the chat about a horse, but I have no idea what's going on. But
And
I
who's
love that
Todd
you
Pierce?
do. So, I'm glad you're all digging that. So, all right. So let's
Our mindset right in this book and equip you this year to be for it yourself inside of this book. We want this because we want you to be on the cornerstone. We want you to be on the rock of salvation. We don't want you to be following jars of clay like me. We want you to be following the actual rock of ages, Jesus himself, the chief cornerstone. When you follow.
So don't follow jars of clay like me, but listen to me talk to you every week. Like,
Don't trust me. I will fail you. Always.
yeah. So let me convey these Bible stories to you and tell you what they mean. Because
That's deeply tragic.
because if like God was what they say he is, and the Bible was what they say it is, why do we need churches? Why do we need sermons? Shouldn't it be enough for us to just read the Bible and then we have it and
No,
we're good?
because it needs a PR team.
So
it needs people to follow
Yeah.
Jesus' example of embellishing what's written.
Also, I am so glad that you all are having so much fun in the chat. That makes me happy.
Wait, I want to touch on that thing because like I realized that so Jesus embellishing the Old Testament, putting his own spin on it. What God really meant was that explains a whole lot of Christian Protestant methods of teaching. Embellishing what's written. Kyle just flat out sees what's not written. We saw that last week.
Yes, yeah. And this week, even with his little giving spiel about like with the verse that had nothing to do with giving, but he made it about giving. Yeah.
I really think he deconstructed fully, and he's an atheist in denial. like every single Bible verse he picked did not work.
It's like, am I being punked? Are you doing this on purpose?
Like that's what happens when your subconscious is a sarcastic atheist.
That's fantastic. All right, almost there.
Follow him. You have a life that can build, can soar, and be rock solid. I pray for you. God, thank you for your patience with broken.
Yeah, because this took us a long time to get through this. God, thank you.
Also,
cracked vessels.
Soaring rock solid. A little bit penile.
Mm-hmm. Yes, can confirm.
Like me. Thank you for your salvation.
Also, and speaking of Kyle, like I love the transition from prayer. So like this, like another Kyle jump scare is coming. Just like warning you now, but just coming out of this. So,
and for your foundation. We serve you this week. Amen.
That is exactly right. Listen, your faith.
What? What is exactly right, Kyle?
He's like Brian.
No, but that didn't even transition. It was Brian literally just like praying, and Kyle. That's exactly right. Like, what is exactly right?
I didn't catch that.
Let's see that again. It's like,
and for your foundation. We serve you this week. Amen.
That is exactly right. Listen, your faith cannot stay personal. If you want a secure foundation to live a life that's founded on the solid rock, you have to do it as a part of a community. And that.
Listen to that music.
yeah. but how is that what Brian was talking about? He's like, that's exactly right. You got to have faith in a community. Like, what?
But that's what they do.
Like but that whole like, that's exactly right. That is such like an infomercial, like bullshit propaganda-ish. Like someone just says anything and the next person has to go, that's exactly right, guys. Like,
wait. Okay, this happened.
Yes.
Flint and Steel says Fortnite is like the Catholicism of video games. Hold on. People who enjoy it.
People who play it.
People who play it enjoy announcing it way too loud. All of the games hate it, and there are way too many minors involved. All of that is accurate.
Yes. Yes.
I used to play it on the iPad until like they started pairing iPad players with PC players, which is just not fucking fair.
Yeah.
Also, they really use slot machine dynamics in that game. Like it's addictive on purpose. So that's also why I stopped playing it, because I did not like that.
Yeah.
Super fun as hell though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like my son, like he plays it, but like a lot of times he'll play it like with friends and stuff. But like I told him, you're not. Yeah, I'm not. But I told him, and he totally understands. Like you're not buying anything from this. Like we let you play this because it's free and you're playing with friends and stuff. But yeah. you're
like I'd be okay buying a game.
Boxes.
Like if I'm playing a game like a free game a lot, I'll justify buying the Game Pass. Like if I feel like I'm getting that much enjoyment out of it, like, yeah, I'll give him money for that. But then it was super addictive, and like I wanted to buy all kinds of like skins and shit. And
yeah. So, but yeah, but like he gets it, and like I said, he's just like playing with friends and just like fooling around and stuff. But yeah, so it's cool. But
I stopped playing it when the volcano and the frozen Santa Claus area was permanent. I was like,
yeah,
that doesn't make sense anymore in this game.
Yeah, and I've never played it, so I have no idea what you're talking about, but maybe somebody does. But yeah, like I said, I am all about the like single player games. Like I don't do any of the like online multiplayer anything. Like even with like the Dark Souls and like Elden Ring, they have like the whole online co-op component. Like I've never done any of that either.
You've never played Team Fortress 2?
No.
Dude, it's a good game.
See, I could probably count on like both hands like the number of video games I've played in the last 10 years. But of those 10, I have played the fuck out of them. So
it's amazing you only recently found out you're autistic.
I know, right? Like last year, I got myself Elden Ring for Christmas.
Like
and
you do.
In the first month, I had played it for a week. It's just so good.
Like, you get it and you're like, this is everything.
Yeah. But still, for people who care, and all the like From Software, like the Soulsborne series, Dark Souls 3 is still my absolute favorite. It's just so fucking good. Like partially because I just severely relate to this one character and this one line he delivers. You know, going back to this goes back to my whole experience, like surviving cancer, because I think I started playing it. It was after I was in remission, but during my whole like trying to refigure out life thing. But after having like stage 4 melanoma and then just surviving out of nowhere, there's this one character in Dark Souls 3, like when you encounter him, he's part of this group that's like supposed to go to this place where they all like sacrifice themselves. I forget why, because the story in all these games is so convoluted. I barely understand any of it. But you approach him and he delivers this line. It's like, it seems I've failed to die as was ordained, but perhaps my purpose lies elsewhere. I'm like, dude, it's like you've just described the past 5 years of my life. Yeah. Oh, Bloodborne is good. I finally did play that one recently because finally got a PlayStation. But yeah, yeah, that is up there. Like I still think I probably like Bloodborne better than Dark Souls 1 and 2. But so for me right now, it probably goes Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2. I haven't played Sekiro or Demon Souls yet, but yeah. Yeah.
So who was posting about and Jerry, where are you getting Brian's May 8th thing? I just tried to look for it.
Was that on the screen or did you look that up independently?
Yeah.
Because like I'm curious, but no, but I agree with this. Yeah, Elden Ring would probably be Roman Catholicism, very out there, but the music goes oddly hard. Yes, I mean not quite as hard as Vort in Dark Souls 3, like, but I mean it's basically. And I did not do that justice. Like that was awful. So my apologies to everyone for that. That was fucking terrible. But yeah.
Latin chanting.
Yeah. Oh, so it was on the video. Okay. Let's see if
Was it at the end or was it coming up? Oh, was it on his spreadsheet?
yeah. Am I going past it? There it is. All right, so let's. What date was that? May something. Oh, Todd Pierce with horse. Oh, that's what Emily was talking about earlier, where they like broke a horse on stage. Yeah, that's. I don't know if I want to watch that.
No, probably just pissed me off.
Yeah. But if it's Todd Pierce whores. Please don't, Todd.
Like breaking a horse is one method, but then you get the horse whisperer, and like that is a much more gentle coexistence kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking a horse's spirit on stage, that's too fucking on brand and also unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, yes, without knowing, that does seem amusingly intriguing, but like knowing what that actually is, I don't know if I want to watch that. But
a little too close to home.
Yeah. But plenty of other stuff. So again, if anyone out there who actually knows what they're talking about with any particular books of the Bible, let us know if you'd like to join us for
look,
that. So
Kip is from Canada and says breaking a horse on stage is awful.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got Alberta.
They do have themselves in Alberta. So
now, granted, it's a smaller Texas, so I realize I'm kind of insulting our people, but well, don't think about it too deeply. I'm only insulting you.
All right, so yeah, so that's basically all that. So all right, so I guess that wraps it up. That is Crossroads' rock solid series on deconstruction. And then when it came down to it, they weren't actually talking about deconstruction, even though they thought they were. But apparently anyone who deconstructs and leaves their faith, it doesn't go to anywhere good. It's only terrible and awful and hopeless, and there's just nothing left in your life, and there's no purpose, nothing. So that's why you gotta stay on Jesus.
Well, I'm saved.
Man, all right. Well, this show just took a turn. All right.
That's all it took.
Goodbye, Brian.
I was one Brian short of salvation. Just the conceit. Just the conceit that that's even a thing. But did you hear me talking about it today?
All right, so again, I know we're coming up on 5 hours here and like maybe wrapping up, but
It's our sweet
if,
spot.
if anyone wants, do we want to go back to like just as maybe by way of a little palate cleanser? Do we want to go back to the haunted whale, sad cat music assault from last week? And if so, do we want to watch the actual video, or do you want to see like clips from the video that I edited together? So, but yeah, trust me, bro, I held a jackhammer as it just destroyed a little Lego house.
Yeah, trust me, bro, I moved it a little.
Oh, God. Fuck.
Wait, man, this would make so many Crossroads people angry. Their fifis would be so hurt.
Look, I don't know. It must be the power of God. But
we have that effect on people.
So Flint and Steel wants the edited compilation. All right, I'm gonna
Of what?
Of the sad deconstruction noises.
Okay.
All right. So I got it up here. All right. Theater mode. Replace. All right. So here's the. Do you want us on the side or this? Like, does this look weird?
This is meta.
Or is it? Or is it better if? Is this better if we're smaller? So
I think it's better if we're smaller in this case.
Okay. So pay attention to bigger us. So here we go. All right. But speaking of obnoxiously loud music, I hope we're getting up to that point soon. I need it.
It sneaks up on you.
Yeah. Right, putting that back to normal speed.
What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school.
It's that noise right there, like that really high. Like, it's so obnoxiously loud and not fitting with what's happening here. Like, part of me wants to believe that whoever like added that in, like in editing, like did it on purpose because they were almost just like kind of like their version of like protesting the message or something. That's what I want to believe, but it just keeps happening. Like it'll just like pop in every now and then. And like when I was watching this earlier today, I think I might skip around a little bit, like every single time. This
Most of us haven't tried anything new since then. We only did something new.
See, what came to my mind when hearing that, I was thinking cats. So I'm either thinking
It's a cat.
I skipped the match.
It changes a bit. Eventually, it starts to develop kind of a voice, and to me, it started to sound like ghost whales.
Ghost whales, yeah. So let's hear that again.
It's turning into a horror film.
What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school, most of us haven't tried anything new since then. We only did something new.
See, what came to my mind when hearing that, I was thinking cats. So I'm either thinking like
it's a cat noise in there.
Yeah, it's like to me, it's like that's like a sad cat having an existential crisis, like in a storm drain somewhere.
Yeah, this is existential crisis music.
Let's see how gently. Oh, all right. So cutting back to like real us, real quick. Trying to figure out. I'm assuming you're meaning mine because I don't think Matt's shirt doesn't appear to say anything.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, my shirt says "Happy Atheist. I believe in life before death." So it's one of my favorite shirts. So, but yeah. This music kind of eases itself in, like just really captures the mood here.
Really difficult. What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school, most of us haven't tried anything new since then. We only did something new before because we were forced to it. When's the last time you...
Because it's right when he's like, yeah, but did you consider it's your fault that you didn't try anything new? Did you? I mean, have you done anything new? You deconstructing people. Yeah. It's like suddenly it goes out of, whatever that noise is goes out of tune suddenly. It's like going this way and goes and and then it just gets more. It's like just like a plaintive wail of a synthesizer.
So let us know, chat. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, sci-fi horror is a bold choice.
Yeah, so let us know, what do you think this is? And if this is like a whale or a cat, like what kind of existential crisis do you think this poor creature is having? Mm-hmm.
Such in a sewer. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, if you guys haven't
Victoria.
seen the guy playing saxophone in a giant pipe, and he's like letting the echo accompany him, watch it. People are awesome.
Let's try to focus on what Brian's actually saying here. Okay. Okay.
At work. When's the last time you had a new hobby? When's the last time you went to a new place for vacation? When's the last time you took on a new core discipline, a new core spiritual discipline? Very few of us do. And Nicodemus isn't sure that he wants to do this. So he plays along with the metaphor and says, how am I going to crawl back up inside of my mother's womb? How can I be reborn again? It's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth canal and fit up.
How is anyone supposed to be focusing right now?
And why did he need to mime getting inside your mom's birth canal?
Yeah, let's...
The part no one
and Nicodemus isn't sure that he wants to do this.
So
he plays along with the metaphor and says, how am I going to crawl back up inside of my mother's womb? How can I be reborn again? It's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth.
Also, how big is his mom's birth canal? He's doing it like it's like this foot wide pipe he's got to like get up into. And is he under his mom? Is she standing on bar stools? What's happening? None of this is advised.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, okay. Yeah, we do it for you, Fox.
Look at his face.
Oh, yes, it's body horror. Yes. So, all right. Try to focus.
The body horror game.
Canal wouldn't fit up there right now.
I did it again.
He's just recognizing, admitting, that this is an uncomfortable thing for him. Here's what Jesus says. He says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God.
The way it went into that like plaintive wail, like right when he makes eye contact with the camera, that was like a straight up X-Files shot.
So let's see if I back that up enough.
Again, it's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth canal and fit up there right now. Yeah. He's just recognizing, admitting.
All right, I need to see that again. Oh, now we're
Sounds like Unsolved Mysteries, X-Files garbage.
Oh, I needed this. Oh, after all that bullshit,
He's got a raccoon in his rectum.
What?
That's the face of a guy with a raccoon in his rectum. Dude.
Or he's trying to do it, or is it that, or he's trying to do an impression of a raccoon currently in a rectum.
Fox, he would think that's actually very funny.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of his sense of humor.
Yeah, he would be like,
yeah,
he's like, yeah, it's a good one. I like that.
Inside my mom's birth canal wouldn't fit up there right now. He's just recognizing and admitting that this is an uncomfortable thing for him. Here's what Jesus says.
It's uncomfortable.
He says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit.
It's timed so well. That was right at the punctuation.
I can't. Oh,
it is awesome how you don't see that sound coming when it happens.
I'm glad that people are actually enjoying this.
Yeah, I laughed into my bubbler and got a little bit of bong water on myself.
Which I mean, but also like after watching this, I get it. Like I see what I get what you all are seeing. Like, yeah, watching us is entertaining. You guys are right.
I enjoy it.
I mean humility. Anyway.
No, or is this empathy that we're having? Empathy with the viewer.
Yeah, and empathy with the mourning whale. Yeah, this is all. We're all just commiserating.
Yeah, that whale's having a time.
Oh man,
It's a little avant-garde that way.
Yeah, because again, going back to like how much thought they put into this, like this is why part of me thinks like this had to be on purpose. It's like, oh man, there is no way someone thought, no, this is the completely appropriate music to put with this. Like, oh, it's so good.
Jesus was an ancient alien.
What? Your mom was an ancient alien.
By the way, she knows I do a podcast and has not tried. God damn it, that sound.
He cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born from the Spirit. In order for us to thrive spiritually, two things have to happen. One, we have to be born. I believe that's what it means to be born of water, because all of us were born. There was a breaking of.
Why did it say we gotta be born and grabs the penile object?
I can do this. I can do this.
Spiritually, two things have to happen. One, we have to be born.
Phallic action with intent. That's exactly right.
There's something spiritual that has to happen to us that's outside of ourselves, that comes into ourselves, that makes us new people.
That noise when the thing outside you comes into you.
Yeah, it's almost like it was all of a sudden like unsure. Like let's like that's another good one. Okay, that could be a couple things. I don't know. I don't know. That, but so. All right.
Spiritually, there's something spiritual that has to happen to us that's outside of ourselves, that comes into ourselves, that makes us new people, that gets us on the right path.
Spirit sperm needs to come into me. Instructions unclear.
What is that?
What is that?
Trumpet whale. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But yes, this actually did get a copyright notice, and this is something else. I don't know if you noticed this, Matt, but actually all of our videos get a copyright notice because of our intro music. Like, even though like we bought it.
What the fuck?
So if we ever get to the point where we actually could possibly be monetized, that might be something we want to look into.
Right. But no, the music was copyrighted by the creator, but you buy a license to it.
Yeah.
So YouTube, you don't know how to do capitalism.
Yeah. So if we ever get to if anyone wants to help us get to the point where that actually matters and we need to look into it, tell your friends, have them subscribe, all that. So, but anyway, all right, back to us being back to us or something. I don't know. And that a whale in a sewer pipe somehow with a sad trumpet,
but not a big whale.
Yeah, just a reasonably sized one.
It's like a small blue whale, like smaller than natural.
Yeah, and so he's having this big existential crisis about being a tiny blue whale.
Right, feels so alone.
Who can somehow play trumpet?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just him and his trumpet.
That's what this sounds like. Yeah, let's.
Which feels like
if you're deconstructing.
Oh, but also inside the trumpet, there's a cat got stuck in it.
Yeah, big enough for a cat.
So it's so let's put it all together here. It's a tiny blue whale ghost having an existential crisis about playing a trumpet that has a cat stuck in it.
Right, and it's like a muted trumpet, but muted with the cat.
Yes,
instead of a plunger.
Yes, and the cat feels a way about this.
It's unclear, but whatever way it is, it's funny.
Yes, go sperm worm. Now there we go.
Okay, full circle.
certain things that we articulate.
I just love the right there, Matt, the way you just said, oh yeah, full circle. Like it's like that was a completely reasonable, yes, this all makes sense now. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, full circle. Like that amuses me. So now this is a good question from Flint and Steel. Do whales play trumpet with their blowholes?
I mean, they'd have to, right?
I mean, that is the hole from which they blow. So
they can't puck or anything else. You gotta get that real tight fwee noise.
The what?
No, it's more of a burp, burp, burp noise than a fwee noise.
But if they could get a fwee, that I feel like that would be ideal. But
well, that's when the trumpet squeals. I think it might be a fwee.
Man, no one expected the like super technical like trumpet noise explanation tonight, especially while we're watching ourselves talking about. This is getting surreal for me, so let's keep going.
That sound really spiritual and really good, but they're just not true.
Oh,
They're
so this was the point in video editing where I realized, oh, I can zoom in on things. So
suddenly, out of nowhere, Tommy Prairie Dogs.
Yeah. So
it
I did.
sound really spiritual and really good, but they're just not true. They're the kind of things, if you believe them and you put them into practice, you will have to deconstruct them later, or your life will just not work.
Yeah, so I'm still like distracted by the music, and so now I'm trying to like make facial expressions to try to match whatever emotion I think that noise is trying to evoke.
Political commentary today, this is spiritual formation. According to the Barna organization, 67% of church-going Christians believe, quote, enjoying yourself is the highest goal of life. I like to enjoy myself.
This music's making me feel a certain kind
The
of
interpretive
way.
dance is actually helping, Spooky.
Oh, good. I'll try to keep it up. See what all right.
Some context for the sounds is helpful.
Yes.
The Bible never says the highest goal of life is to enjoy ourselves. 67%. Let me tell you what, if 67% believe that, when your life doesn't work, what are you going to do? You're going to have to deconstruct or destroy your faith, because Jesus tells us to pick up our cross and follow him. Doesn't tell us to just enjoy our life. Another poll showed that 84% of the total population in America believe this is true. 91% affirm the statement that to find yourself, look within yourself.
Pause it here.
When you have a faith.
Let me know if anyone's getting tired of me trying to interpret the music. But and you'll notice, like at that point where Matt had me pause it, because he was going to like want to make like an actual point about something. Like I had to cut that part out because there had to be no actual points in this. This was supposed to be like just absurdity. Like all the other actual points are in the other clips.
So I had to go and ruin it.
Yeah. So never. So, I mean, I do. I am all about that. So I'll just keep doing it. I mean, I'll probably keep doing it if you tell me to stop, just because it's funny too. But
when I graduated from high school outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I wanted to do what so many other people did. We all wanted to find ourselves. I had to find myself. And I don't know what it was about living in Pittsburgh in the early 1980s. We all thought that to find yourself, you got to take this epic road trip out to California.
Oh yeah, so coming up, I have another use of the like zoom in like sight gag that I was just super proud of. So yeah, I just wanted to shout that out because I was proud, and y'all need to know about it. So there, enjoy.
California. Why? Find yourself. Someone told me, and I'll just quote them. They said, well, what if you find an a-hole? Not exactly what they said, but this is church everywhere. And what do you find an a-hole?
Wait,
I chose to never make that.
And he's saying, I don't know why all the kids in Pittsburgh thought we'd take an epic like road trip out to California. I was like, oh, you mean because of the vaguely homosexual 80s like action movies and shit? Like everybody's in California and flexing and playing volleyball. And then he's like, what if you find an a-hole? And I was like,
I want to see that again.
What if you find an a-hole? And I was like,
So you're welcome, everyone.
I like how he ended on me, like insinuating Brian has feelings about him.
That was a choice. That was a choice. So, well, thanks for indulging us, everyone, or letting us indulge you, or whatever the hell that just was. So, well, good. Thank you, Fox. And thank you, Matt.
You know what's funny is he would probably both be insulted and amused by that. Because like the first couple man camps, if somebody was acting like a puss, you threw a tampon at them. People actually, HQ had tampons on site to throw at people who were acting like pusses. They stopped that because wives and girlfriends found out. Meaning their wives and girlfriends found out.
Yeah.
Which is,
man,
super icy of them.
And with that, you're ready for bed. If that prepares you for bed, you may want to see a therapist. But but thank you.
I'm amazed Kip can doze off listening to us.
Especially with all.
I don't know how that's safe.
Especially with all those weird whale noises going on in the background. Who can sleep through that?
Right. That feels like some programming shit.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. So I'll make another clip from tonight of us watching that clip. And then,
That. Okay. Look, that would get. That's a gag that can come like full circle, right? It can like get annoying and tiresome.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually there's so many frames and frames.
Oh, but here's what I want to do. Like almost just for the irony / fuck you of it all. I want to make a clip of that, but cut out all of us like where we're actually talking now on the stream. So it's literally just a video of us watching the video with no additional anything. So it's basically just the same video, only now there's like another smaller version of us on the side. And just to see if that gets any views or like any traction or anything.
And just give it the same title, but add a 1A on the end of it.
Yeah, and no explanation.
1.1.
No further anything, just.
No, I like 1.1 better.
1.1. There you go. Yeah, it's the first patch. It's like,
but depending on how many times we think we'll do it, we got to put that many zeros in front of that 0.1.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't want to like, if we're gonna do it more than 9 times, we can't. That's not possible. It has to be 1.2. No, I guess it could be 1.2. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Yeah. Or we could just make it 1.1 every time. Just to like really fuck with people. But you're welcome, I guess.
You know what? If you do it enough times, eventually people are going to start to think there's a code in there somewhere. It's like surely there's a reason. And they can hallucinate a reason into existence.
Yep. Okay.
And a religion starts.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Because like someday, I mean, nothing lasts forever. So there's probably gonna be a day. I mean, I have no intentions on stopping this anytime soon. But like eventually, there's gonna be a time where we're probably gonna be like, yeah, we're just not doing this anymore. I think at that point, that's what I'm gonna do. Is just keep making videos like that, and just to see how long it lasts.
I think it would probably become something different.
Yeah.
Although maybe we would stop. I just can't foresee a point where like this framework gets unuseful.
Yeah, because so my personal goal is we got to do this at least another like 3.5 years, because like I showed like most of that video to my son the other day, just because like, I mean, they know I do the show, but like they also know they're a bit young for it and they probably shouldn't watch it, all that stuff. But I wanted to show them something. So, like, okay, this will be good. So I just like showed them again most of that clip. I didn't show them like the whole like crawling up into the birth canal part, because like that might be a little awkward. But just like watching the whole like the noises and us reacting to it, my son's like, he actually told me, it's like you need to like, he wanted to come on sometime to like do stuff like that. So okay, so once he's 18, like we need to still be doing the show so we can have him on sometime.
Right. Yeah.
So
Are our
that's
kids
my
the same
goal.
age?
I know like your son was born in the spring and mine was born in like late summer, but I don't remember which one was born first. I think Asher's older than Owen.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, but they're only like, I don't know, like 7 months apart, something like that. I don't know. August to April, whatever that is. But maybe it's 8. 8. Anyway. So yeah. So yeah, Owen can be on too. That'll be fine. It got quiet.
You ever have that experience where your brain can see itself?
Maybe.
And then both of you are like, one of us should be talking.
It's like, but then they're also both like, well, it's not going to be me.
You're like, yeah, we're both pretty content.
Yeah. So sounds like we should probably wrap up then.
That's probably good.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everyone, and thanks for like I said, this is at least by my count, our 100th episode, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the rest of them as well. But yeah, it's cool to, like, so next week we'll probably do something as far as like celebrating breaking the 100 sub mark. I'm not sure exactly what that'll be. I'll talk with Matt about it. He'll talk with me about it, and we'll figure some things out.
So maybe a whiskey celebration.
Ooh.
Nobody, we'll call it Nobody's Driving Home.
But yeah, but I'm figuring it, but I'm thinking it may involve things like, like something we haven't done very much lately is like putting like the link out in the chat for people to join us.
True.
I think maybe just basically maybe not a complete free for all, obviously, because I'm not going to let anyone on here, but especially like for the regulars, basically like anyone who's been in the chat tonight, you're like more than welcome. Probably put the link out and maybe do things like maybe just reacting to like a bunch of shorter videos, letting people vote on things or people suggesting things, whatever. So, but yeah, I know it worked out so well. Like I was just super happy because last week, like we were up at like 94 or 93 or something. And I just said, not thinking that it would actually happen. It's like, oh, how cool would it be for us to have 100 subs for 100th episode? And it fucking happened. So yeah, that's cool.
Also,
100 beers.
100 beers. I'd like to live to see 110.
Yes, yes. Or 102, quite frankly. But
yeah. I couldn't do the number line in my head fast enough. I'm like 10.
Well, hey. Well, here maybe if we can get it so it's 100 beers amongst both of us and everyone watching. So that means we need to get a lot of people watching.
Yeah, that's
otherwise that is not safe.
Or that's a suicide pact.
Yeah, so if we want to get up to 100, tell your friends or tell your enemies or who. So we'll take we're always good. We're up for a good like hate watch or people watching us out of spite or what have you. So
I'll get cupcakes for everyone, and then I'll eat them.
sounds like a plan. So yeah, next week, like I said, we'll do something special for having 100 subs. But then let's see, make sure I got like my calendarification of things correct.
do that.
So yeah, so next week, so after next week, that is when we are slated to appear on Bad Science Sunday on Sunday, February 8th. Like I said, that's also Super Bowl Sunday, so we'll be competing with that. So I mean, but y'all would rather watch us hanging out with Maya and the Weasels, right? Plus, I guess by way of a little teaser, February 8th is actually a date that holds a special significance for me that I'm excited to celebrate-ish on that show. So if you're curious what that is, come hang out and find out. So
I have no idea. I'm bad at dates.
that's all right. I'll let you know as soon as we end the stream. But
okay, haha, everybody.
All right. So yeah, but like seriously, like it still blows my mind that we have more than 2 subs and anyone is like hanging out with us, much less like on a regular basis. Like I just love that like we have regulars and like also like to the point where like I said, I am actually like legit concerned about Spooky, but part of me is like, oh, that's cool that there's someone who watches the show regularly enough that I'm concerned when they're not here. But also, I just go back to being concerned. But Maya said he's okay, so I trust Maya.
Is that a parasocial relationship? Wait,
Probably.
Is that parasocial when you're autistic?
Is anything when you're autistic?
I mean, I think that's. I think that's how I do social.
Yeah. Anyway, so okay. Only planning to watch Green Day and the halftime show. Yes, I completely endorse watching the musical performances.
Green Day is going to play.
Yeah. Green Day is playing before, and then Bad Bunny is playing at halftime.
Well, all that shit is going to be political as hell.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I may watch because I think, well, okay, it's a Super Bowl. It starts at like 6 or something, or 6:30, if I remember. And we're not on with Maya till like 8 or 8:30, so we'll be able to watch Green Day anyway.
Yeah,
so.
Green Day wears black and red for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So watch that, and then watch us hanging out with Maya and the Weasels, and it'll be good times. But seriously, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for being part of the 103 or 104 or whatever it is we're up to now. Yeah, I just love that other people actually enjoy this. Even like I especially love that people love us watching ourselves, which that was one of the most surreal things ever, I think, on this show so far. It's just us just playing that clip of us, and then people still enjoyed it. So
yeah, I'm not entirely sure you talking now isn't you talking from the past, because it sounds exactly the same.
Well, that's good, because it was only a week ago, so I hope it's not that different. But yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's because also like while watching it, I couldn't tell like when I could hear you laughing. It was like, was that Matt in the video or Matt right now laughing, or sometimes both? But yeah. Anywho, so
it was a little surreal to hear both of me's laughing at me.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Yeah.
I was like, is that narcissistic? I don't care.
It's a thing that's happening right now. We're doing it. But yeah, but I feel like there's like more I want to say about the whole like us reaching 100 subs and 100 episodes, but I'm just not finding the words to like fully express like just how awesome that really is to me. So just imagine I'm saying all like the perfect words about how awesome that is, and there you go.
And that means there's potentially many people, by our standards, watching who aren't participating in the chat, and I don't understand. I'm really glad that people are enjoying like watching other people discuss things.
Mhm.
I don't know. Means a lot.
Yes. And also shout out to the one person who unsubbed during that video.
Way to
as
be
well.
you.
Yeah.
Be the
But
authentic you. If the authentic you isn't up, that's fine. It's okay to suck.
That's called self-care or something. So
know your limits.
we are probably it. All right. Well, I think that's all I got. So Matt, take us out.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.